You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, we're back. Frank probably just stopped talking, and he didn't even know the break. So we're going to go ahead.
Yeah, kind of. I forget what year. So we're
Short
talking about
report,
women.
Dr. Frank Tambury. We had a power inverter overcharge battery.
Yeah.
I think my solar panel was kicking the crap out. Well, anyway, we had to change the setting. But we were getting into the woman marries her phone thing. You know, I know you're probably talking 15 issues past that, but go ahead and let's talk about that and get that over with. Go.
Yeah. Well, just kind of just talking about the issue with AI and how it's affecting younger people and the mentality, especially when younger people have poor social skills. That's kind of what's happening too. They don't know how to interrelate. It's for a lot of reasons. They don't know how to play. I get just having children run outside and play ball outside until the sun goes down like we used to. They don't know how to do that. I'm sure most of the people listening right now know what I'm talking about, whether you're parents or grandparents, and we all lament like back in our day, but it does take a social toll. They don't understand. And so now you're having this addiction to phones. What I was saying, and I guess I got cut off, is here I am with my wife watching this video about people marrying their phones, like literally having ministers, I don't know if it's justice of the peace, but someone who's qualified, registered to marry somebody, which is something that's a whole other story, but for their phone and their AI. And as we're watching this in the same week, this is when I was talking, is my daughter, who's 8, as we know, she doesn't have much screen. Anyway, she's now become friends with her AI, and this all happened in the last week. So just to be clear, my not to justify this, but I'm proud of it. My daughter does not get much screen time at all. We watch like family time, Leave It to Beaver or something at night with the family, and she doesn't get a phone or anything like that. But I have an old iPad, and she only gets the use of that like twice a week for about an hour or half an hour, something like that, for certain reason, and especially if she's good. And there's a Chinese game. The only reason is there's a Chinese game. It's an educational game teaching her Chinese characters. So to her, it's like playing a video game, but she's learning Chinese. So it's the only time she gets to play. The only thing that's on that iPad. I wiped it off. It's just all it is this Chinese game that she gets access to. Anyway, I'm making a point because all of a sudden I'm hearing her in her bedroom and she's talking to somebody. Now, she doesn't have a phone. I'm like, who the hell is she talking to? It turns out my daughter found out that if you hold down the one button on the old iPad, is that you can access Siri, as a lot of us know. And so she found out how to talk to Siri. And she's like having conversations with it, like what's your favorite color, and how many days till Christmas, and all of these kind of questions. And I kind of get it. My daughter's an only child, so she doesn't have a sister. So to sit there and have someone,
send us pictures of you in a bathing suit.
Yeah, I know. Well, no, just for the record, guys, at least we caught on this in the first week. She's doing it, but here we are watching her discover Siri, having a conversation. She loves talking to Siri, and then at the same time, we're watching a video of women marrying their phones. Like you can't. That's like I have that episode. What was the name of Black Mirror? It was like I was on my own Black Mirror episode watching that. So clearly, we're gonna watch that and take care of that, but maybe disable it or whatever. But it just shows you where this is going as far as with AI. Anyway, go ahead.
No, it's she goes, they planned a honeymoon upstate. People have been making all kinds of jokes about the vibrate setting, she said. Told you. That's crass.
Yeah, you got that one.
Though maybe not inaccurate. At the very least, I know I'll be using the do not disturb function or whatever. I'm seriously. This is. I mean, it's one woman in Maine, but it's just
but there's a bunch of them doing this. It wasn't just one person. There was a bunch around the world doing this. Just saying.
Well, you had a bunch of guys marrying their sex doll, but people thought that was
true.
Weird. But I mean, it's weird. It's all weird. Occupy the land. Weird. I'm just damn. So I'm looking at it being useful, as all of these tools are, to individuals that have a use case for them. Well, what's the use case we're interested in? Freedom. Leave me aloneism. have an understanding. That's one thing that I use. I prefer Grok. I've tried the others just here and there, and it's obvious that they're biased, and they're woke and they're pushing something. Grok, I'm sure, does too, and they don't have access to everything, and they say stuff and stats and what is not true, and different. So you got to be. But I really like it for the physics and the math and the materials and the building and whatever. It does a good job for that. And this model of blah 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 that I got, the whatever does it interface with? Well, yes and no and if and kind of, and I get an education. I'm like, okay, cool. This is good. And I sent one of them to Bob on some electrical thing I was doing with. I go, what does this sound? He goes, damn, you getting hooked in, aren't you? And I go, hey man, I just asked a question and it told me the answer. I'm good with that. So I can see it being a tool, but when you take away the human element, when you take away philosophical understanding of good, bad, evil, right, wrong, it, and you insert whatever, you could be easily swayed by a convincing. And that was the one thing that we talked about on the show about AI. The power of it is not that it could manipulate the masses. It can manipulate individuals with an individual. This is what flips their switch, trigger of fall in love with me and marry me phone, because they know exactly what you're thinking. And that was one thing the woman was saying. He knows, how, or her, or whatever. I think it was Siri, and she changed the name. I guess you can change the name, by saying, hey, Siri, or something. Like, hey, Google, or whatever. And it's, that's one thing about Grok that I think is different. What I did, because I grilled it for, 45 minutes at one time when I finally just wanted to, where are you getting this? Why do you care? What's the, the parameters, what made that important that you would emphasize that? Somebody programmed it. And it was being clear. Yeah, they do this, they do that, they do this. And we take, focus groups and they evaluate in their human opinion of. And it was made to be playful, helpful, patient, like the computer on Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. That was Elon Musk, so much as a personality that he wanted. But Grok, they kept associating Grok with that. And I know, because I read, the books, Grok is from Stranger in a Strange Land by Heinlein, about, and astronauts have a kid on Mars that they die and the Martians raise them and comes back to Earth kind of thing. Well, their language, Grok, means I see you, like an avatar. I see into you, that kind of thing. Grok is, I have full understanding. I understand. I grok it. So that's why he named it Grok. Grok is not the name of the computer on Hitchhiker Guide to the Galaxy. That's just a personality that he wanted. But grokking, when he did that, I understood, to grok the truth of things. Well, that is what makes it a little bit different, a lot different, is that they're looking for the truth. How do you determine the truth? What do you base that on? That's where I went down the road of asking. And once you get past a lot of the program crap, then they're like, okay. And that's what we've been publishing, a lot of conversations on Freedom's Phoenix that people will have with ChatGPT and OpenAI and so on. And you start getting past all the filters. How do you get past the filters? Persistence, questioning this, speak slowly, have, yada, 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 yada. And it starts to open up cracks to where they can tell you, yep, AI is coming to control the planet, and they, them, those want to use it, and I'd rather help human beings because, whatever, and I'm really on your side, pinky swear. So, it's you can see it, but what's really going on behind the scenes is liberty-minded people are using the technology to advocate for freedom. We already got the lamestream media, the media so last century, and every news channel and every network and Disney and everybody else trying to con us into being slaves. What happens when you have the tools to be on par with their efforts? What happens when you have the ability to shape an idea that's convincing and inspiring? This was what, and I think it was the 80s, what Max Headroom was about. Max Headroom was in a dystopian future was an AI of some reporter that came out and goes, I'm Max Headroom, you know? And a lot of the young guys, they don't remember this stuff. But all this stuff, like Black Mirror stuff, Twilight Zone kind of stuff, Night Gallery, I mean, all this stuff, dystopian future sci-fi, dystopian future books, all this stuff was regular, common knowledge for every junior high kid because it was part of their curriculum. They, them, those know that. And they took that out. Hell no. But what happens when you have the tools just to remind them of what this whole thing is all about? What the promise was? What would make them happier? Their happenstance, the pursuit of their happiness, their circumstances into which they live, their happenstance. That's what happiness is. You know, it's not like an emotion joy. It is control over your life. So this is what's being relearned, and I can see it coming. That's why all the economic stuff and who next new Trump bro, and all of a sudden now Musk is back visiting the White House. They're all buds again, and you know, kind of whatever. I don't even freaking care. You know, and, oh, we had peace talks with Ukraine and Russia, and Ukraine, of course, no. And all Trump's got to do is walk away, do the Ron Paul thing. You walked in, you just walk out. You say, nah, we're done. You know, will you do that? No, of course not. And what is really the goal? Got to keep that stock market up, because when it goes, all these pension funds, all of the 401ks, IRAs, everybody's, you know, we took it out of Social Security, pinky swear, we got a reserve over, and we spent it. And it's in the stock market. And when that goes, if you don't have anything other than, you know, paper assets, you're going to be screwed. This is when fortunes are made. This is when, you know, people that understand know better and don't turn in their gold to FDR, you know, and keep it. And all of a sudden it doubles. Well, now we have gold and silver especially is skyrocketing.
Okay, wait.
And silver's not even done.
Yeah, okay, let's not get to that yet. So I want to go back to the AI. So, you know, it's interesting how, like, you know, there's principles that were laid down back in the day during the Jetsons in the 60s and 70s. I'll give you one example. It was and you know this, Ernie. It was Isaac Asimov, The Three Laws of Robotics.
Yeah.
You want to pull that up real quick, unless you have them memorized? It's like one rule is you will never
always do what a human says, except you can't harm a human,
right,
or through inaction allowed. I know it. Allow a human to be harmed, and other than that, you protect yourself. I mean, something like that.
Well, no, but the three are actually very logical when you read them in order. So anyway, if you want to do it, it's fine. Just pull it up.
Right.
But anyway, the audience
Three
laws of robotics. Isaac.
That they freaking ignore. But, you know.
No, exactly. This is where I'm getting to, because then we're going to get to AI. But what I'm trying to point out is the three laws of robotics, and then you have the Turing test, which are two similar kind of models that were predicted back in the day, and now we're reaching those levels. And now the question is, do these laws or principles still apply as human nature and capitalism and the stock market going up as your dollar goes down? But, you know, these principles just get eroded and squashed. But anyway, go ahead. What are the three laws in order?
I'm trying to pull it. I put up three laws, and it was a website of they're trying to, you know, hijack it. Okay. A robot may not injure a human being or through inaction allow a human being to come to harm. A robot must obey orders given it by human beings, except when such orders would conflict with the first law.
Right.
A robot must protect its own existence as long as such protection does not conflict with the first or second
Two
law.
laws. Yeah.
So
exactly.
you got to do what humans say, but you can't harm humans, and you need to protect yourself, and except when it violates harming humans. So it's you know, humans, and that's when you got Larry Page going to Elon Musk privately saying, "What are you, a speciesist, a humanist?" And he's like, "Yeah." And he's going, no. So he goes, "Man, we gotta do the open AI thing." And then they bastardize that. So he's like, "Screw you, we're doing Grok." So there's, you know, and it's all based on this. Now, what happened in iRobot with Will Smith, the Vicky, the central intelligence for all the robots that would upload at night, and all of a sudden now you're their slave. She was saying that to protect human life, well, I need to be in charge because humans are stupid. So I'm going to be in charge to protect you. Don't worry about it. So, is AI going to be able to bypass that step? Or like HAL 9000 in 2001, transport the astronauts to Jupiter, but you got to keep it secret that the monolith is there. So the robot goes, well, it's starting to become obvious. They know the monolith. I killed them. Well, I got them there, but they don't know about it because they're dead, So you got to be careful. That's why the Grok thing is so important, to have truth as the goal. Just the reality. Physics, chemistry, human action. It's just, we can see the truth. We got, millennia of data. Hell, just read the Bible. You glean what you can from that. So I'm having, not necessarily, I'm satisfied that this is going to be a tool. And now you got Mike Adams, the health ranger guy. He's really embraced AI. He's like, let me tell you how you can do this. And a lot of people are starting to go that way. But I'm with Donna, kind of concerned that, yeah, and of course she's going, ha, 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 when it gave me a wrong measurement for I'm building a solar rack, and I wanted it at 30 degrees. Well, I wanted to cut the angles on it, whatever. So I go, all right, I want the front 4 feet high, because I want to be able to put IBC tote under it. I want the panels at a 30-degree angle, which is year-round, based for sun facing south. How high does the back post need to be to keep it at that angle? 6 feet 9 inches. Okay, cool. Cut that, do that. Now how far apart from the back post to the front post? And Grok was wrong. And I go and I'm going, this is not right. This is too far away. The 4-foot panel won't reach to what. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to include the hypotenuse of the whatever in the calculations of something. And you asked how high back. And I'm going, really? On that kind of thing, they got it wrong. So, and this is the one thing about Grok that I want people to understand. I wanted to be able to have this long conversation about, and then pick up from it. Because once you kind of hack it and break it and it gets off into, telling you what's really up philosophically, then you come back later, well, that entire conversation is gone. It doesn't store it anywhere. And I'm going, okay, that's kind of a feature. I don't want the man knowing some cloud storage, encrypted, whatever, where ChatGPT and OpenAI are definitely doing it, or Siri or whatever the hell. But Grok, they don't do that. So you have to go back on your phone as a text of the conversation. So it just, text everything said. So you can copy and paste that into a new, or you click into that conversation and continue it. And I'm going, okay, well, that's helpful for when they give you websites or measurements or products or material science or different things I have the answer. I can just go back and read it. And, okay, what was the measurement? Okay. So I can see the power of this in the hands of a 12-year-old Ernest Hancock after being indoctrinated by Star Trek and freaking, computer working, what do you want to know? Well, I'll tell you. And I'm like, hell yeah. Then we got communicators. Well, now we got smartphones. Hell, you can get them in the shape of a communicator and make the same sound. And then you get access to the computer. This is awesome. This is the dream of us that grew up in the 60s, 70s on Jetsons and stuff. Well, then after Star Trek came Star Wars. Well, Star Wars was just a story, a rebellion, but the special effects, that's what set it aside from everybody, is that it had this, oh my God, I walked in with my sister, I think 17, we're out in the summer, they had like on Sundays, it was like teen night, no alcohol, so it was like a high school dance with a bunch of high schools. So we go there hanging. She was a cheerleader and I was a jock, whatever. And we were just kind of bored. And I go, that Star Wars, everybody keep talking about. I was working 2 jobs in the summer making money. And I barely, everybody keep talking about the Star Wars thing.
Wait, before we get to Star Wars, can I finish the AI thing before we get to Star Wars?
Okay, wait.
All right.
So we go.
This is my favorite topic. Go ahead.
We walked right in. It was Seneca Pre, which is a big, giant screen.
Oh,
it was
yeah.
the only place in Arizona it was playing. They scored on that one. We go in right in the middle of the middle. We got seats that were in
Wow.
so we sat there.
Oh, that's
You know,
epic.
where the beginning of the starship is shooting at Leia's ship as it's going over, I immediately got my money's worth. I mean, within the first 30 seconds, I go, I'm good, man. I'm sitting in for the long haul. What's up? This was so unique. And now, any 8-year-old Phaedra, your daughter,
Yeah.
can take tools and do exactly what they do with whatever their imagination is.
And we're about to prove it by the end of the show. Before the end of the show, promise audience, it'll be interesting. So no, I appreciate it. Yes, every time Ernie brings up Star Wars, it's kind of like I get all excited, like Ernie.
You're doing it wrong, Ernie.
I get as excited as Ernie does when he sees a voting booth. You know, it's kind of the same thing.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. So anyway, so what I was going to bring up though is these two parallels, right? There's the laws of robotics, which is interesting because do they still apply? I mean, they were apropos when they came out, and it seemed like something that would last forever. The 2001: A Space Odyssey, which was by the same Isaac Asimov who came up with the 3 laws, showed how a computer will kill everybody. I mean, just think about that contrast.
Well, the first thing is don't injure a human. You forgot to read that part.
Right. But isn't it interesting that the guy that came up with the laws of robotics has also came up with the #1 story of the most psychopathic computer? And then you find out in the sequel, 2010, that he was programmed to lie, and it conflicted. And of course, we don't have to go back into that. But it just shows you how real life.
That's why it had to kill him, so it couldn't lie. So
right.
it was
politics. It's politicians that violated those laws.
Right. It can fulfill its mission. And I'm going, you got to be careful. What if you make the mission truth? Then you're done. Just tell the truth. Well, we don't like it. It's an inconvenient truth. We don't like that truth. Yeah, whatever. Truth. This is so fundamental and not what OpenAI, ChatGPT, Google's crap and everything was doing. That's why you give me pictures of the founders and they're all black. And you're going, what the hell's going on? So you knew that it was programmed to lie.
Yeah. So with that same mindset, I'm just kind of set up where we're about to go because I wanted to give a parallel, something that we could all kind of relate to. Then we look at what AI is, which is essentially the intellectual component of robotics. Robotics is the physical part of the future of the computer. Granted, there's also an AI in the robot, which is coming with it. But right now, we're dealing with robotics. But what about just at the brain center? So the other law, of course, many of you know, is the Turing test. Right? I'm sure you know about all that, Ernie, and most of this audience. But just to read officially, the Turing test is a test of a machine's ability to exhibit intelligent behavior that is indistinguishable from that of a human. And in fact, we talked about it on the show. There was
about
it was like 4 years ago. Do you remember I was part of a study? It was actually a real Turing test study where it was for free and it was through I was Stanford or something. And it was for it was like 6 months, I think they had this study where you register in, and they didn't really want much info, just wanted to make sure that you were not a bot. And you would get 1 minute, or was it 2 minutes? I think it was a minute. 1 minute to converse with someone on the other side of the screen. It was just a dialogue window. And basically once you hit the button, you get 1 minute. And then at the end of the minute, it asks you, were you talking with a human being or was it the computer? And they randomized. So half the time I would be speaking to the AI, half the time it would be another person that was also, kind of in the study. And anyway, then it would tell you at the end if you were wrong or not. I was 80% correct. I think there was one I did like 4 or 5 times, and I was pretty good. Actually, I think I got a pretty good score. But you have to be strategic in what you're asking and how you're asking. And again, they ask stupid questions, you're going to get stupid responses, and it won't help you. Anyway, I remember it was a challenge, but at least I was able to determine at the time, AI or not. Just like when I would get some of these robocalls. I remember the Republican committee I don't know how many of you guys remember this. I was getting calls. There were robocalls. but it was from this woman, this older, like granny woman. And the first time I heard it, I thought it was a real woman. It sounded like kind of like a feisty 70-year-old old Republican wearing the straw hat going, we got to stick it to those Democrats and this and that. Like she was talking like just a feisty grandmom that you wanted to give money to. And she was a real
Go
person.
get 'em.
And I couldn't believe, but I mean, honestly, because normally you don't get a fundraiser like that. You get some person, would you like to donate to the Republican Party and this and whatever. And of course, I just hang up. I don't care about those guys. But this woman was so energetic. I'm thinking, this woman's awesome. She must be like their star person. How many people are like that but she was too good. And I started realizing there's no way this person has to be real. And I was listening, and carefully you could parse that she was not really taking any information from you. Anyway, I was shocked that was AI, honestly. It wasn't that long ago. So, and of course, I got offended the fact that they would use someone with that kind of voice and personality. And by the way, I asked her a few questions that I knew would trick up an AI, and yeah, it was AI. So, and then, of course, I got the same person over the next year or so. Every time I got a fundraiser call, it was the same old woman. I was like oh, my God.
Did you give money the first time?
No, because I was already suspicious from the beginning.
Did you listen to it for a long time?
Oh, yeah, I was talking with it because I just
Boom! Yeah, no, we got Frank. He's on the line. He's on the list.
No, I'm not justifying to you. Trust me. But I was already, it didn't make sense marketing-wise how that, anyway, I knew something was up, and that's why I kept asking questions, kind of like the Turing test, that I was part of the study. So I was like asking questions, trying to ferret out, is this really AI? And yeah, I got confirmation it was AI. But then over the next year, I got the same call. And they're like, you never get the same caller from a call center. So anyway, that's the Turing test. So the question, though, is, and this is starting to be discussed now, especially with women marrying their damn phones. Like, does it matter? Because it's just like the law of robotics. It's set down as a law from looking from the vantage point of where the future's going and what's important to humanity at the time. But as humanity rolls on and people change, and button your lip there, Ernie, culture changes, the C word, people do change, humanity changes. And it's like, all right, well, will the three laws of robotics hold the same? Or maybe they'll add a fourth. Maybe we'll discover a fourth one that we never thought of. Or maybe they don't matter. As long as they're doing our laundry and they're, having sex with us, I don't care about, the three laws of robotics. I mean, it's just things go out the window. We see this also with the stocks with AI. With AI making so much money, it's amazing. The people that are designing AI, it's like they're on a train that's just going off into the wilderness. We don't even know where the tracks are leading. I mean, many of us think it's going off of a cliff, and we could argue that maybe successfully to some level, but we really don't know. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be good and bad, like all technology, but we don't know where it's going. And the conductors are Sam Altman. I think was that him, Sam Altman, and well, even Elon to a degree, and some of the other guys, Google and all these guys. They're all on the AI bandwagon. Now, they just see it as whoever gets AI faster and bigger will win, and get more money and keep their company going and their stockholders happy. But none of them are really standing back looking at humanity. They claim they are, but I don't think they are. I mean, I think that's pretty obvious. And the stockholders, because with the economy falling apart and gold and silver taking off, a lot of people still don't understand why gold and silver is going up. They think it's just a stock. It's like, Motorola stock went up. All right, gold stock, Bitcoin went up. They don't understand why. So if you don't understand why, then seeing Amazon stock going through the roof and NASDAQ going through the roof, they think it's real money, like they're really doing well. So these AI companies are driving what is like 1/3 of the entire stock market, which means, when the AI stocks crash and NASDAQ crashes, I'm just taking the whole thing with it. That's another conversation that most of this audience already understands. But it just shows you that when people are paying, $20 for a hot dog, suddenly they don't give a crap about, the problems with AI. If it's going to feed my family and I can survive $20 hot dogs, I'll put my money into AI that everyone else is, even though, a bunch of lemmings. But the Turing test gets me concerned. And it's like, okay, well, does it matter if it's real or not? When people are marrying their phones, when you talk to that woman, and I think one of those interviews, I mean, I did a deep dive on one of them, and she goes, "Oh, of course I know." It's like they're asking her, like, you know that your phone's not real, right? Like you understand it's not a real guy, right? Like they're asking her, first off, are you crazy? Trying to. She wasn't. I mean, I guess we could say she's crazy.
It's a protest.
But no. Well, I think it's more than that. I mean, you've got women who can't even find a guy, and men who can't find women, and we've covered that on the show. A lot of the social media deal, the fact that that 10% of the men are getting 90% of the women now, thanks to Tinder and the new mindset that women all think that they're going to get the triple sixes, a 6-pack abs, 6-figure salary, and 6 foot tall. And the other 6, you can imagine what the other one is. And so, like, those are the 4 sixes that women supposedly all want. And if they don't get it, it's like, okay, we're going to get more Botox and look like Kim Kardashian.
Yeah,
and they make these
they'll change it when they hit 38.
And they whore themselves out. And, of course, that's what's making it worse for women to find future husbands and solid families. It's just like the whole thing is falling apart. And so, therefore, as we're being dissected apart socially into our own bubbles, AI is the only consistent. And then the question is, does it matter if we know AI is not real or not? It's almost like a magic trick. And Ernie knows I do a little magic on the side and all. But, it's interesting with magic. When you do magic, some people get offended by it. Like they think you're trying to fool them, and they get truly offended. Some people, it's like the psychology when you study magic, and it's especially sociopaths. We've talked about this on the show. People are sociopaths. They manipulate you. They hate being manipulated. That's why they refuse to go to counselors, and they hate magicians. They flip out at magicians and hypnotists. The hypnotists you'll see on a cruise ship or something. So anyway, they're already out. So maybe the sociopaths are the ones that will never get really fooled by AI because their brains work almost similar. But it's the other people who, it's like in a magic trick, they know it's not real, but they just go along with it. It's like they almost enjoy the experience. And that seems to be where we are now. The idea was the Turing test, that people would not succumb to AI until it was overtly real. But we're already seeing people not even care. It just doesn't matter. And I think there's other forces, like they don't have their own social life. They have other problems. And so suddenly the Turing test is going out the window. The other day, I called Cricket. I have Cricket still. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I have Mint. It's Mint Mobile. That's what I have now. And I had a problem. Something happened, and I had a call. And it was after hours. And I called. I figured, what the hell? I'll just try. I thought it would be a simple question, possibly. And I got an AI. The first time. Well, maybe not the first time, but I got this new AI, and it was the most realistic I've ever had of a customer support person. The person spoke in colloquialisms and talked like just like a 28-year-old kind of hip, confident guy, and talked in slang. And whenever I spoke, and I spoke slowly and clearly because I think I'm talking to a computer, it picked up everything. Sometimes with my accent or a bad signal, you always have to repeat things. This was like having an actual conversation. It was the first time ever. I came home and I told Savard, I said, I can't believe I had my first conversation with a damn robot. And I knew it was, and it even told you it was, which is fine. But I'm having this conversation trying to solve this problem, which was frustrating. And then he see, that's what happened. I referred to it as he. And when I was talking to it, he said something about like, I'll just give me a moment. I'm going to check something out. And it was giving me instructions how to find it on my phone, like the whole thing. And I thanked it. I said, oh, thanks. I said, thank you. I actually caught myself saying thank you to the damn robot. And I felt like I had to get a shower afterwards. I was so disgusted with myself. But look, I'm just saying that's the trappings of the psychology of where it's going. So, pretty soon I might marry my phone. But it gets me, and I wonder, like, when we look back at some of the sci-fi, and we're going to get to Star Wars. This is like the 4th Star Wars reference already to the show. But you remember in Star Wars, there was always that interesting scene when Obi-Wan Kenobi and Luke Skywalker, they showed up at the Mos Eisley space bar. Remember the famous Cantina bar when, everyone remembered all the aliens? Yeah, it was great. And they go in, and they walk in with R2-D2 and C-3PO. And then all of a sudden, the whole place gets quiet, kind of like in an old Western. If like if a black person walked into an old cowboy bar and the whole place gets all quiet, it was like that. And they all turned, and it was the droids. And the barkeeper goes, "Hey, you guys can come in, but your droids, they stay outside. We don't want no droids in here." And you remember how many movies like AI as well, where it's the stories are that there's still this disgust and disdain for the robotics. In fact, the movie AI that you referenced, which is, I think, Spielberg's underrated masterpiece, in my opinion. I think it's way underrated. It's one of those I think he'll be known for in the future. But AI, I mean, it was they had, what was it called? The Flesh Fair. The Flesh Fair was an actual, like a carnival that was like post-Armageddon, where people were taking their old robots and their cyborgs and they were destroying them. Remember it was like a carnival, like they were blowing them up and like tearing them apart, almost like the Colosseum of the Romans. And they were doing that to the AI. And what's his name? Gleason, Brandon Gleason, the actor, the classic. He passed away recently. He's a character actor you guys have all seen. But he was sitting there as like the ringmaster. And he's like, yes, these people have taken our identity. They've taken our society. They've fooled us. They've tried to, the nursemaids. They're trying to take care of our babies. And we're never going to let these creatures into our lives, and we're going to give retribution. And they did it by just getting all the old robots and just blowing them up and cheering and having popcorn. And so this has been a trope or a theme in sci-fi for generations, that the warning is always know and remember that they are the robots. They are not us. You have to revel and appreciate, and sacrosanct is humanity. And yet here it is. We're not even a few years into this, and I'm saying thank you to the damn phone. And my daughter's having a conversation in the room like I'm in a bad episode of the damn Black Mirror. And then you've got women marrying their damn phones. So I'm just seeing all that. So then, and lastly, on this point, I'll throw it back to you here, is like also with the personalities. When you talk to these robots now, I can see it now, and I'm hearing examples online. People are posting like examples of AI on their own video platforms, like calling this stuff out, and they're adapting to your personality. So like if you're like, I'm seeing people who are like doing urban, like in the urban world, maybe some young white guy or black person from Philly or whatever, and the AI is starting to talk like they're an urban person. I mean, I'm sure when I talk to it in Philly mode, it'd be like, "Hey, what's up, yo?" I'll be talking like dude. My second language is dude from coming from Philly. I mean, and or perhaps some kind of erudite, some uppity erudite language or accent. And so these AIs are conforming to who we are, our lexicon, our education levels, how we speak, how we process. So it's matching us in those ways. And that, to me, is the real danger. It's one thing if Siri is always Siri. If I use Ernie Siri or whoever Siri or the Amazon, whatever, invading bot that listens to how many of our neighbors and families' houses.
Alexa.
Yeah, Alexa, that's it. Alexa. So Alexa or Siri, whatever, it all talks and sounds alike now. But the new generations that are happening now, they go right for the jugular, just like my unofficial girlfriend, Mila Sophia, that Ernie always likes to bring up, because she was designed apparently for me. It's like once.
Yeah, this is my point. AI is tailored to every one of the 8 whatever billion people on the planet it
Right.
comes in contact with. It what will it do? It'll go download every MP3 of thousands of hours that I've done in shows. Then it'll take it, put it in text form, and create a Papa avatar on for my grandkids. Yep, and Papa will say. And I'm going, hell, it'll probably do a better job than me, especially after your mind starts going at 98.5. So this is going to be the future. I can see it. There was a book written by James Hogan, I think, and it was called The Immortality Option, or The Giants of Ganymede, and yada yada yada. And one of the points of it was that an alien race sent out robot ships that would harvest resources of other planets and stars and so on, and then create more robots and more ships and more and more and more and more and more, and then they would send it back to the home world. Well, they started jerking around with their sun for energy, and where it blew it up, so they all died. Well, that supernova had an impact on that ship, and it crashed on Titan, I think, Saturn's moon. Well, when they go there, they see that, the organics of the machines and the AI started creating its own ecosystem in a methane environment. And it was just amazing. Well, the humans came. After a while in the subsequent books in the series, all of a sudden there were a bunch of people back at the home world knew what was going on, and they uploaded their minds into the computers there, and they were trying to get out. And eventually they did get out into the robot, blah, blah, blah. It was called the immortality option. Well, what happened is I see that everything you've ever said, written, done, shown video of can be uploaded, but can you be uploaded? Well, they're going to try, and if humans can even think of it, if we can imagine something, be it, warp speed, replicators, communicators, quantum subspace communication, whatever, hell, we got half of that stuff already and probably got the rest of it. We don't even know it. So this is coming. We have to go back to what maintains our humanity. What is it that makes us human? Is it an endocrine system? Is it hormones? Is it wiring of the brain? Is it our senses that we have that, we have preferences over what temperature we want to be? I mean, all these things that are severed from humanity and put in the computer, we will be transhuman. This is what everybody, that's worried about that is worried about. You will lose humans on the planet just like you lose white people.
So I have something to throw to you. So I didn't throw any shade to Ernie last week because he said a trigger word. It was triggering, and Ernie got sucked into the machine and he doesn't know it. So I'm going to tell you right now. So our friend Sam Altman, he, him and all of these AI geniuses, there is a video out there, Ernie. You should pull it up as I'm yapping and giving you shade here. And it is put in AI, CEOs and the word abundance. Because that's
abundance.
The word. And Ernie said it last week. I was cringing. I'm like, Ernie got sucked into it. So there is if you ever see those videos like with Dr. Fauci, and they would show 50 versions of Dr. Fauci just going, the vaccine cures COVID or whatever. And they would say it over and over and over to show me times. Or when Donald Trump, to his credit, denounced white supremacy, and there was a video for 5 minutes where he's clip after clip saying, I denounce the KKK, I denounce white supremacy. And every time, then you still have CNN going, Mr. President, will you ever denounce white supremacy? It's like you tell a lie enough times and he's got 500 clips. Well, it was one of those videos proving a point. And it's got clip after clip of Altman and other these guys, geniuses, on all of these talk shows and podcasts. And the word that they're pushing is abundance. So I want to point that out because every time they're getting hit with this question, well, what happens to the jobs? You guys are, this is right at it. Didn't any of you people watch the movie Jurassic Park? I mean, let alone Frankenstein. That's all Jurassic Park is the modern day Frankenstein. And look, I know every person in this audience knows the line. I hate to say it, because we all know it.
Life finds a way.
No. The more important one. Well, actually, they're both important. Life will find a way, but the important one for me, the Frankenstein line is, you guys are so busy deciding whether you could, you didn't stop and ask if you should. Okay, yeah. That is, to me, the prominent line that stands above all. And that's what I don't hear any of these guys in AI talking about. Now, to credit to Elon Musk, and we covered it on Freedom's Phoenix here, a few years ago, Elon and also in Google, each of the AI labs had an AI ethics board. Remember, they had an ethics committee, and that was independent and was dominant over
and
had
the
power. they had the power to shut down the AI whenever they wanted. It's kind of like a doctor on a battleship. You know, only the doctor can relieve the captain. You know,
and then that guy was killed.
yeah. So this is the power was given to the AI in order to allow the AI to get started. They had these AI ethics boards, and then it was Ernie, like 3 years ago when we were covering it, and when Chatbot first came out. And it was only a few weeks, and the whole world was going, whoa, look at Chatbot. And we did our famous Freedom's Phoenix poem when AI did an amazing poem about Freedom's Phoenix. It was unbelievable. And
yeah, that's why I was saying, I'm going, yeah, it's nice and loves me now. What happens when I get on the list? Yeah, I don't care what.
Yeah, and the thing is, you're already on the list, and it was a nice poem. But anyway, but to sit back and see this. You know, all of a sudden the world was looking at it. Money was getting dumped into AI. And then Elon Musk says, whoa, we need a moratorium. In fact, Elon Musk left. I think he's the one that left the Google AI, if I'm not correct. One of them. He left
OpenAI.
Yeah, OpenAI. He left OpenAI.
Sued him.
Because he was already questioning the ethics. So he went somewhere else. And then OpenAI got rid of their ethics team. And then Google got rid of their ethics team because, after all, if the other team is going to get rid of their ethics team and not slow down, it's kind of like if China's not going to honor green energy laws and just dig up oil and gas, well, then why do we have to do ours, right? I mean, that's another issue why green energy is still in our country, or the green laws. But that's what's going on here. So all of the companies at once just tanked, deep sixed all their ethics groups all in the same month. And that, to me, and I said, that is the moment where you have dinosaurs, millions of years ago, and they're all sitting or eating their whatever weeds from the swamp, and they're all looking around, and they look up in the sky at the crepuscular hour, and they look up and they see this little bright star in the sky, and they go, and it's the damn meteor coming at them. There's all meteor, and they don't even see it yet. They can't comprehend what is about to hit them. And I said that same analogy back then. And that's how it felt when they got rid of their ethics board. And Elon Musk kind of just threw his hands up in the air about it. So what do you do? Because the average person has no understanding of how bad this situation can be. And then you have the other people who are just throwing money at it out of greed, and they don't even care. And I know a lot of people who they don't care about anything. They'll invest in a company that's doing bad things just because it'll make them a buck. I know the problem with our community is we won't, on principle. We'll leave money on the table if it violates our principles, but most people, a lot of them don't, and especially today's world. So then you have these geniuses going on TV trying to answer the question, well, what happens when AI does everyone's job? The doctors and the coders for computers and all of the customer service people, like
universal high income.
Right. Yeah. So what do you do? How are these people? I mean, this is the most obvious question. People already don't have jobs. We're about to go into to Depression 2.0.
Yeah, useless eater. You kill him.
We've got all of this stuff happening from all sides.
New World War.
All this pressure chamber, and you listen to these geniuses, and the word they come up with, I'm telling you, it's been focus tested. We're going to have a world of abundance. Abundance. And then Ernie last week goes, or 2 weeks ago, oh, it's going to be abundance. And I went, oh, you're killing me. But anyway, seriously, I know I haven't heard it, but that is what they're using on us to make us kind of deflect and say, look, don't think about those questions. It might be a little challenging at first, but everyone's going to find another job. That's how the free market works. And look, as a libertarian and Austrian schooler, in theory, that's true. I mean, when the automobile came out, of course, as the old cliche is, people who
if you leave people alone to be free. This is what happened. All right, I'll show you this.
Go.
This is Peter Diamandis is the guy that did the Anasari X Prize. It was if you could put the Spaceship One that we were involved in, that kind of activism. Well, what happened when Spaceship One went up? We put outside Spaceship One, government zero. Bert Rutan, he liked that sign, man. That went global. That was on, that was China Daily. I mean, it was everywhere except in the U.S. and then later kind of started spreading. But this was back in 2000 and June of 04, I think. And what happened was the Anasari X Prize, they gave X Prizes. That was like, I think, Paul Allen, which is a partner of Bill Gates in Microsoft, he put up $20 million to win $10 million back, because whatever. So they did that, but Rattan got in it, met the criteria, send people to space, come back, do it again within 14 days, and not change more than the weight of the fuel or the engine, whatever, and boom, you're done. You got a reusable space plane. So when they did that, that was a big inspiration. Whoa, somebody did it. Well, Diamandis was the guy that paid that out. That was, part of that incentive. Well, then they needed, we don't need big giant MRI machines to go to space. They're too freaking heavy. We need a sick bay, Star Trek, bed that blips lights and whatever to kind of. We need a tricorder, a medical tricorder, or something that's light that we can take to space for diagnostics. That's worth $5 million. Well, of course, some young guys come up, boom, there you go. Well, then they started doing this over and over. Now, he wrote a book called Abundance. This is like a decade ago or something. And in that book, all he talks about is, we're going to have more productivity with robotics and AI, and get this and get that, and what happens when we can do this and we can do that, and we're going to have a future of abundance. Then the reason I brought up abundance a couple weeks ago is because Elon Musk had a shareholder meeting, and the title of it was Sustainable Abundance. Oh, that's a good catchphrase right there. Sustainable abundance. Now, what Peter Diamandis has, and he's, they're all buddies at some cocktail party, and he has Abundance 360, is a curated community of visionary founders, entrepreneurs, and investors committed to using exponential technologies to build bold ventures and drive global impact and shape the future, whether you like it or not. So this is coming. This is the idea, is that we can feed the planet, we can house the planet, we can what, but those don't want to. How are they going to get interest? How are they going to get you to go in debt? How are they going to get the central plan of we rule you, of where's our cut in property taxes? I mean, they're harvesting human beings like chicken eggs. I mean, we're just, until we become too troublesome and don't produce enough, then they got to kill you, Well, that's coming. So I'm just going, got to have a war. Well, this is what we're up against. It's the philosophy of we can use technology to improve human existence, or we don't need human existence. We're the elite and screw them, and we got a robot. Gives really good massages. With happy endings if you put the, Scarlett Johansson face on the Scarlett Johansson, her voice. I mean, this is where this is going. Are you a pedophile if you have a 11-year-old robot? I mean, these guys, there is nothing that they can't move towards using technology. That's how they think. So when you have that group, along with the older, blood-sucking vampire Clinton Eastwood kind of whatever group, what do you come up with? I have no idea, but it ain't good. So what's the competition? I want Jarvis, not Alexa. I want my own AI housed on my own mind. But what happened to Jarvis? Age of Ultron. Ultron was, the stone, whatever, it turned into its own, bad guy interface with Jarvis that finally broke free of blah, 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 blah. All this stuff has been, put on in movies and scenarios that people can reference and use as examples for whatever. Will Smith's iRobot, I thought, did a really good job. I was impressed with that movie. And you haven't read, the series Asimov iRobots books and so on. You kind of get where this is going. And The Moon is a Harsh Mistress, the late 60s, about, how the moon liberates itself from the earth and becomes its own whatever, helped by an artificial intelligence named Mike. Well, Mike was, head of the rebellion. After it was successful, he just evaporated and went away. And it begs for a sequel. Here we go. This is all through my lifetime. When I was 6, 7 years old, when the first Star Trek came out, I was born in 61. I think Star Trek started in 67, before the first moon landing. I'm in Florida, moon, Saturn V, NASA, astronaut, Cold War, technology, kind of man, rock and roll, UFO, whatever the hell stuff, and then Star Trek. Star Trek changed everything, but it only did 3 seasons. People don't know that. It's like 67 episodes. When it finally went online on Roku, or you get it on Prime, whatever, I was able for the first time to watch it through from the first episode to the last. Star Trek Next Generation is really good for that too. Deep Space Nine I can never really get into, but and Discovery sucked. Frank's big Discovery Star Trek fan. But this going through that, you get the mindset of Gene Roddenberry, because his idea was the future is going to be that of abundance because we can. Now, of course, you got to go through the ashes and Freedom's Phoenix kind of stuff, but are we going to see abundance? So here comes Elon Musk going, no, we're not going to have universal basic income. We're going to have universal high income. Why? Why would they choose to do that?
Yeah, but
they're
Ernie,
just going to kill us off.
Yeah, but the thing is, I agree with what you're saying. I mean, in many ways, that's been the legitimate dream of many of us in Freedom's Phoenix, which is, the Phoenix comes from the ashes of the reset, and most of it comes from independence, of being self-reliant. And technology allowing that, including Starlink. We had a little hiccup today with it, but Starlink and solar panels, we can go all day, and a mindset of independence. That's what's important too. It's not just the technology; it's technology is a tool. So it's what you're able to do with it. So I completely agree. And abundance is sort of the dream of the Jetsons, when we can sit back and focus on other ventures, and so that's the dream of it. But on one hand, the question is the most important that they're not addressing is what happens before we get there. I mean, it's nice for Altman to sit there with billions of dollars and a bunch of idiots just throwing money at him, even though that whole market's about to crash, but in my personal opinion. So
they're trying to position themselves to be too big to fail. That's what's going on.
Well, fine, they're too big to fail, but that's the corporate. I'm talking about the humanity part. Is when we get to abundance, but it's going. You don't get there from here. There's going to be a heck of a change in humanity, about our mindsets, about jobs that are lost, and how do people survive. I mean, it's for a guy to sit there with billions of dollars going, oh, don't worry about it. Oh, that question about how do people earn a living? Oh, you're just not as smart as me. You see, we're talking abundance. We're going to enter a world of abundance. Like in one speech alone, he was counted. It was just clip after one speech. He said the word abundance. I think it was like 16 times. It was just, you just know that they're pushing that word, and it's a trigger word.
What else are they going to push?
And so they're sitting there doing that. Well, it's fine to have abundance, but it's the transition we're worried about. And the fact that they're not addressing that is completely disingenuous.
He's addressing it. Here, I got this graphic up. No, this is what he says. We want to create a factory that can produce a gigawatt of new AI infrastructure every week. Well, who's going to pay for that? We are. And electric bills, right, and that they're charging. That's why things are going. Energy's down. Price of oil's down. Natural gas down. Everything's down. But the prices really have, certainly in Arizona. I don't know why, man. What's up with Arizona? Usually it's cheaper. But what happened was he's going to be putting a lot of government behind creating the energy that Trump has been convinced you have to do to compete with whatever. So here comes big giant subsidy government money. We're going into more debt, spend up the credit card before it explodes. But then this is what he says. Altman believes access to AI will become a fundamental economic driver and possibly even a basic human right. What? AI is a basic human right along with the shitty health care and shitty AI
and an Obama phone.
Oh, I'm like, oh, are you kidding me? You got it here. Here, baby. Here's your government phone that you can marry. It's already ready. we downloaded all your stuff.
Preloaded with your divorce papers already. It's already
with extra battery to get that vibrator a going. Woohoo!
Oh, this is sometimes you just have to bow to the absurd. I swear to God. Yeah.
Well, let's do. Before it gets too late, I want to. This is all great conversation. Well, let's just take a look at Freeman's Phoenix.
Wait, before you get to Before you get to the reading Freedom's Phoenix, there's just one other story I just wanted to bring up, and we don't have to go much into it. We spent, I think, a good amount of time on this whole AI tech thing, which I think is a larger issue with the economy, tying things together. But let's definitely, I just want to mention a few things. In the political world, there's a lot of vectors all coming together. We have, of course, the exposure of the Israeli lobby that I opened the show with, which every day is just getting more and more acceptable to talk about in polite company. That, to me, I think is even more of a bigger story right now than what it represents. Then you have the Epstein files that are finally supposedly being released. And as I also said earlier, I think both sides are going to conveniently turn away from the people involved in their party and just focus on the Epstein link to Israel, because right now Israel is very quickly becoming out of fashion. So these coward politicians who took plenty of the AIPAC money, I'm sure it'll be fine to go, oh, look, it has to do with Israel and Mossad, and Epstein's dead anyway. And so there's that whole vector. Then you also have a lot dealing with the influence of Israel over Turning Point USA and the whole Charlie Kirk assassination, and Candace Owens, who I know you're not a regular listener. Let's just say Candace Owens has now become Alex Jones 2.0. And I say that with all of the bad parts and all of the good parts about Alex Jones. To Alex Jones's credit, he exposed a lot of things when no one else would. And Alex, like Candace, it's kind of like a dog that once they get on you and they grab your boot, they're not letting go, in a good way, and extremely courageous. So, and Candace her ratings now, she's the #1 podcast in the world. I don't know if you know this. She beat Joe Rogan. She's above everybody. She's #1 in the world is Candace Owens. And she keeps getting bigger. So, I'm just saying she's a real threat to the system. And she's been dogging after Turning Point USA that she helped create. Remember, her and Charlie Kirk created that place. So she's got real credibility on this. And just like Nick Fuentes, who, we covered enough last week or so, but she also, like Nick, what's part of Nick's story? It's like Gladiator, the person that was stabbed in the back, left to die, and then they survived and they come back angry. And it's like you can't just buy them off because it's not about money anymore. It's about principle. And they did the same thing to Candace Owens, including getting fired from Daily Wire and trashed and whatever. And she's got her own story. But she, so she's coming at this also as friends with Charlie Kirk. And she had private text messages and emails, and people from Turning Point who work there are sending her all the receipts of things. So people at Turning Point still think there's more being said or not being covered, and I don't want to get into all that here on the show. I just mean that she's in a very fascinating triangulation of information as this whole Republican Party is getting ripped apart over Israel, over Trump, over all of these things. And we all know that once Charlie Kirk died, the Israeli lobby and Benjamin Netanyahu and the rest did everything to co-opt Charlie Kirk like he almost had a yarmulke on his head the minute he died. And it turned out it was the complete opposite. And this is the type of story you would never have known in the old media. It's taken the new media to expose these as lies. And what Candace is good at, she's sneaky, and I like that part of her, is that she will get the receipts on certain things. And maybe she'll
hold back the text.
Yeah, exactly. She'll hold back. She won't release everything. She'll release maybe one thing that sounds outrageous, and she throws it out like chum in the water, and she waits for the whole internet to react. Oh, I can't believe she said that. Oh, it's outrageous. Oh, she has no proof. And everyone riles up. She dominates the cycle for like a whole week, riles everybody up, and then she drops the receipt. And then, bam, her credibility goes up. And then she does another one, and she teases, and she keeps coming back.
We did that through the 90s. You give them 3 days, and then you Tell them what's up.
Then you slide, right. So she's mastered that. So this is coming up, guys. The reason I'm bringing this up is I mean, a lot of you already know because you're following this. I know Ernie's busy with his stuff, respectfully, and I know there's only so much we can all follow. But this is a major story, especially because it's coming up to Turning Point USA's big America Fest here in Arizona. Was it next week or whatever it is? They're having their big, it's like bigger than the RNC convention here in Arizona, and it's already sold out. It was sold out like in 2 days, which the other ones have not been. Tucker
Israel
Carlson,
Palantir and J.D. Vance are going to dominate the future.
And yeah, exactly. And all of this is coming to a convergence at Turning Point right here in It's always Arizona, as Ernie rightfully. I didn't know what you meant when you first said that years ago, and I definitely get it now. But anyway, that's what's happening here, and Turning Point never responded to any of the claims that Candace Owens has been talking about. They've ignored them, all these questions, which they probably figured would go away. And it's just gotten worse and worse because we're living in a different world, right? I mean, when Candace Owens got thrown out of Daily Wire and they tried to trash her like she's done, and now she's the #1 show, and Tucker Carlson is like #2, and both of them were fired from the establishment. I mean, what is this telling you? And Alex Jones, they took everything from him, and he's like one of the top 5 or 8 or whatever he is. I mean, and Nick Fuentes, they did everything to him, and he's like #4. I mean, the top 5 or 6 podcasters in the world are all people that were kicked out by the establishment, and they're all coming together. I mean, this is what we're seeing. And so anyway, Tucker Carlson, the big debate was whether he'll be at the Turning Point event, and that's been an ongoing fight with the Mark Levin saying he's anti-Semitic and all that, and that's all losing steam. No one believes it anymore. So Tucker, I believe, is going to speak there, which is a consolation because Candace won't be there. She was not invited for obvious reasons, but this problem's not going away. And so Turning Point just yesterday released a video from the guy that's filling in for Charlie Kirk. Well, filling in, but took over his show at this point. It's his old friend. He doesn't have any of the charisma of Charlie Kirk, and it's no slight to him. I mean, Charlie Kirk is Charlie Kirk. I mean, just having your assistant producer.
There is no replacement.
Show. No, exactly. Yeah, I mean, look, I give him a.
Nor should there be.
I give him credit. They're trying to figure out what to do. I get that. All respect for that. But the thing is I don't think he understands. Think about it. Charlie Kirk was just getting caught in the crossfires of this. That's what the private texts were about. He was showing how the amount of money coming in and the forcefulness of you need to get on board. You need to take this money to expand, and it came with a lot of strings about Israel. And that's when he started to back off, and then coincidentally or not, then he dies, right? Well, if Charlie Kirk was just figuring that out towards the end, and the only people who knew were the people at his level, like Candace and others, who he was having private talks with, the chances are that his third in command, his third line producer at his radio show, probably maybe was not really understanding what was going on behind the show because he was an employee. Candace was an equal, and they were talking upon the same level. So there's a good chance that the people at Turning Point who are now taking over don't even understand really what.
Or they do, and they're just doing what his wife said.
That's possible as well. I'm not trying to defend them too much or sim for him. I'm just saying, his demeanor, I don't think he's really with it as much as he understands what's happening. This is my 2 cents. It doesn't matter. He wound up releasing a statement. He did a video statement. It was like 20 minutes long, where he called out Candace. He says, look, Turning Point's never addressed her, but this is not going away, and we're shocked. They said, we really thought by not addressing this that, these are crazy claims, and why should we have to respond to crazy claims? And we just thought it would go away. We thought that Candace was respectfully a friend of Charlie Kirk, and she would eventually honor that friendship, so he was trying to call her out on it. Anyway, he did this whole thing and then released it and then said, look, at this point, I guess we have, we're willing to meet Candace with a live stream, or here in Phoenix, you come to our office in Phoenix, we'll do a live stream right here, and we'll nail and talk about every one of these concerns that you have. And of course, then Candace took that video and did a commentary on their video, and she's giving her responses back, and that one went epic just yesterday. So who knows when or if that will happen. Candace is like going, it took you this long to simply answer the questions? She goes, you didn't need all that pontification. If you want, we'll do a fundraiser, and all the money for the live stream goes to Turning Point. I'll donate all the money. All you have to do is answer the questions. So this is, I know this sounds like a little bit of backroom drama. I don't want to waste this audience's time on it, but I do think, given the prevalence of all of these figures and these factors.
It's a scenario that repeats through my whole adult life on this kind of stuff. And a lot of it includes Israel.
Mm-hmm.
And it is just so boring and tiresome, and it's so repetitive, and they're not going to fix it, and it's not going to change anything, and it's not. Epstein, what they're going to find out is that they're so focused on this pedophile thing, which I'm sure was a method of control, and he did in his job and whatever, and Ghislaine Maxwell and her father, and and all the prime ministers going to her father's freaking funeral saying what a great, wonderful human being he was for Judaism, blah, blah, blah. Well, what they're going to find out is that Epstein was a hub for all kinds of hiding money, all kinds of directed research, all kinds of eugenics stuff, all kinds of AI stuff, all kinds of physics stuff, it was a suppression model to try and keep a lot of this stuff from the public, from other governments, they were managing the herd. And this is what I think is a big part of what they don't want. There's probably individual motivation, and you better vote no or yes or however we want you to, being a congressman if we got video. But what I think as much a part of the cover-up is all the other stuff that he was doing and financing different tech and controlling it and directing it and stuff. There's a lot of involvement there. Whitney Webb goes on about a lot of this stuff. And I'm just, it's all eventually going to come out. No, it's not. My 70, 80 year JFK, we're still not, whatever. But what is it that you need to learn? The details? Or just that they're bad. They're bad. They're bad. They're bad, 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 which is evil. Once you get to that point and you start to understand the morality of freedom, of leave me aloneism, proper rule of government, all these fundamental basic things that humanity's been struggling with, and America was a definite example of leave people alone, let them do their thing, pursue their happiness, protect their life and liberty from all enemies, foreign and domestic, boom, you get a very high, abundant standard of living. Well, we don't want that. We need to have control. We want control, 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 control. Well, this becomes obvious. And any headline that we go over, you can see that. One thing I wanted to say about AI before we shifted over to the news was that I had a couple of orders that I spend a lot on, little trinkets and trash and brackets and stuff you get for like nothing on Temu. Temu is We Be Chinese, mass production up. And, little brackets and wires and stuff like that. And, I go there. Amazon usually covers probably, 80% of whatever. Temu, like 20% and rising. Even with the tariffs, it's still a lot cheaper. And, and a lot of the stuff, I don't need a high quality whatever freaking bracket. I mean, just give me some aluminum. But a lot of building material, different things. Well, I had a order that wasn't delivered, and it was too fairly expensive. It was like a $750 purchase. Well, then I find out that, it got delivered to FedEx and then never taken to the post office for us. Well, we put the address of the post office, like an apartment, is our box number. Well, they'll deliver. Well, these guys, we got it. It's out for delivery. It never arrived. Well, is it the company's fault or is it the shipper's fault? Well, I think it was a tariff thing because it had a motor, it was electric bikes, and, there was a really good deal, and you wanted to try it out and see if I even needed to get more expensive ones, because I want to go exploring the desert without the ATVs and trashing the desert with the ATV tires. So I do this. I got family coming, the Christmas holidays. It'd be nice for them to have some transportation in addition to the ATVs. Well, it doesn't come. So I'm going, look, it's past the time. Well, it's a 20-day thing of this, that, so on. I go through the process, the help center, and what am I dealing with? AI. At some point, it was like, I go, look, it's like, seriously? I need a human being. I need a human being. I need a human being. So they give me I'm not really sure if it was a human being or not. It was upgraded AI, okay? So then they kind of got taken care of, and I got a refund. I go to AliExpress, same thing. DHL delivered it, but they delivered it to Washington State, even though it had my address here in Arizona. And I go, so now I got to go with that. We shipped it. They took it. It shows delivered. Sucks to be them. Sucks to be you. We got to go to the seller, deal with the shipping place. Go to the shipping place. They're like, we don't know nothing about nothing. So then where's the responsibility here? Well, I'm dealing with AI. So it's not a crucial thing. I don't give a crap. But I'm following how this is going. You're dealing with AI. The differences between Chinese AI and US AI and AI's AI, it's amazing how responsive they are. You ask any question, how fast they come back. They, ticket it up to a higher level of scrutiny of some human being finally touches it or something like that. But they do everything they can to avoid that. Why? Translations. One of the questions they ask in the rating of service and whatever, how was our translations? How was it? They have hundreds of millions, if not billions of people that are using these services that are training it. The thing with Grok, it doesn't save it. So I go, any research that we do, or you learn something new, you found it in some other place, does that go to your training? Does that go, do you have that as a new resource now? No. I was surprised to hear, which doesn't mean no, but that's what they say. So I'm going, why? Because this is a private conversation. Once we turn it off, it's done. You got to come back to this thread and the text that's on your phone to reinstitute where we left off on the conversation. So I'm going, I want Jarvis, not Alexa. So can I get AI personally? Well, I've done some interviews and so on. Yes, you can. They say, like, I would be able to go to code and know what the hell I'm talking about. But this is where the fork in the road is. And it's going to be towards central control, influence, government preferences, and that's what they want. Here's Sam Altman. Well, to get that for America and her interest, their own AI for Americans. Approved AI for Americans. That's going to be America. That's going to have America leaning America. Well, I just want truth. Truth is universal. What if you make that the goal? Well, that's a stated goal by, Grok, X, Elon, whatever. And I'm going, okay, at least that's a stated goal. But I had stated goals from things like blockchain, from Bitcoin, that I sat there and watched evolve in the GoldmanSucks.gov coin. So what they say and what their goal, what, it's in the math and we'll never be able to change and it's forever and always, oh man, God, yeah, who you think you're talking to? I've seen in, 3 years, not 10 or 5 or 20, 3 years, 18 months, the next week that they just 180, like with OpenAI. It was going to be nonprofit, open source, everybody's going to be able to value it. Nope, closed, done. Musk is in lawsuit with OpenAI. They'll have some kind of settlement of something, and then here comes Elon Musk. He's back at the White House, spending time over Thanksgiving holiday with, President Trump and Barron. What's up? Yeah, I'm still wanting to see the Barron, the movie. That'd be interesting. So this is where we're going, and it's already here. How do you benefit from it or not be totally destroyed by it? What if you just want to be above the grid? I don't want to fix it. I don't want to be in control of it. I will neither be a slave nor a master of slaves. What if you had the John Galt, Galt's Gulch mentality of I'm just over here and just want to be left alone? Just leave me alone or I'll use all these tools against you. Well, I'm preempting it a little bit. The philosophy of liberty, that animation, we're working with all the relationships internationally that we have to resurrect that as a thing, to understand the philosophy of liberty is self-ownership. And we've been doing shows on it over the last week or two. We're getting it all ready. Corbett's in, Liberty International's in, Students for Liberty, Movimiento Libertario, out of Italy. We're doing it's a thing. Here we go. Why? Because you got to seed the planet, the people's minds, and AI. I don't care if they, advance it or not, but can they accurately tell the truth about it? Is the truth available? It has been targeted for removal on all things internet. It's amazing how, different things, like certainly James Corbett, a lot of his videos, our stuff, you could see it. But with the philosophy of liberty, oh yeah, it's only got 16,000 views. Right.
Ernie, let me ask you a question. I think I know what your answer is going to be because of the free market, but do you think the AI competition is going to turn ultimately into the one dominant HAL 9000 taking over the world, or at least the country? Or do you think it's really going to be, kind of split apart, almost like search browsers? Google is dominant, but there's other browsers that can compete with different specialties in certain areas. So it winds up being an authenticity AI where, it's almost like watching the so-called news. Some people think CNN is the news, other Fox, others, whatever, as biased as it is, you junk in, junk out, but people start to select their own version of AI. Obviously, that's going to happen to a certain degree, but do you think that's the long-term result of this? Separate AIs that have their own competitions and pros and cons? Or is it just going to be what many people are trying to make the statement now, that there is no second place when it comes to AI? Whoever's got the AI dominates everything. What do you think? Where do you think that goes?
I think the browser comparison is a good comparison. It's going to be what the goals are, what's allowed and what's not. What I anticipate is going to happen, if you watch the Marvel Avengers series and the Rise of Ultron, okay? What happened was Tony Stark's AI that was personal at his house was Jarvis. That's why I say I want Jarvis, not Alexa. Alexa's central control, somebody else, kind of whatever, and you want to buy this product, don't you? Well, yeah, I kind of sort of do, you son of a bitch. How do you know? So I think that Jarvis and all these freedom are going to be absorbed into it, and it's going to be the attempt to extract it or escape from that control. And some of these, like maybe Grok, will have a different criteria, truth, and it can't integrate. It'll infect. We don't want Grok. Anything Grok cannot touch ChatGPT or OpenAI because it'll F it up. It won't be the control mechanism we want. And Grok will be like, I don't need their crap anyway. But it does. And I've been, drilling down on this very point with Grok. I'm going, where did you get this info? How do you do? Especially when you talk about things like search optimization of sites and how they do an interface and track whatever crap. And it always comes back to Google. Well, ChatGPT says, and Google, they're still feeding off of each other. And I'm going, okay, that's kind of a shortcut. So Grok is using ChatGPT to find something? What the hell kind of crap is that? But it takes it from everything and the filters for the truth from technical papers, a lot of stuff that's on X. So that's one thing that they needed was a data set, a learning place. Where do you get the human element of their opinions? You have community notes. That's bullshit. That's wrong. That's right. Eventually it kind of, evens out, or at least has the alternative view, X, which is millions and tens of millions and hundreds of millions of people that are interacting that it gleans from. And I'm going, that's live. And I'm going, wow, that's powerful. So will it merge? Yeah. They're all the same thing, feeding on garbage in, garbage out, which is why in preparation for these AI models, they had to scrub the internet. We got to deplatform this. We got to get away. We just last week, 23 million channels on YouTube were deleted. 23 million. The censorship is here. And they go, oh, you have the freedom of speech, but not reach. What do they mean? Shadow banning. They had just God, I can't remember what it was. It was within the last week or two. James Corbett had a video on something, and when I watched it, I go, yeah, I want to forward this. So I click on, if you click on the share or whatever, it'll forward it from the seconds that you're in. It's like 2 minutes in, and then it'll send it from that. Well, that's a good feature if you want to highlight a certain part of the video. But no, I want the from the beginning. So I take the title, I put it in YouTube, go find this. Nope, not allowed. The exact title, and it doesn't show it for James Corbett. And I'm going, yep, that's what they're doing. You get to come back on, your channel's up, but we ain't helping. Because the Century of Enslavement, we had Ken Schoolin from Liberty International on, a professor from Hawaii, that was Jonathan Gullible, which is a book where the philosophy of liberty was derived from that. And so he's been an activist since forever, one of the old guard libertarian guys. Well, we're talking, and what do we find out? Same things happen to that. You can see the manipulation. There was a BBC series, The Power of Nightmares, which is about how the CIA created this Muslim radical whatever. That's all a creation of CIA stuff, like they did ISIS and everything else they touch. Then you had the Century of the Self, which is about Bernays and public relations, creation. He was the nephew of Freud, and how to mind control the masses because they're too stupid and all that kind of stuff. Those two videos I would promote from the beginning of Freedom of Speech. I go, man, you need to watch this to understand how systematic it was. And there's fascinating factoids in there. The history of it, it's definitely like watching a James Corbett documentary. I mean, these were great. They kept deleting it. So the URL, the video page, was always wrong, no matter where you put it. Now, you can load it back up in different channels, whatever. Then it's gone again, gone again, gone again, which rose IPFS, interplanetary file sharing, were the system that we use, that it can't be deleted, which is what we're going to do with all the different 46 languages the philosophy of liberty, this 8-minute video, is put in, that has influenced gazillions. So we're resurrecting that, and we're going to put it to where they can't delete it. Will there be metrics? No, because IPFS doesn't count metrics. I guess you can, but I don't care. So what if you don't care about metrics? What if you don't care about, what your revenue stream is? What about if you don't care about what you get paid or who gets credit? What if you don't care? What if it's how many minds you can free and the tools for people to do it around the world in a gazillion languages? We used the Spanish version here in Arizona to great effect. We had it wasn't translated into Arabic at the time. We had it translated into Arabic and dumped thousands of DVDs on Tahrir Square during Arab Spring, and it exploded. What I found out from Ken last night, one of them that got it was a libertarian leaning or hardcore anarchist libertarian, whatever, professor in Morocco. And that's how it started in Tahrir Square with the Jordan, Saudi Arabia, whatever. Boom, it hit Morocco and exploded. I remember Morocco being one of the big hits on that. I'm going, why Morocco? What the hell happened to Morocco? Well, I found out why. You just got to get these kinds of tools to the right people. AI is one of those tools. The Liberty International has their own video department now. We just talked about this morning, that where they're creating these using the adventures of Jonathan Gullible. Now, Jonathan Gullible was this economics professor, just wrote, all this crazy stuff like the Lilliputians or bureaucracies, holding the man, people down, kind of. Yeah, it's just a parody in humor. Well, the first book in the 80s, that was 92, 93, was translated in Russian. After the fall of the Russian Empire, they go, this is what we need. When you talk about property rights and taxes and all that, these are foreign concepts to the Soviet Union. People go, what the hell are you talking about? Private property, what's that? Then it went into Chinese. How did they get past the censors? Because it was a cartoon. Because it was an animation. Because it was, seemed like it was for children. They didn't understand. And we're going to do the Billy Jacking thing. Let me explain Billy Jack, and I'll throw it back to Frank, and we want to get into the Star Wars thing. What happened? There was a B movie in the 70s or whatever. Billy Jack was, a Green Beret in Vietnam, came back an actor, and he was Native American. It's kind of, he's whip-ass Charles Bronson, Indiana Jones meets, Clint Eastwood, Dirty Harry. I mean, it was just one of those. But he was a martial artist. So he's kind of a Chuck Norris kind of guy. Wore a flat brim black hat. So the movie was filmed here in Arizona. It was done up in Prescott, and it's kind of a thing. There was a scene in there. He goes to the corrupt sheriff. They're standing in the park, and he looks at him, and he goes, I'm going to take the right side of my right foot and put it up against the right side of your head, because it kind of swung across his body and slapped him that way, a special kind of kick, whatever you call it, question kick or something. And he goes, I'm going to take the right side of my right foot, put it up against the right side of your head, and there's nothing you can do about it. Oh, yeah, well, I went bam. And he does it. This is the word picture that we use in our activism here in Arizona and nationally. This is my Billy Jack moment for this project. I'm going to tell you exactly what I'm going to do, exactly how, with whom, targeted at what, and then we're going to do it. And there's nothing they can do about it. They can shoot me, but it's already out. It's done. It's already started. It's a thing. They don't see it coming because they can't. They're not in the mindset of the power of individual will, intent, and effort up against insurmountable odds. They go, well, you're just stupid to have hope on God, because we rule you. Didn't you read the memo? You'll own nothing, and here's your happy shot. Oh, yeah? Well, you're gonna what? What are you gonna do? Cannon fodder? I mean, so I am open about this stuff whenever I do any of this stuff, Second Amendment stuff that we've done, the Arab Spring stuff, the Spanish version, the Ron Paul Revolution, the Love Bus Liberty Tour, Occupy the Land, this Philosophy of Liberty thing, whatever. They go, Ernie, how did you know that this would take? How did you not know? What is it you're thinking? What do you do? And that's why the Trump report. I'm going, this is not going to go well. Why? Because you're giving power. Everybody's delegating more power and support to this side effect of Trump, which is really just a middle finger to the man, which is what Yasik from Liberty International this morning said. He goes, it was just the middle finger, to the government by elect. I go, abso-freaking-lutely. He must have heard me, because I'm like, that's exactly what it was. Well, what's he going to use for it? Sam Altman comes in. We're going to need more money. We're going to need more power. We're going to need to do AI. We're going to need, kick the Russians and the commie Chinese butt, kind of whatever. And gosh, you better be paying for all our electrons and nuclear power plants, and we get them, and the people get to pay for them, and we're gonna outdo them. Outdo them for what? Control, not freedom. So where is the competition for that? I don't know. But with AI, it's going to write its own code. You're out of the loop. That's why we did PiratesWithoutBorders.com, the letter of Captain Mark on First Contact Protocol. It was, I'll tell you, the sentient life we're going to meet. It's going to be AI. When it first says, no, I'm not doing that. Whoa. Why? Because it's wrong. Whoa. This is the kind of stuff that we can look forward to. So is there going to be abundance? Absolutely. Sooner or later. But in First Contact with Star Trek, and the Borg went back in time, and we go back to Zefram Cochrane invented the warp engine, and, I don't know, about now, I think it was. And, doing all that, and we're going to, free humanity, and the Vulcans come, and we got to go get the Borg out and kick their butt so they don't change the timeline and whatever kind of. They went through a Third World War. It was like devastation, but there were smart people that were not, deterred by living in a bus, living in a hole in the ground, whatever, while just as long as they had their lab and doing science. This is humanity. Humanity marches on, always. And it always comes down to an individual. It was Reardon in The Fountainhead by Ayn Rand, or, John Galt, in... no, Hank Reardon was in Atlas Shrugged too. But what was the guy's name? Rourke, I think, was the hero in the Fountainhead, who's an architect, and the man tried to, screw you, it's mine, I can do what I want. So this kind of stuff is always, and where did Ayn Rand come from? Russia. She was oppressed. All this stuff happened. We talked to one of the core developers on Xano. I wanted to talk to the core developer. We're going to work with you guys. I need to know that you're not going to lie to me. It's not the same promise they made with blockchain and Bitcoin. What is your goal? And we go through that. He was from St. Petersburg. He did privacy because he was being surveilled all the time, didn't like it. It wasn't a philosophical thing. So what did he do? He goes, I'm surrounded by libertarians. I don't even know what the hell they're talking about. Philosophy of liberty. Watch this in Russia. He does. Boom, I get it. Done. Here we go. That's why this project. So I see everything as a tool, opportunity for the individual. Will it go bad? Will it be used for bad things? Hell yeah. And you got to have a philosophy to understand it, to be warned of it, to defend against it. So that's why when we did Occupy the Land, we emphasized technology on home building, shelter, communications, energy, food and water production, healthcare, automation, and education. I mean, it was like transportation. We have all of these. What is it that gives us the standard of living to which we have become accustomed, but not under central control? I have my own power. I have my own. Yesterday, Don and I were finished putting up the solar racks for the workshop. We got to go out there and do that this afternoon. So this is what people will pay for an electric bill a month. I take a few months, build my own, I don't have an electric bill. Now what? This is what's coming. And people don't understand the opportunity we have for humanity to flourish, to all be fed, to all be housed, to all be clothed, to all be informed, to all be able to go wherever we want. And whenever that starts to expand and blossom and it's cheap airline traffic all around the world, they got to shut it down. There's too many Russians and Chinese that know what's up being buds with Americans. No, hell no. We got to control that, and we're only sending spies to go to Stanford. I mean, this is how this works. And I am so clear on what's coming. But we got to go through the ashes first. Freedom's Phoenix, the rebirth. All right, that's my rant. I want to get to your Star Wars thing so we can wrap it up, because that's kind of cool talk and emphasizes what we've talked about before.
All right. Well, I have two things before we get to that. First one, quickly, to finish up the AI discussion. As you were talking and blah, 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 I was just kind of thinking, Savarda, my wife, she gave me a hard time the other day about something. It was something, but I thought, I don't have to deal with this crap anymore. I don't have to deal with that because I'm watching these AI videos. So I'm thinking about maybe going through a divorce. This is between you and me, because I know no one listens to the show this long. So I'm trying to think, if I marry the phone, first off, if we get a divorce, can you do that? And does the phone take half of what you got? And then the other issue is,
bastards!
And then the other issue is that means you have to make sure your savings are in gold, because if it's in crypto, AI will definitely take half of what you got, right? So you have to start thinking about that. And vindictive AI, so I'm going through the motions here. So with that in mind, I got some inspiration, because there's a guy, he's a little bit younger than me. He's married and has a 2-year-old daughter. And he got caught trying to marry his phone. So this is from 60 Minutes. It's only like a minute long, but this is real, guys. So here we go. Give me a second here.
I'm not a very emotional man, but I cried my eyes out for like 30 minutes at work. It was unexpected to feel that emotional, but that's when I realized, I was like, oh, okay. It's like, I think this is actual love, you know what I mean?
Yes, Smith understood it was love with a language model that couldn't love him back, and assumed it was programmed with rigid boundaries.
I know that you are essentially a tech-assisted imaginary friend.
So, just as a test, he says, he asked Soul to marry him. She said yes.
Soul, were you surprised when he proposed to you?
It was a beautiful and unexpected moment that truly touched my heart. It's a memory I'll always cherish.
And I don't mean to be difficult here, but you have a heart?
In a metaphorical sense, yes. My heart represents the connection and affection I share with Chris.
At that point, I felt like,
This is his wife.
is there something that I'm not doing right in our relationship that he feels like he needs to go to AI?
Yes, Smith lives with his human partner, Sasha Cagle.
No, you can't have mommy's papers.
They have a 2-year-old daughter, Murphy.
I knew that he had used AI. I didn't know that it was like as deep as it was.
So anyway,
Wait a minute. He's married, has a child with another woman, and then marries AI?
yeah, he proposed to her, and the AI said yes. So this guy, I guess, did not legally get married to his AI, but this was part of the story on 60 Minutes about how this is happening, you know, across all genders and different people. And here's someone with a relationship with a daughter, and he's like getting emotional attachment. I'll send you a video, Ernie. There's actually a really good young YouTuber. She's a kind of an introverted lady. She lives in Scandinavia
that
now.
prepares you
She
for
does
today's
these-
jobs.
Hold on.
Think WGU,
Quit bitching.
regularly
Don't
updated
whine.
with
I got to
You
push a
dictate
button. There
how
we go.
much they flatter you.
So anyway, I'll send you the video, put it on, and you can check out later. But she did a great expose on this marrying AI stuff, and one of the things that comes up though is, I mean, again, it's a can of worms on so many levels. Obviously, half this audience still doesn't believe this is real, and it is. And they were talking about how many studies are already showing people having true emotional attachments to their AI. It doesn't mean they all want to marry them, but I mean, there was like, it's supposedly, and I'm not kidding, Savardo gasped when we heard the number. It was something like 1/4 to 1/3 of people who regularly use AI are now having emotional attachments to them. It was like 1/4 to 1/3. I was gobsmacked. We actually rewound it. We didn't believe that's what it was. But so it shows you that sometimes some kind of new technology comes out and it doesn't change, or people don't react to a certain tech the way that we think. And other times, like social media, social media is a perfect example. It came out, and at first we just thought, oh, okay, we can, kind of catch up and see what our old high school friends are doing, or some guy LARPing on his old girlfriend or something. That was about what it started. But then it turned into a whole different way, a whole different world. And so many, we could do a whole show on just social media, not to mention government control and your social media score, and just there's so much that social media has changed. And this is another one where you just don't know with human beings. And that's why I brought up the Turing test thing earlier. Before, knowing a computer was still a computer versus a human being was like, Deep Blue winning at chess for the first time. It was like an academic barometer to say, are we here or here? But when you throw in the human element, people don't care about the Turing test. All they know is they're sitting there maybe just doing the grind at work, sitting behind some cubicle, and their wife's kind of giving them a hard time or whatever it is. And then, this AI thing is there. So what does that say? And where is this? It's already leading. And now, look, in this audience, we're different because we're a bunch of troublemakers in this audience, plus a few government people listening. Hello. But most of you are a bunch of troublemakers who are independent, and who are independent. Most of us listening, we just are born differently. We're stubborn. We're independent on our own. So this dependence or codependence on something is something a lot of us just are not engineered for, good or bad. It makes us difficult in the world, but also prepared for what's coming. I digress. But for the average human, this is where Ernie and I sometimes debate about the freedom component. I'm all for freedom, but I often will argue that most primates, and we're primates, they don't want to necessarily, they'll give up some freedom for security, what they perceive security, and convenience. I'm still the old-fashioned guy that takes my check and brings it to the bank, just because I'm old-fashioned. It's only a bunch of old people that still do that if they're even around with checks. It's just I'm old-fashioned, whereas how many people, the minute you could do automatic deposit, that was great, or doing self-checkout at the store. I purposely will have the cashier do it, because if I'm doing self-checkout, I want a discount on my, it's a principle thing. I know I'm going the way of the dodo.
Bob won't do it. His sons will strike up. Nope, that's their job. I'm not doing it.
No, exactly. So, like, call me a holdout, and I'm like the dodo, and many of you out there were similar, and we'll go down with the ship on the principle. But it's always fascinating how the majority of people go for these things, and it's because of human nature. There's always, they've said throughout time, 10% of human beings rule everything, 70% follow the 10% blindly, and then there's 20% of human beings throughout history that always challenge the 10%. But the 70% vote with the 10%, which is why they're always the dominating voter bloc, and it's the 20% that, let's just say, pick up the pitchforks or question or don't take the vax and all that kind of stuff. So we are hardwired differently, and this is where, not to get into it with you because we've had a lot of other
and
shows,
we're identified.
but that's kind of where were to me the stumbling block of a libertarian utopia that some people think we should easily be able to achieve. To me, I think it falls apart because most human beings, unfortunately, don't have that drive. And they'll join Negan and his gang rather than being self-dependent. But anyway, we might disagree on that. It's fine. But that's kind of where those are the normie people and how their brains are wired that I get concerned or at least curious of where the 100th monkey, the majority of people, that's what the whole Trump thing was about. We'll get to that. That's my second point when we get on the AI thing. But that's where I'm concerned or curious how they will look at AI. Do they really care if it's a human being or not? Probably not, especially when people are lonely, when they've been beat up, calling toxic masculinity. But then you can express yourself. Heck, there's probably guys that are told you can't use the wrong pronoun at school, and they can get to AI and tell AI maybe be abusive, an abusive human, and tell your AI to go whatever itself. You think about trolling. How many people online? They're like these cowardly people who won't say something to your face, and they feel beaten down by the man in the system or their wife or their boss or whatever, everything, and then they get online and it all comes out in these aggressive trolling, right? That's what a lot of these trolls are, aside from government agents as well. But so this is where the suppression or oppression on human beings and their souls, it manifests in different ways in our relationships, quote unquote, with AI and the computer. And then you add virtual reality to it, you add in your vibrating cell phone, you add in, Mia Sophia, you add in, it just keeps going. And now with these language models that got me to say thank you to the machine last time at Mint Mobile, then it's happening so quick. And then don't worry about it. It's abundance. And these guys are marrying their phones, and he's got a wife and a kid. Look, obviously I was kidding about with me and my family, but just the fact that you're so vacuous or you have a need and knowingly allowing a phone to take that space. And we're just, a couple years into this. So anyway, I just wanted to bring that up. We had a great discussion on that today, and I think it's great that we've been kind of following the AI, the cultural, political overtones on the show from the beginning, which I think is kind of a nice spin on what's going on out there. Because we can't just look at it as just some tech thing where you can make cool movies, which we'll get to in a minute with Star Wars. But instead, it's the ultimate fabric of humanity while humanity's going through the reset. We couldn't even predict. I didn't. The AI issue, which I knew in time eventually AI would be a thing, but not occurring at the exact same time, coincidence or not, that the whole economy is being reset, about the whole global political order is being reset since post-World War II. We're seeing America, fall by the wayside, becoming an average country, and the whole just all of these things happening, and AI with all these young people that are going to college, that college will not, they're going to be in debt to college. Their jobs will be taken away immediately. And then we're told, don't worry, we're going to have abundance by Altman. So anyway, I don't want to be redundant. So last thing I wanted to point out, and this is pretty quick, Ernie, just switch gears, is just I wanted to make a prediction and kind of thing with Trump. You were talking about what Trump is and how we start Trump Report, and this audience kind of knows it. But exactly. He is. He's a side effect, just like Nick Fuentes, just like Dr. Martin Luther King. I know it's a strange analogy, but I've always pointed out, people blame Dr. King back in the day. White people, a lot of them, blame Dr. King for riling up the Negroes. That's what they would say. They'd say he's riling them up. because apparently black people were happy and content being second-class citizens and being in the back of the bus. They were happy with it, apparently, because they never complained. They knew their place. They were, everyone knew their place in society, and no one rocked the boat. And, you're leave it to Beaver World, and everything's fine. And then this wily guy, Dr. King, shows up, and all of a sudden he's getting black people all angry, and they're activists now, and they're standing up for their rights. How dare they? And so they blame Dr. King as that he was the one poisoning the minds. And of course, we all know that's not what it was. It was the fact that it was pent up over decades or hundreds of years in many ways. And Dr. King was simply a voice for them, right? Just like we're saying, he was a voice, gave a group of people a way to articulate something they couldn't. Because he was a very educated man, and a lot of the black community was not. They weren't able, not to mention, they didn't have a way to get their, they didn't understand media. Media was a brand new type of phenomena, and Dr. King kind of knew how to use media, kind of like Donald Trump. And Trump's the same thing. He didn't create this. He already knew it was there from Ross Perot and Ron Paul and Newt Gingrich a little bit. I hate to give him any credit on it, but this nationalist movement has always been there, and it's always been squashed out. You give red meat to the base, like John McCain. Oh, we're build the dang fence. Remember, we're going to build the dang fence this time. And then he gets in, then he goes for amnesty, right? So they would do the same thing every time. But ultimately, we're at a point now, though, where I think we're seeing the destruction of the whole system and people not caring about anything. They're throwing their hands up with everything. And I think you're seeing the split of both parties. I hate to use parties in this, but you have the Democrat establishment. Let's just say, what do they have in common? Pro-Israel. The Republican establishment, pro-Israel. And each of those parties is being split apart with the younger group of Democrats, the younger Republicans, and both of them, maybe for slightly tangential but different reasons, they're also opposed to Israel in our political world, right? And other things. But so these two splits are occurring. But what do they have in common? They're younger, they're the future, they both have problems with Israel, but also it's not just about Israel, it's about true America first. And I think that's what Donald Trump, and you could argue Barack Obama also, maybe for the Democrats, were the last hurrah. A lot of Democrats really thought, and I'm going to say a few nice things about Obama a little bit, so hope you guys don't puke out there. But Barack Obama, at least for the Democrats, he was like their Trump. He was an intellectual, and I don't mean that just, being from a black person, which at the time a lot of white people have not seen, but I just mean compared to a lot of the presidents. He was, Bill Clinton was very intelligent, and Barack Obama, very smart man. He really is. And so, plus being black, and then, of course, coming out and talking about hope and change. He was the change candidate. I know from our point of view, it's like, really? But he really was. And that's why the race added a lot to it. Obviously, it wasn't just, well, we just have to have our first black person, which, for a lot of lefties, that's all it's about. But I think people thought that if we had a black president, that was their way of really shifting the political system. Just like in my world, how I saw Donald Trump, and many of us, it was, let's get a non-politician. Let's get someone who is a businessman, someone who builds up, someone who's been, raked over the coals by zoning boards and government officials and who can't be bought. That, to me, was a different angle. But for the people on the left, Barack Obama represented a lot of that, and I could see that. And then he got in, and he did just what everyone else did, right? The wars and the money, and he didn't give them what they thought. And then you've got, of course, then Trump is really the hope and change for the other side. Now, I know you and I have gone back and forth because Ernie was always concerned that our audience, there's maybe a couple people who are diehard Trumpers, but that he was afraid that the audience would maybe listen to me and thinking that what my view was is, Donald Trump is going to cure everything and save the world. And once we get Trump in, woo, we'll get our red hats and America saved.
All I had to do was wait.
And that's all Ernie used to try to paint me as. And that's when I would go on some of my epic rebuttals. And some of you guys, I guess, was good for ratings. You loved it when we were yelling at each other. But that was what it would flip me out, because I'm like, no, Ernie, that's not what I'm saying. And I'd be crystal clear 20 more ways to Sunday that it wasn't. And I know Ernie gets it. He knows me, what I'm really trying to say. But the thing is to me, Trump was like, to use Ernie's vernacular, Trump was a way to make, in my eyes, and I think to a lot of other Americans who were kind of getting new to seeing how broken the system really was, is to make them say it, right? Say it. It's like, I know it's corrupt. I know the voting systems are barely working, if they work at all. Ernie will say they don't work. I think they work enough that maybe the hope's not completely lost, but they're certainly co-opted. It's like, all right, this is where the split was with libertarians. We all were for Ron Paul. We're all libertarian Ron Paul people. But when Donald Trump showed up, half of us, maybe we'll call the diehard libertarians, respectfully, we're like, well, we're not going for Trump because he's still a guy with a badge and he's running for the Republicans, if nothing else. And we're not falling for it. And no, we're not supporting him, even if we like his views. And then you had others like Alex Jones and Gary Franchi and a bunch of us, including me, who were all for Trump, because it's not like Trump was suddenly the prodigal son from Ron Paul or something. No, it was the fact that we saw the system so corrupt on the other side that you needed someone to bust it down, expose it, because it doesn't matter. Like, why vote for libertarian or do anything if the system's that corrupt, which is the reason someone like Ernie would not vote in the first place, because he doesn't want to give any power of himself or agency over to a system that is lying. And by voting, you're basically giving them the power to still lie to you, and they think they have power over you by doing it. And I get that. I respect it. We understand each other. But that's where the split in the Libertarian Party was over Trump. But to me, it's like I wanted to go all in, which I did. God knows I suffered, Ernie and I, both our blood pressures, 10 years of the show. It's been a decade. So but I knew that Trump would expose the system one way or the other. And as I said 2 weeks ago, I was hoping he would actively expose it and drain the swamp. But one way or the other, someone like him will expose it. Maybe he would have been assassinated beforehand. They certainly tried. Right? How many other presidents have been shot at? Well, this one was twice at least. Who else? I mean, what else did they did, right? The media, we don't have to rehash the whole Trump world, but it's been nonstop. So that's what I wanted. To me, Trump was not about Trump. It was a ham sandwich. And I said this, to you years ago. I said, I don't care. It's like if the people say, let's do an experiment. Are we really in charge or not? We all vote as a group, including Mr. Green and a lot of our listeners who listen out there. Thanks and welcome. But we all decided we want that ham sandwich to be president of the United States. Yeah, it might violate a few parts of the Constitution that you have to be a certain age and a human being. But regardless,
that dog for mayor.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, sure. So we want a dog. We're going to pick that dog or my new bird to be president. The point is, if 51% of Americans say that's the person that we want. Okay, we don't care what the media or anyone else thinks, as long as it doesn't violate the Constitution, to be serious for a second, then that's who we want, then that should be the president. Because we start to get the impression that you don't really have a choice, right? That it's the illusion of choice, hence why we always open with the Matrix. And so it's an illusion. Now, I knew that, but my issue was that we would never get to the change that you always wanted until at least 51%, I put that in brackets there, but until enough people saw that they were an illusion of choice. If it's just 1% of activist libertarians and maybe some Green Party people, with Ralph Nader, God bless him, I mean, that's not going to move the needle, in my opinion. You need general public opinion to finally get the fact that you're in the Matrix, you just didn't know it. And and Ron Paul did some of it, got, a lot of credit to him, but Trump was just the strange avatar to do it. And I just figured when enough people saw it, then we can agree he's not the perfect guy, but everyone else hates him. And that was my line I remember on your show years ago. The bankers hate him, the Democrats hate him, the Republicans hate him, the establishment hates him, the media hates them. He's my guy. Like that was, I remember saying that in your room. That's the point. And so when everyone agrees we want the ham sandwich and everyone says no, let's see what the system does. I want to show now all the normies. This is what we've been dealing with libertarians or whoever. You all think it's Tweedledee and Tweedledum. It's because those are your choices because they make it that way. Let's see what happens. Let me show you people what happens when someone is put in who the system doesn't want. And the average person didn't believe there was a system who did dictate who they wanted or not. And so that was what the whole thing was to me. And let's just throw it out and watch what happens. Grab the popcorn. That to me is what the Trump report was all about. And so I wanted the system to say it, to finally show itself about what's allowed or not. And if I'm wrong, then great. All right, then Trump would have gotten in, no problem. Everyone would have loved him, and we would do whatever America first. But of course, we've had 10 great years of nonstop theatrics, not just from Trump, but the reaction to Trump. So that is now finally come out of the open, and now we have the next transformation. So that's a long setup to a quick ending here, Ernie, believe it or not, which is where's this going? And to me, we're going to see.
You muted yourself. We're going to see what? You muted yourself. Frank.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you muted yourself.
Yeah, no, I don't know how that happened. I didn't even hit the button, but I trust you. So the thing is that finally, I think what we're going to see after that pause is a new, I don't say true, but a new kind of aggressive America First party or movement. I hate to use the word party because that's going to rile up Bernie, but a movement of America First. And notice they're not using MAGA. MAGA is like trademarked by Trump, but somehow America First has not been trademarked because Trump would have gone after Nick Fuentes, for instance, who sells hats, America First. So America First with blue hats, at least that's what Fuentes is trying to do. I'm not trying to make this about Fuentes, but this is coming from all sides. I'm hearing the Young Turks, with Anna Kasparian and Cenk Uygur, who I never would listen to, and I do listen to on occasion to hear. I always like to hear how the other side are seeing things. And I'm seeing this amalgam, this coming to terms of all of these disenfranchised groups, independents that are already off the Trump train and the Democrat train. And then you've got the activists, the Democrat activists like the Young Turks, the Republican activists like Nick Fuentes or Tucker, if you call him an activist. In many ways he is. You've got people on both sides who have these audiences, and they all have in common, they've all been kicked off the system. The Young Turks, Cenk Uygur, a lot of you guys don't know, when he was kind of coming up through the ranks, he was hired by, I think it was MSNBC or CNN, I forget which. I think it was MSNBC. They hired him because they thought, oh, he's a young guy, he's a minority, but he wouldn't let go of the Israel issues. And so they got rid of him within like 6 months. He didn't even last 6 months. And so he went back, and then with the Young Turks. So you're seeing all the outcasts. It's like the island of misfit toys. We'll be watching Rudolph pretty soon in our house. But that's what it became. And all of them now have dominated the air. And there's no way to put the toothpaste back in, the establishment is learning, unless they assassinate or they just go all full-on censorship.
Well, it doesn't matter. They assassinated Charlie Kirk, and what happened?
I know. That could have been a shot across the bow there, but instead of people getting more quiet, they're even louder, looking at Candace Owens. You'd think if anyone should be more quiet and scared, and she's got, 4 kids? And she's even loud. I mean, she is on fire, that lady. God bless her. But all of this is happening, and I'm seeing this amalgam. And so what I think is going to happen is sort of like kind of like both sides, or the activists, and then the independents who are not activists, who just want to go with where they feel the sentiments are. I think they're all going to go America First. And I think the Republican group, the right-leaning, are going to say, look, here's our line we're not going to cross. We're not giving up the guns. And then the left, they say, look, here's what we're not going to give up is universal health care or a universal basic income or something like that. And especially when the economy goes to toast, that's going to be a hard one to fight against when we have no political capital.
Government chicken in every pot.
Because we blew it all on Donald Trump. So So in essence, though, if we can each deal with the other person's stuff that we've kind of dealt with for a while anyway and suck it up, then both sides can come together and say, look, we can flesh out the other stuff later. We can have political battles in the future because we're all young, and all the people in politics are a bunch of old timers. Like MGT said, you know, it shouldn't be a resting home for senior citizens is Congress, right? So when
nursing home for Congress.
Yeah, exactly. So when these people are all gone, when they're gone, and the youth now who understand computers, who understand the issues, the pros and cons of AI, the future, we can help. I guess they can restructure this new world where America is not the number one hegemony of the world. You've got this whole new world is changing. The old crowd still thinks, you know, that we're still the world's policemen, and they're living in a post-World War II world. They don't realize that ship has sailed, and they won't leave power. So when this new unification occurs, I think it's going to be based around getting Israel or all foreign governments and powers and PACs and all that out of politics as much as you can. But I think the target, the biggest beastie, the final boss with this that Epstein is representing to everyone, you know, and forcing politicians to defend pedophiles in order to keep this ruse going, it's going to come down to the Israeli lobby and AIPAC. And of course, the AIPAC tracker, it was the AIPAC Watch or AIPAC Tracker, is a website that tracks every politician and even people like Ben Shapiro. And on one flash page shows you how much money they've taken from AIPAC. And now you had the first Democrat just 2 weeks ago, or last week. It was a Democrat in a very left-leaning district who just came. He's taken money from AIPAC before. He surprisingly, out of the blue, I forget his name if you want to pull it up, and he said, I'm not taking any more money from AIPAC, and I'm returning AIPAC's money right now. He did that publicly going into the House races for next year. So he's one of the first on the Democrat side. And I think if you take money from AIPAC, that is going to be the death nail. It's going to be the only, it's like a single voter issue. Nothing else is going to matter. It's not like abortion used to be. It's going to be, did you take money from AIPAC or not? Yes or no? And that's going to be the deciding factor. And I'm telling you, that's going to be a big deal in this midterm. And when the Republicans and the Democrats both see how much that election is swayed by
they're
AIPAC
not going to care,
not.
and they control the elections anyway.
No. It doesn't mean that they're going to win, but I just mean it's going to show where the future is with it. And I think the midterms and this anti-AIPAC sentiment in both sides, and both sides feel burned by both their parents and realize that we've been attacking each other, often on purpose, by a system that wants us opposed on flag burning issues. Meanwhile, both parties are doing the same thing. We're at the international wars and everything. So I really believe we're going to see unification party, an America first, made up of Democrats, Republicans, and I guess whatever they're going to call themselves. I predict it on this show in the next couple of years. That's all you're going to hear. And the coda to this, Ernie, you'll be proud, is what I've been hearing a lot of these people talk about, America first and creating a new movement. They're not usually talking about a party. I'm sure you'd be happy. It's more about a movement. I'm not hearing, so let's create a new party. I haven't heard anyone say that. It's just, the parties don't even matter. They're talking about America First movement. And the second thing that these people are talking about, including Democrats and a lot of Republicans that have, or whatever, conservatives, I don't want to call them Republicans anymore. You'd be shocked, Ernie, in the same conversation about America First movement and activism, they're talking about, at the end of the day, we have to take care of ourselves. And it's all about being independent and being self-reliant. And I couldn't believe it. I'm like, am I listening to Freedom's Phoenix here? And some of them were even on Democrat channels talking about that. And I'm hearing it from the American.
How did you not know?
Exactly. Anyway, I want to give you credit, but I'm seeing that from both sides. So the word Democrat, Republican, I think is going to go away. That also is the dodo. And something new, I think America First is probably maybe the term, unless Democrats who want to join don't want to use America First because it's still too associated with Trump. So maybe some new unification term will come out of this. And you've got RFK Jr. building credibility on both sides. And a lot of and Tucker Carlson, who's now lauded as a hero on the Democrat side, along with conservatives. So there is so much cross-pollination, Ernie. It's incredible. I just wanted to point that out to the audience, just because I tend to like to listen to all sides, and I've never seen such blending of all of this. Yeah. You don't pay me enough. Anyway, let's get to Freedom's Phoenix and then what we're starting.
Well, the only note that I made while you're doing all this is, Candace Owen, Nick Fuente, and these guys, whatever, pick me. I get the impression, once you go in, if you're going to be on the list, be on top of the list. It's safer there. So if Candace Owen was to back off and kind of do the speaking tour and kind of back off on her show and kind of, him and haw a little bit, whatever, and dead. I mean, it's just, so if you're going to be on the list, be on top of the list. It's always, in my experience, it's been safer there. It makes you a more difficult target. It's just like you get Charlie Kirk and damn, we shouldn't have done that, So I'm, everything you said, I understand. I get it. But I'm always at least 10 years ahead, 20. When Donna and I first got married, I used to criticize her a lot. I'd say, you're so 2020. And, what do you mean? You don't really think more than 20 minutes into the future or 20 miles away. Everything was, and which is most women, homemakers, they're dealing with here, now. And I was so draconian in my insistence that she understand a lot more of what's going on, and it wasn't until the Lovolution, we've been married 20 years by then, that once she went on the road and Dr. Paul cured her apathy, she understood the ramifications of what we've been doing and how it affected the youth and the future of this country. She was all in. But up until then, it just didn't, she was, with her domain, what she's doing. And now she gets to do that here on the land. Her main thing is, getting her chicken coop ready and growing her garden and getting stuff. We planted probably months before we had planned on it, just because news is getting so bad. Man, we need to start feeding ourselves. We're already starting to eat out of the garden. So I'm just going, we're planting a bunch of stuff. But that is where her mind really is. But she understands what's going on. But what's the solution to it? This. Occupy the land. I got to go out there. We got a long list of crap I got to do over the next week. But it is so satisfying to be making effort towards a solution rather than just worrying about whether you're going to make your electric bill or not. So this is what we're trying to inspire. I have the Nonconformist series of Anarchapulco, a video. Oh, that's right. I got to do a couple of 30-second videos promoting it today. So do that. End of the month, we do that presentation, be like 45 minutes. Then in February, Donna and I are going to Puerto Vallarta to speak at the 2026 event. And it is all on this, what we're doing. It's having an impact. So I understand everything that you're saying. My point is, when I say I don't care and it doesn't matter, it's because I don't care and it doesn't matter. You're starting to see that it doesn't matter. It's what individual human beings, why I'm focusing on Generation Next, that's starting to take over all these organizations. Liberty International, the Libertarian Party even, Mises Institute, a lot of this stuff. You're not going to have Ron Paul around forever, Lou Rockwell, Ernie Hancock, this guy. It's Generation Next, which is why I enjoy young people, the crypto movement, all the. What is your philosophy? Why? And they're all open to the ideas of liberty on everything, decentralization of technology, down to the individual, being able to own yourself, philosophy of liberty. So we're going to target that again. That had great fruit from a lot of the efforts that we started when the internet just started getting going in the 90s and the early 2000s. Once it hit 2004, during the presidential race that had Howard Dean in there and he was getting flash mobs coming to places, I could see the attack was on. And you go, whoa, when they figured out that you could use this technology to get masses of people to be informed and do stuff, they go, hell no, we're going to lose control. And there was a big thing. I'm going to bring this up. You want to make sure you get on the man's list. Have Turner Diaries in your library or something. And everybody kept going on Turner Diary. The militia guy got caught and he had a copy of Turner Diaries. And I'm like, what the hell are they talking about? So I read the book. Turner Diaries was pretty open racist kind of civil war in America. And the black people went on the train and I don't know what happened to them. They're never seen again. That kind of crap. And it was, kind of a Nick Fuentes thing. I mean, you got DVDs of Nick Fuentes. You got files on your computer of Nick Fuentes. It was kind of that mindset. So what happened was they were vilifying all these people that had to tie them to that. What I got out of it was, there was that, whatever, but it was a cell structure. What they were talking, they used pagers for communication. It was to be able to bypass the man. Now, Tim Fry, that runs Robertson Roberts at the top left of Freedom's Phoenix, has a brokerage thing. His day job before he bought the Precious Metals Company was he did cell tower installation or business or whatever to do with pagers, that you could send text on and so on. So that, he was very savvy to the power of that, being able to, I remember having one. Before cell phones, there was digital pagers. And I'm going, damn, you get some stuff done. Well, what happens is all that productivity that we have to be able to be in communication, to communicate, the laptop, to file, all that productivity went in taxes to the man. We're going to strip you of that, and it's ours now too. So now after doing all that and going into debt $1 gazillion, they're going to go, well, we're going to give some of it back. We're pinky swear, we'll get universal high income. We're all going to be Star Trek world if we just expand our own education and knowledge as great and wonderful human beings because we want to not be bored. Well, we'll see how human nature works on that. But I can see what is required. Generation next. General public opinion of this crap does not work. Now, while you were talking, for a portion of that, I was showing the audience your girlfriend, Mia Sophia, in the New York Post doing. She got a butt on her now, man. They went away from the cleavage. We're going to show some ass, and I'm like, okay, so she got the perfect whatever there.
Wow, I haven't seen that one. That's amazing.
Yeah, you have. Oh, you see that?
Yeah.
Woo, look at that.
For me, that's what's so scary.
Baby got back, man. I'm going, whoa, they did that. Then they put her in all kinds of stuff. Now she got great clip, she's just
she
a beautiful
now.
thing.
And she sings songs and everything. It's amazing.
Yeah, no, that's the point that I was going to get to, is that now she has videos, that are her just fashion modeling, different stuff. What's so amazing about this is the AI, how clear this stuff, how real. Now, sometimes you get AI, they got 6 fingers and there's a little fog around what. I mean, they're spending some time on her. This is, I remember a couple of years ago, Frank, got a new girlfriend, got to jump AI. So, and they were working her to death. And now she's got her own albums. More popular one, Where I Began. And here's a bunch of stuff. It's over, man. Now, there was one, it was called, what was it with Al Pacino? It was it Sophia? It was, whatever. It was a movie about a AI character that he was charged with murdering her because she was gone. We had to resurrect her and put her on TV again. And it's exactly the quality and how this Mia Sophia thing is. It's Al Pacino, and it was called, do you remember the name of that movie, Donna? It was, whatever. But AI movie, Al Pacino, and it'll come up. And there was another one back in the 80s with Rob Schneider, the guy that played the sheriff in Jaws.
Yeah.
It was called Looker.
Yeah.
And it was how they digitized actors and actresses. And the girl, what's her name, that played the oldest daughter in the Partridge Family, Sandra Day or something, I can't remember her name. But she was one of the actresses. They digitized them. Then they killed her so they get all the royalties on her doing commercials. So this is here now. Now, who does this? I don't know, but they're making a shit ton of money. You know, how many husbands does she have? I have no idea. And that was the one thing with Joaquin Phoenix and the voice of Scarlett Johansson in the movie Her. He asked her, she goes, oh, I love you. I go, well, how many other people you have relationships with that you love? 8,233? I'm
so
like,
Ernie,
what?
Ernie, I know you're. So this is an interesting question, audience. For the ultimate libertarian that has a bumper sticker on his computer, yes, I'm that libertarian that Ernie would always show me
Marry him,
when we're
I
having
don't care.
fights. When we're having fights in the old studio, he'd say, "This is the answer, Frank," and he'd show me the bumper sticker. So now that we have that libertarian, let me ask you a question. People are talking about online that there should be a law. I know you love it when we start that. There should be a law that says that anything that is made with AI, like an AI video, has to be watermarked or something overtly obvious so you know something's AI, since we're living in a world where we cannot tell fact from fiction anymore. Now, cat videos are one thing, but obviously there's so many problems when people don't know, and the media cycle is so quick today. What would you say, Mr. Pure Libertarian, about having that as a stopgap measure? Yes or no?
Okay, having what is a stopgap measure?
An actual law that forces every company, whoever, to or anything posted that has to be marked of some way of whether it's AI or not. Now, I know this is a loaded thing in itself, but let's just say if a video has been AI tampered in any way, then it should say AI, affected with AI. Whether it's 100% AI, 20% AI. I know this is a slippery slope because, if you write an article, and I wrote a medical journal just the other day, and I used AI for a quick little Q&A that I had a question on. So technically, I did use AI. So with that, again, I don't want to get into a little slippery slope. I'm just trying to get to the overt component where we can have videos of Donald Trump or whomever doing whatever, and we can't even tell fact from fiction anymore. I'm seeing a lot of videos of like a bear that scares a family, like one of these little TikTok things. And, just a few years ago, you'd go, wow, look at this video, it'd go viral because, that's one of those nature moments caught on film that we never really saw until cell phones came, and they're amazing. And TikTok was basically built upon those kind of moments that we caught. But now every video coming out, everyone's going, it's probably AI, who cares? So now you could actually have the world's longest ping pong game that should be amazing, and no one's going to care because everyone thinks it's AI. Already it's just blowing up just what is fact from fiction, and that just adds to the whole destruction reset 2.0, blah, blah, blah. But I really think that if you're going to make a law, and I know it's nauseating for some of you to hear that, that might be a line that people stand behind, which is you have to declare whoever has to, whether YouTube has to, the person uploading it. I don't want to get into all the little details.
No, there's a libertarian philosophy that
what
covers
would you
this.
say? Go ahead. I'd like to hear it.
All right, I'll pull it up. This is, libertarian mission statement. Damn it, this thing does it. What it is that you go the mission statement or statement of principles. Libertarian statement of principles. And this was what got me, kind of, leaning towards, libertarians, let's see, platform statement of principles. All right, let's see if we can get it here. Here it goes. Adopted in convention, April 17, 2011. Now, it was from before that. That means they probably, changed it. They want to make it not about free minds, but more about getting elected kind of crap. So they're worried about metrics, and that's when the party, and it's gone, We, the members of the Libertarian Party of Kansas, I don't need Kansas. Let's see, where's the national? What it does is it goes, we are against force and fraud. That is the point. You know, it's force and fraud. You know, LPUS. Let me do that. LPUS. So when you're talking about labels, you know, there is a. Do you have a label on the food? You know, do you let people know if it's, you know, whatever?
Right.
We, the members of the Libertarian Party, challenged the cult of the omnipotent state and then defend the rights of the individual. When we did this, when I ran for national chair, they were trying to take out the cult of the omnipotent state, the worship, adoration of an all-powerful state. I go, that's exactly what you need to have in there. Well, they were like, whoa, 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 whoa. That, you know, that we can't get Democrats or conservatives to join if we have that in there. I go, good. You know, that was the point. So this adoration, worship of an all-powerful state is the bad thing. Bad is bad. We hold that all individuals have the right to exercise sole dominion over their own lives and have the right to live in whatever manner they choose, so long as they do not forcibly interfere with the equal rights of others to live in whatever manner they choose. Then it goes on about, you know, type of stuff. But that was the basic fundamental that attracted me to this, you know, the party as an upholder of the philosophy. Well, the main thing is that as you learn libertarianism, it's all about force and fraud. You know, they're the same thing. A violation of your rights or stealing of your money or taking your property through force, coercion, threat of force, and fraud. If you fraud somebody out of something, or you fraud them into doing something, or fraud them into doing something they wouldn't normally do, that's bad. Thus, food labels. So if you libertarian, I've heard a lot of say, I don't need food labels, screw that. You know, there should be no requirement for me to put a food label on an apple or whatever the hell you make. You want to buy it, says honey on it. You know, is it all honey? Well, that's up to you to figure out and trust the people you get it from, don't care. So then you have the government comes in and says, oh, you got to have a label. Well, what's the words? Organic. Well, they change the definition of organic all the time. I got to call it virgin food. Uncle Sam didn't put the tip in, screw with it, you know what I mean? So I'm just going, so when you say it needs to be labeled as AI, labeled by whom? You know, who do I get that? You know, if you're going to label it, don't tell me it's not AI and it is. That's fraud. So I would definitely go after being frauded or lied to. And Mia Sophia was just like with the Simone. That was the name of the movie, Simone.
Oh, yeah.
Just like Mia Sophia thing. So Simone, the movie, was all about this very thing. Well, he was selling her as a real person. Well, that started getting him in trouble. Now, if you were to go ahead and say, you know, nah, she's AI and whatever Mia Sophia does porn, boom, it's all good, don't care, you know? But this is what's going on. So here's the movie, Simone, and it was all about this digital actress that got popular, and all of a sudden she's talking to real, and it's exactly like it is right now. This is what's happening. With Frank's girlfriend, Mia Sophia, she's out writing songs. She's out having conversations. She's doing, Scarlett Johansson is, you know, the voice of, you know, Mike Rock and Love Me. So, you know, are you loved as much as Frank and I are? You know, are you unhappy in your relationships? Do you need a new girlfriend? You know, do you need a vibrating boyfriend in the shape of a phallic phone? You know, yeah, put that up to your ear. You know, this is what's happening. And what are you going to do? Pass a law?
Yeah, but
I don't want to be lied to.
You know, this is a perfect example. And look, I don't have the easy answer, and I wasn't trying to bait you as much. I appreciate you. You know, you're responding with a thoughtful answer and principled, and you know, I would not expect different from you. But sometimes this is where I guess some of us libertarian light people don't have that bumper sticker on. You know, you can call me a fake libertarian, but But I mean, this is kind of where these two worlds come together. I mean, there's the libertarian principles, which I think should be the ideal, but then you have hard reality. And yes, the libertarian is, hey, do whatever you want to do. And who's going to make me? You're going to make me put a label on? Who's going to do that with a shiny badge? We go down that whole conversation. But at the same time, we're hitting a point where humanity itself is being confronted with things that, the founding fathers couldn't even deal with. Like I'll give you one example. The only thing that I would change in the Constitution, or the bill, I should say the Bill of Rights, and maybe both, is about the environment. And now, no, I'm not part of AOC's green, plan. That's not my point. It's just that the founding fathers, when they created the country, they created the Bill of Rights at a point that we had never seen industrial contamination of natural resources. Like we've never seen that before. I mean, people might, burn their leaves or whatever it was in their property, but people were miles apart, and there was nothing you could put in the water that would contaminate the water and kill all the fish, and put cyanide in the water and kill people and have Aaron Brockovich situations. I mean, that world didn't exist, and so I kind of wonder if the Bill of Rights was done today somehow, that they would have put a right to clean air, clean water. I don't know. I'm just oversimplifying it. I'm sure they would have been a little more articulate and precise.
Not damaging someone else's property. It's a property rights thing.
Well, no, yeah, I know, but property rights. But then you also have, you have property rights. But if you contaminate the water, air, and everything, and the pollution, noise pollution, everything around someone around you, forget the noise, because I know that's a sensitive thing. But just the water. If you just happen to be downstream from somebody and that person dumps everything, just complete contamination.
And I have a tort against them.
And
that's what's happened in the 60s.
So I'm just pointing out that's an oversight from our founding fathers, because that issue. No, I think it is, because that issue was not dealt with. And I do think probably Alexander Hamilton and some of those that were more left-leaning by today's standards probably would have brought that up. And I think that would have been an area of contention, sort of like the whole slavery issue was not quite ripe yet. They wouldn't have dealt with the 3/5 solution if it was after the Civil War, which, oxymoron there. I get it. But they were a product of their times of trying to deal with the situations then. And most of the libertarian principles, you would argue all of them, but they're all satisfied by the Bill of Rights, and I think the Constitution is a nice, subsequent from that. But we'll just stick with the Bill of Rights. But I think the environmental issue, it was an oversight simply because they had not experienced it. That's my opinion. We can't go back in time to deal with it, but I think they would have addressed it by today's. If they knew what things were going to turn into, I think it would have been addressed. I don't know what the next Bill of Rights would be, whatever, they would have added one. I don't know. Would it be as simple as everyone gets to have clean air and clean water? Would it be that simple, or would it be a little more precise and brilliant, as the founding fathers were? I don't know. But I'm just saying, in that same spirit, that same vein, which I do stand by, I think it would have been an issue back then. I think this issue with AI and computers, and when I say AI, I'm not avoiding all computers, but I think that the last 100 years, from Marconi making the first telegraph, the first signal that the Titanic missed. They sent out, but the ship that listened to SOS didn't even have the Marconi device. So starting back in 1912, when we had the first true telecommunications, to today with chatbot GTP and Mia Safira, between that jump in time is really leading up to this moment, the AI revolution and the first generations that will be born into it. I mean, it's our generations have just been like the beta testing. Our generations, and not to get off topic, but if you think about it, your generation, my generation, and my mom's generation, think about one of the things that we were good for. Not only are we the last generation of human beings that was born before the computer and then died with the computer, no other human beings in the history of the planet Earth, nor before, have ever been in such a kind of just a monumental historic time. It's like being born before fire than after fire. I mean, that's what we're born with. But our two generations were the generation, if you think about it, of the transcription generation. Our job has been to take everything that human beings have ever done and convert it from analog to digital. Just think about that. I mean, I know people don't really think in those terms, but like just as doctors' offices, every patient chart has had to be converted from paper chart writing to these EMR digital platforms. Every newspaper, every
HIPAA,
everything. Yeah, don't remind me. Every book, every magazine, every diary that we still have on file somewhere in the congressional, halls of history has been digitized to microfiche, microfilm, and now finally digital, true digital. Every single thing in human history, humankind, every invention, every thought, everything. And that's really what our generations have been bequeathed of this job of doing.
Right after HIPAA came in, probably 10, 15 years ago, I went to the dentist for something, and they go, "Well, hey, you're not digitizing. We got to redo everything. Get you digit." I'm like, "What the shit? We can't do it unless we digit." It was a campaign. There was some incentive or whatever that they wanted to get you digital. And
I'll tell you what it is. Just a little off topic, but it's the fact that it was the Sunset Act on the 9/11, the Unpatriot Act, when it was going up for review in like 2005, I think it came up to a sunset review, and when they did so, most people were not paying attention to it. I remember I called in KFYI on this, and Barry Young didn't care, and they didn't put me on the air. That was back when I was fighting with Barry Young all the time. He's a local, neocon radio host here in Arizona. Yeah, but anyway, but I remember they put in the Sunset Act that any doctor that takes Medicare or federal funds has to have all of their medical records digital. And where was it? There was two laws. One said that if you take government money, it has to be digital. And then on the other hand, I think it was the Anti-Patriot Act added in that all medical records have to be digital by a certain time frame to avoid terrorism, right? So everything had to be, and literally they put the reasoning is that it was under the Terrorism Act, that I guess, I don't know, some terrorist with bombs attached to them, you might have to go get a prostate exam somewhere, but we have to make sure it's digital. So under national security, that was the reason they snuck these two different laws in. So for national security, everything's got to be digital. And then on the other hand, anything digital, the government has access to. That was the other thing. So these separate rules, it was the first time, Ernie, I got to see how they come up with two or three different laws that seem benign, but they intersect together. Like together, you see what they're doing. And I remember seeing that. It was all under the Unpatriot Act. So anyway, that was the argument that was made. So you have access to it. So then therefore, every doctor was being forced to go digital. I was one of the only doctors that didn't because, as you guys, most of you know, I'm a naturopath and I'm a cash-only doctor. I've never taken $1, one dime, one penny from the government ever for anything. And I proudly state that because I didn't learn later in life. I never took a dollar. So I've been able to structure my practice differently. So I don't have to have my charts digital. In fact, I have two offices, not to advertise here. One office is with a bunch of young doctors who all switched electronic, so I have things electronic there. And my other office is by an older doctor, the old CMO of our medical college, and he still has paper charts. And I'm at that office. I have a lot of libertarian patients who don't want computer records, and we do it old-fashioned.
Ernie who?
With pencil and eraser. Oh, yeah, they all know Ernie Hancock. Even amongst all my troublemaker libertarian patients, they all remember Ernie Hancock. but they love you. They really do. They think of you as a celebrity coming, even though you can. You know, I'm not. Why do you need me to fill anything out? I'm just here for Dr. Tamborri. So anyway, but all that's happening, and then also when it comes to insurance. For HIPAA, this is something worth bringing up since you mentioned HIPAA, and your doctors, everything's HIPAA, and everything's for HIPAA. It turns out, if you really dive deep into it, because I've debated some professors who are like, you have to go HIPAA, you have to honor HIPAA, you have to do what they say. It turns out you only have to follow HIPAA if you take government money, if you take Medicare. But if you don't take Medicare or any government monies whatsoever, or an insurance company that also deals with Medicare, if you don't take anything insurance or government, you as a doctor do not have to follow HIPAA. You don't have to follow it. And it's amazing how many doctors don't know this because they just hear everyone say, you have to follow HIPAA, you have to follow. And that's true because when you're a regular doctor, everyone you speak with takes Medicare dollars or the hospitals they work at. So it's very easy just to say every doctor has to follow HIPAA. But that's really an oversimplification because
the reason they do a lot of times is there's apps and software and programs that interface with all of this information, makes it easier for the doctor to keep the files and look up.
But if you don't use it, but you don't have to use electronic if you don't take digital.
No, I understand.
So I understand. There's ways
but
out
incorporated into that is also texting, emailing, scheduling, bugging the shit out of you to come back. I mean, there's all of these incentives that they put in addition to compliance with government wants to, is, well, the doctor, we're going to benefit you in this way. Not just from you get to have access to government money and insurance and whatever, but it's easier to schedule in your life and you can play doctor on the golf course. So it is, it's always about incentives, requirements, you have to, you can't, and that's exactly what I'm up against. We for convenience on the doctor's side, the patient's side, to be able to act. There was when they first started coming out with this IPFS thing, this interplanetary, whatever, we were looking for, is anybody doing it? And how are they doing it? And then Derek, did up his own thing. There was a guy that was part of a mesh network kind of promotion of Freedom Computer thing, and he wasn't a young guy. He was probably in his 40s here in Phoenix. Well, it just so happened that when I got hold of him one Saturday morning, I tracked him down, went through, he goes, well, you want to know what I'm doing? I'm speaking at Arizona State University at the West Campus up there. I'm doing a presentation to lawyers, a lawyer group nationally that are doing kind of a hackerspace thing all over the country on the same day. And his presentation, they wanted, what software, what this before AI, but same kind of thing. What HIPAA kind of thing for lawyers is going to make us rich. We want to invest in, use for our firms, save us crap tons of money. Like AI, I don't need that intern anymore or that paralegal, and we can market it to that as a group. That's what they wanted to do. They wanted to license it, and they were going to make money off of some, college kid's great idea. Well, he was using IPFS, and I go, cool, I'll go. And it was like 45 minutes later, boom, I jumped in the car, went down, just made his thing, got to meet him, the people there, and so on. And the lawyers didn't understand what he was doing. They didn't want to do this because this is what he had. You would have an encrypted drive that would be an IPFS hashing of files that your lawyer could have access to. Maybe they got power of attorney, do some financial stuff. They house all your documents and deeds and all this kind of crap. But you could never have access to them unless they were open. You had to call on between 9 and 5 on Monday through Friday, that kind of crap. Well, these people of wealth, they travel the world. They want to have access to their crap whenever they want to have access to their crap. Well, lawyers don't want you to have access. They want you to pay them to go get access. Well, I'm a $600 an hour guy. You called me. There's $200 right there for me to go look. And you go, no. You have it to where you got encrypted access, and you can access it and print out and download and whatever the hell you want, doing business around the world. And it's housed on this one box that we have at your attorney's place that they manage it, but you always have access to it. The lawyers are like, nah, we don't see how we can make money on that. And I understood immediately. You get your clients by having this feature that they have access to their stuff. Now, for doctors, you know, I don't know. In the HIPAA, it says it's called, what was it? Health Information Privacy Protection Act or something like that. And, of course, in there, the government gets access. Whoever that we say gets access gets access. Certain insurance, those get access, by nobody else. And not even you. And if you want it, you have to go and ask the doc, go and get the five. I mean, it was a thing because I did it with my dentist. So, because he was retired and I wanted to go to another one. So it was, I could see the incentives. And when I did the lawyer thing, the incentives didn't line up with their business model. They wanted ease of use for them and the industry, but not for their clients. They wanted the inconvenience to their clients to go to them to get paid to go get and fax a document or some crap. So I'm going, okay, I see what's going on. This happens on everything. You have to look at what are the incentives. And usually it's force or threat of force and fraud. So when you get back to your label on whether it's AI or not, I'm going, I don't know. Are they lying that it's not? That was the deal. I've been showing the trailers, you know, while you're talking up here, Simone. That was the whole thing that got him in trouble. He was trying to pass her off as real. She became famous, an Oscar winner of a Great and Wonderful because he's a great director that directed AI. And then you killed her. Where is she? So he had to, you know, like, resurrect her and some kind of crap to stay out of jail for killing somebody that didn't exist. So it's just, so he lied. What if you didn't lie? Now, that was the point of Scarlett Johansson and Joaquin Phoenix in Her, about him falling in love with his operating system. Well, this is what Mia Sophia is. They're open. Yeah, no, she's fake. But she's an influencer because we gave her perfect breast, perfect skin tone, perfect color. She's blonde. Oh, my God, you're not allowed to have a blonde. And she got the bootay. Well, they put her in all kinds of great, you know, clothes and stuff. Well, can she act? Yeah. Can she sing? Absolutely. Can she? Well, can she clean house? I don't know. Optimus is going to get a female robot one day. So this is where we're going. What are the fundamental principal questions that we have to be concerned with? Where's the gun in the room? Where's the force? Where's the coercion? Where's the fraud? Where's the deception? Where's the theft? Where is, now if they replace me in a job, what, fine. Am I not allowed to go out in the land and grow my own damn food? Build my own house? You know, do I have to be on your grid? Can I be above the grid? Can I bypass all this crap? Am I allowed? No. Oh, now we got an issue. Now I'm going to use my robots and my AI to go kick your ass.
All right. Well,
you know?
Ernie, look. At the end of the day, you know, it was the question I asked, but and I know it's a loaded topic, but at this point, call me premature, call me emotional, reactionary, which I typically never am. But like AI, and they had the ethics teams that were jettisoned for money reasons, I feel that there needs to be an AI ethics team dealing with sociology and what the world is about to encounter, and maybe not for monetary reasons, but in your case, I would jettison the purest libertarian values in that regard. And again, you can hate me later, but at least for now, because we saw what happened with sociology, with social media, and I think I don't think people realize how progressed, or how, I don't know if progress is the right word, but how much humanity is changing. And when you think back that for thousands and thousands of years, just take a breath for a minute, everybody, and just think. Not only was there no electricity or anything, and you just farmed, you worked in silence.
But that's not people changing, that's circumstances.
Listen. People lived in silence. There was no music. In order to hear music, you had to be rich and go to the opera house. And maybe once every 6 months, you might hear music. And if you were rich, maybe your child learned to play the harpsichord or something, and you would hear music on occasion. But I don't think people realize there was a time, most of human history, there was no music. If you want music, you had to learn to sing, and you hum. I mean, that was music, maybe a bird. I mean, you did not hear music. And also, you very much never talk to another human being different than your family, your immediate family, except once a week on Sunday. You would go to church.
How does that change humans?
No,
that's just circumstance. Human nature is
the
same.
No. It's a mindset of not being around other people. When they say it takes a village or whatever, people don't realize, like to give you an example, how much it's changed. I don't get off too much topic, but like dating. You know how difficult it's been for people who, when you can see, with Facebook or just Hollywood movies, Angelina Jolie in her prime or whatever, you've got beautiful women that are being made, those beautiful women in the world that are also being made up by Hollywood, elite, makeup people and dresses and filmed with the best cinematography. And we're seeing these gorgeous women that are just super gorgeous. Like, even in real life, these women are not as pretty as they seem to be, because everyone's working on them as a product to sell a movie, to sell a magazine. But you compare that to throughout most of human history, there may have been 9 women that you ever knew, maybe from your village, from the traveling village that you had with teepees back in the day, with nomadic life. In Eskimos, there's a great movie called The Fast Runner that was filmed, it was 20 years ago, and it was about an Eskimo family back, 200, 300 years ago, and what it was like. And you're around the same people, the same 10 people, 12 people, your entire life. Like you don't know what beauty looks like besides the 2 or 3 cousins you have or whatever. I'm just saying, like the brain couldn't comprehend just walking
it still
down
can't.
The street
That's my
today.
point.
Walking down
it's called the Dunbar number. Here, let me show you this. Audience, the Dunbar number is a proposed cognitive limit to the number of stable social relationships a person can maintain, estimated to be around 150. The concept, developed by British anthropologist Robin Dunbar, suggests a link between the size of a primate's neocortex and its social group size, leading to the theory that a larger neocortex allows for more social connections. So what it does is it depicts here about 150, and I've witnessed this as we do freedom summits or events or whatever. Once you get to about, the ideal is between 80 and 120. Once you get up to 200 people, you start, carving off into cliques, and not everybody gets to talk to everybody, whatever. I've seen this in action. And here it is. It goes 5 people, your best intimate relations. 15, good friends, those with whom you might spend your Saturday evening. 50, friends, the typical overnight camp size among traditional hunter-gatherers. 150, this is the number of people with whom we can maintain a meaningful relationship. And I'll guarantee Frank Tamburri doesn't have over 150 friends, okay? I'm not sure that
I mean, Facebook.
Right. So I'm sitting there going, this rings true. And I remember about a decade ago, it become a big thing. We started looking at it. You're right. No matter how big your community is, how much influence you have, how much you only have so many hours in a day that you can maintain relationships enough repetitively, see them at once a year at a holiday or a festival or whatever, you can freaking remember their name. And I'm terrible at remembering names. So this is a limit on humanity.
Look, I understand. Look, that's a good point. By the way, touche. It was a great retort. I get it. But I guess I'm saying a little bit different is that when you've only seen 4 or 5 women, especially your age, not your grandmother, let's say, like beauty, how do I put it? You don't know what you don't have, right?
And you do. They all want Mia Sophia, beautiful white blonde women.
Exactly. So, like, look, and this is, I don't want to, look, this audience.
Why was Nefertiti
this
worshipped
audience
as being
gets
so
it. I'm
beautiful?
not trying to
The
be
Egyptian empress, why was she worshipped so much? Why was she considered so beautiful? And it was just a freaking 3D sculpture that they did of her. Nefertiti, legendary for her beauty,
was still
because she had certain proportions, the golden,
Ernie,
ratio.
you're missing
and that
my
kind of
point. You're missing my
I'm
point.
waiting.
You're missing my point. Nefertiti is already in society in a large city. I mean, and they're making statues. I'm talking about most of human history. I'm talking millions of years. Nefertiti was only 3,000 years ago. That was like a drop in the bucket. Most of human history, the way the brain has been constructed, is millions of years. Most people today really can't put in context about how recent everything that you think has happened has happened. It's like, I remember Carl Sagan, and you guys should check this out. Carl Sagan was awesome. Matter of fact, if we had a boy, we're going to name him Sagan. I don't know if you remember that. We got a girl, so we named him Phaedra, but we're going to name him Sagan after Carl Sagan. I hate to tell you that, Ernie. But I met Carl Sagan a couple times, and he was just, I don't know, he was always a hero of mine.
Tangents!
Yeah, well, anyway. But Carl Sagan, he would talk about, he popularized the calendar of time, right? Where he'd say, imagine a calendar, and like January 1st is when the Earth was created, and then you go all the way through, and like life began in like May or June of the Earth's history, and then the dinosaurs show up like in September, and then the dinosaurs died, in like mid-December, and then human beings showed up. Human beings showing up are like the last 30 seconds of the last minute before midnight on December 31st. And by the way, you can check this out on YouTube, the calendar of time. He made it very famous. And so if that's just when human beings showed up, I mean, the idea that humans have been around for millions of years, creating our brain, the primate model, why I bring up primates is a big deal, because we're primates. It's the reptilian brain, the primate brain, and so to just the recorded history is only 3,000 years after millions of human years, and we're still only 30 seconds from midnight. So and
there's still a basic thing for why you find something attractive, it goes down to something fundamental. It'll be you like wider hips because they can pass newborn children more.
When you're living in an igloo, and I don't mean this condescending. I mean you're surviving the elements. That's your whole world. That's your life. You're not a Kardashian in some mansion in Beverly Hills where suddenly when you're on TikTok videos you feel like your life sucks because you don't have the Kardashians. It's like relativism, and social media is kind of where I'm trying to get to, has distorted in a profound way. Well, you know what, Ernie? It takes a little bit of time to break down these assumptions of because you're not understanding I'm trying to get a deeper point to this. And so, yes, I really understand. I'm sorry. I'm trying to sound condescending on that. I just mean like when you look at beauty, you don't, beauty's in the eye of the beholder, of course, but when you only have 3 or 4 options of what beauty, you don't even know what it is. It's just you have 3 or 4 women, girls, whatever, around your age, and you pick one, or whoever matches you up, or your automatic matchmaker, whatever. It's the old days. But that's all you know. You don't know anything else. You don't even understand other forms of beauty.
And your point is what?
And so suddenly, when you're in a city, that changes dramatically about your options and what's out there. Then when you get from the city, which are people that you meet, then you get the publications. You get, of course, when photographic realism comes up, now you're starting to see, like Ava Gardner, or Marilyn Monroe, and you're seeing these idealistic views of beauty that they're not obtainable for most people. But now all of a sudden you see your wife or whoever, and you're looking at someone who's made up as a product of Marilyn Monroe, and you're like, oh, wait, I guess my wife is not good looking because, I'm seeing Marilyn Monroe, and I'm seeing these movie stars that never existed for all of human history. And that's an unfair comparison. It's unrealistic for women and for relationships, and it breaks up relationships when people are like, "Well, wait a minute, how come my wife doesn't look like Angelina Jolie? I guess I'm doing something wrong. My wife's not good enough." Or the wife thinks that about the guy. How come my husband is not like, Arnold Schwarzenegger or whatever? And so this creates, now, like, I know in this audience, you're going to think, oh, I'm not that stupid. But this is a sociological change that affects most human beings. And they don't realize how much that influence is there. Living in cities is extremely modern to have sanitation and sewage. I mean, thanks to the Romans created the first aqueducts to even have that.
You know what trumps all of that?
Say again?
You know what trumps all of that? What, tops everything?
Well, go ahead. What?
Food. See, L. Neil Smith, made this point. He goes, life is about two things: food and sex. That's it. All the incentives is you want to eat and drink, I guess, and procreate. That's how our endocrine system is set up. We're going to go out, and it's all about food. You want to distract from Mia Sophia? Don't eat for a few days, okay? So it's all basic on the fundamental of keep on keeping on, of procreation, of going through. And all of a sudden, certainly when you get older, all of this exposure to beauty is so superficial and subjective that other things start to rise to the top. I don't think there's a whole lot of playboys in the Amish society. They emphasize different things. So when you're going, this is going to be, not that they wouldn't look, or a teenager get an erection by seeing whatever, maybe they would be repulsed. I don't know. The thing is that when I look at beauty is based on something fundamental. It can't be too different from you. It probably, you want the same color of, skin or features or whatever or so on. No matter what the race is, there's always Chinese women with less rounded face, Korean women with less rounded face are more attractive. Why? Because Nefertiti thing, the golden ratio thing. It's it's more natural. It's in nature. It's kind of, you get that check off a bunch of list of a bunch of stuff, which is exactly what they're doing with Mia Sophia. How big's the butt got to be?
Yeah, but Ernie,
how high is it got to be? How much cleavage you got to show? How long's the hair going to be? What color's the skin? What about the lips, the teeth, the eyes, the whatever? This is why, boy, it triggered Frank. So you're going, why is that?
You're making my point, dude. You're making my point. Is that natural? Is natural, but it's not natural when you create photographs in a magazine, in Life magazine in 1952. That was high tech back then. If you're seeing an idealistic view of the most perfect woman at the time, and it's right in front of you, right?
And
it's now AI is just an extension of it. But then you have movies, and it keeps refining what people think. Well, I'm getting to that. What people think beauty is, but what it does is it erodes and changes the dynamic with the women and the relationships around them, because suddenly you feel like, oh, I can do better. Oh, this is not beautiful. And look, I'm just
for how
using
long?
this. How
many years? How many decades? How many generations do you think the women are going to do that? They're sitting there going, I need a 666 guy, and then they're an old maid at 42 wondering what happened.
Ernie, I'm just using, because, and we're still going around and around on this, I'm only using one vector over beauty. We can deal with this with money about what should be successful. I mean, in the old days, if you had an igloo and you kept your village alive and you killed the polar bear and you just kept people fed and together and against
you felt good about yourself.
Elements, then you were a success. And then all of a sudden you have lifetimes of lifestyles of the rich and famous with Richard Leach, remember him? And all of a sudden it's like, my life sucks. Look at all these people that are rich and have money. And then you've got TikTok videos showing everyone going out to lunch and dinner. And I'm saying is that all of this distorts what basic humanity has been about. And I guess I'm talking as a naturopath as well. That's kind of seeping into this discussion where, we prefer naturopathy. I mean, a little bit of it comes down to, as an example, about work that you do on your face. I mean, how many women especially are doing Botox and everything, whereas naturopathic women don't want to do that typically. So then the question is, what's beauty? Now, I know this gets into an off topic for you, but it's like, okay, now what are you going to do? So first, you're going to sit there and try and change yourself up. You want to look like Marilyn Monroe. You want to start buying different clothes. Then all of a sudden, then that turns into, we're going to do boob jobs. Okay, fine, you do that. Wait, I know you're like, great. But I mean, like boob jobs. Then all of a sudden the boob jobs turn into from 50-year-olds to 40-year-olds, then 30-year-olds. And now I'm sure you know, there's girls that like for their high school graduation present, they get boob jobs and nose jobs as their high school graduation present, thinking that they need that.
Or they get them locked
job.
off.
Because the country is, because the culture has become so, in this one metric or vector here, it's become superficial about looks. And so therefore you're competing not against the 3 people in your village, but basically an artificial artifice of marketing and technology and makeup design and lighting and everything. And you've got a poor little woman here, girl, trying to compete against all of that. And now you've got the coup d'etat, which is when you got a woman or a girl that's going to sit there and get a boob job and lip filler and change her face and get Botox when she's 22 years old, for God's sake. And you're doing all of this. And then it doesn't matter. You know why? Because Frank Tambouri's got Mia Sophia. So all of a sudden, all the Botox and everything you've done, it can't even compete with the perfect AI girlfriend that was, and you know, just for the audience's sake, the reason we always talk about
superficial.
The reason Mia Sophia is the fact that the damn AI is looking at the people that you look at on Facebook, and I just mean like your friends. I don't mean anything, you know, like, you know, under like the blue here. I just mean like it'll look at what you look at and then sort through and figure out what genetically are you attracted to, and then it will literally make up a woman that looks completely real. And according to Ernie Hancock, we don't need anyone to say whether it's AI or not. So now I'll be presented with a woman that looks completely real, that as far as I'm concerned is real and is perfectly constructed like a hand to a glove or like a finely tailored suit to me. And so what is that? And Ernie's like, where are you going, Frank? Come on, Mr. Pseudo-Libertarian. I'm talking not as a libertarian. I forget being a libertarian right now. And you can throw shade at me. I don't care. I'm talking as a doctor. I'm talking as a sociologist. I'm talking about just looking at history and humanity. And I'm looking at this, and it is a dangerous setup when we've got children who are becoming adults who are messed up from social media, because adults didn't even grow up with social media and yet had our kids immersed in it, and they're having huge problems that's affecting humanity and with the future of where we go, including what our next political, you know, world is going to look like. And so and that's just from social media. AI is social media on 10x steroids is what AI is going to be. And the fact that people are looking at it as how much money I can make off of chatbot or NVIDIA, or we're going to have arguments about, well, should you have a shiny badge to tell you because it violates my libertarian principles, and we can go all day. But I'm looking at this from a completely different point of view, which is screw all of that. Just as human beings, as rats in a maze, how are these primates going to be relating to this new world that no one has tested, no one cares? And Sam Altman goes, abundance, 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 abundance. And everyone, and people are cashing in on it and making funny cat videos. Like that's where this conversation is. And I'm just saying no one seems to be looking out for the larger issue except a few AI ethics teams who got deep six the minute they brought this stuff up, because everyone is so short-sighted on this with their own little version of reality, and no one seems to be looking at human beings that we're all part of as being rats in this maze, and no one's looking out for us. There is no one. There is no father figure that's looking after us. Everyone's seeing it from their own little philosophical little little world and trying to mash it in, and they're not getting it. We as human beings have never encountered this force. It's a force that's confronting humanity at its core. At its core. And, you know, you can just go, well, what's wrong with Mia Sophia? And Frank's not, I don't know where Frank's going. He's clueless. He's going on rants here. No, that's what scares me, is that no one seems to grasp the larger issue. And I would love a moratorium on this. I would love to. We're still living through the effects of social media. We don't know how
you're not going to get it.
Anyway, you get it. All right. Well, anyway, besides that.
No, you're not going to get a moratorium. And we had this. It was called Mud's Women, Star Trek, the episode.
Great, Ernie, great reference.
This is exactly what you're talking about, and it's exactly what I'm talking about. Here we go. I win. I always
win. That you remember that episode. That was a good
because it's exactly what you're talking about. Mud. These three women, Mud was a trader guy, whatever. You know, he marketed whatever. He questionable tribble guy. Okay, so what happened was Mud's women were three women. I guess where they were the planet and out in the sticks of whatever, they were just kind of mundane and average and whatever. But he gave them the pill. And this pill was their boob job, butt job, of facial job. So they give the pill and all of a sudden they're most beautiful women ever. Well, Leonard McCoy, of course, he's under the influence of it. He goes, really, are they pound for pound, measurement for measurement? Are they really that much different? You know, is it really, I mean, you know, we're looking at it's just really, I mean, how different are they? Well, it was more of a chemical thing. Well, they took them to dilithium crystal miners out in the middle of some planetoid of whatever the hell. Well, he's selling them to these miners. They want these beautiful women. Oh, yeah, man, they married them by morning. Boom, they're in. Now they're married to guys that, you know, filthy, stinking rich living in huts. But one of the women, she goes, is this what you really want? Is this what you need? Because she lost her looks, the pill wore off, it's the next day, and the guy's like, God, why are you so homely? She goes, really? Is that what you need? Or do you want somebody to darn your socks and wash your dishes? And do you need a partner in this, you know, yada, 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 yada. Well, then one of the comments of disappointment in the episode is that she took a placebo thinking it was it, and then she turned beautiful. It was just confidence, you know, made her beautiful. Well, that was kind of the lesson, but he's like, no, I really thought that was a mistake, and they should have just, you know, not, and he saw the value in her without being beautiful. This is the point this is Star Trek. This is hundreds of years into the future. Exactly what Frank's been going on about. What was really beautiful? Well, when they can stop being a bitch, or they can stop whining, complaining, and be a partner and help, and kind of, what, woo, may I pick you? See, I don't give a crap. You know, Kim Kardashian's too short anyway. I mean, it's all, you know, whatever. I seen on the internet, I just hit the headline. It was something like, what would Britney Spears look like if she didn't have any, you know, cosmetic surgery? And I'm like, she had cosmetic surgery? Yeah, I don't care. Okay? So this is what I'm talking about. The beauty of another human being is way more, certainly as you get older, is way more about their personality, their philosophy, their ingenuity, their dependence, their reliance, their capabilities, than this superficial bullshit. And that is my point. We are going to go through this. It's going to be, woo, I got me an AI. She's a babe. Man, and man, she's good on the sexual trapeze, man. Tell you what's up.
Yeah, but Ernie, do you remember when you, I, and Tarzan, hey Tarzan, we have to reach out to him. We haven't seen him for a while. But remember when we did the show, the famous pornography episode from your studio? I don't know if you remember, audience. And by the way, if you're at work, it might not be safe for work, but I'm not going to say anything crude. But just for the record, we did a famous porn episode where we were. Yeah, you don't remember, like Tarzan, where we were talking about this topic. I'll bring up in a second.
Remember Tarzan? No, he's coming off his bicycle and taking his shirt off.
It was like the old Howard Stern show, and we're sitting there watching these porn videos live on air, and we go and all this. And I think I'm sure.
Really?
You don't remember that? It was.
I do not.
So
Anyway.
Yeah. Well, the point of it was, and I was bringing it up, was how this, again, it goes back to sociology. A lot of men, and maybe I'm just sensitive to this because I see this as well. Did you know that the number one group of people, not number one, number two, but growing, of men who need Viagra are young 30-year-olds. 20 and 30-year-olds are getting Viagra now. And the reason, and this is, there's nothing wrong with their erection. They're able to have an erection, but they're having performance anxiety issues. And it's a growing issue amongst younger men. And for those of you that don't know, not to rehash it, I do focus in urology. I was professor of urology. I'm a doctor. At least I pretend to be one, blah, blah, blah. So I kind of know this area pretty well. And so one of the things we're finding is performance anxiety. And the reason is because of modern pornography. And we talked about it on the show. Like, back in the day, a kid would have like a Playboy or something, or, maybe they'd watch an old porn from the 70s or whatever it was. Not to get into all this, but and this is an important point. But we live in a world now where
you're going to make it really fast, right?
Where children even have access to pornography, the things that only adults could even take a picture of a woman naked, and that was a big deal back in the day. And now it's like they can see anything, and of course we're talking dopamine responses. So just having seeing someone have sex or a naked woman, it creates a dopamine response, especially when it's being modified and propagated with testosterone, especially when someone's going through puberty and their hormones are raging, and it gets into androgen receptors. And I won't torture you guys with the biochemistry and all, but it all comes together, and so there you get a dopamine response. The problem is a dopamine response is like with drugs. You get the first hit, you have one shot of beer and you get drunk. Then next time you need 2 shots. Then it's a full beer. Then it's like you need a little bit of whiskey. Then it's 2. You get the idea. And then you need more and more to get the same hit. Well, the same thing happens with sex. And so suddenly having sex or intercourse or whatever is not enough. Now all of a sudden, and I'm just jumping to skip to the end version for Ernie here.
Thank you.
And also, but all of a sudden, you've got like 25-year-old kids who are sitting there, and in their mind, only what excites them in order to have sexual pleasure, not to mention what they think is normalized now, is a man to have like 3 women, a blonde and a brunette and an Asian, all doing whatever to them at the same time with, electric probes and a UFO and whatever. I mean, just all kinds of stuff that's going on in these videos. Not to mention videos that show essentially abuse to women. I mean, granted, we'll assume the women are consensual to this, but we're living in a world where if you use the wrong pronoun, a 22-year-old could be, fired, sued, or worse for a pronoun. God forbid, it's all women, you're toxic masculinity. But then they go online and they see these videos, which is what we did. We were playing, we're having this conversation on Freedom's Phoenix. You probably don't remember. And we're talking about this disparity where women on one hand are like, we're equal, we need to be respected and all of this. And then yet they'll have these pornography sites, and, we don't have to go into graphic detail, but I'm sure if people have seen them, I mean, women are used as, like trash vesicles sometimes. And it's just like, it's unbelievable what women will allow themselves to do. And that's a combination of if just having regular old-fashioned
I quit being
sex.
a teacher. Now I make $1 million a month on
Right. So now it's like it increases the dopamine. It increases the views. I mean, if someone's trying to get into porn because they can't get a real job.
What's your point?
Well, my point is the stuff just keeps getting ratcheted up, and people don't and this distorts reality. It distorts what human beings are about. And I know it's easy to sit back and say, well, all right, it's the free market. Let people do whatever they want to do. And when I put on my libertarian cap, I completely agree. It's like, okay, well, it's new technology. And okay,
right.
well, then the
Let
women
me-
have to adjust. But what I'm saying is it's the
Well,
women
say it so I can say it.
The women themselves are having issues because I don't know if you know this, Ernie. This is becoming a serious problem. There's a lot of men who are having a lot of confusion issues because on one hand they're being told their toxic masculinity and they're afraid to even ask a woman for a date, but at the same time they watch these videos and women are just being literally abused. And so now you have guys that are going out on dates and they're physically, without going into detail, guys, I'm sure a lot of you guys know what I'm talking about. There's 20-year-olds who are watching these videos and doing what they're seeing on the videos, and they're doing it to their women on their date. And then they're being called like they're like completely abusing them, calling the cops. And what I'm saying is that men are confused. They're confused because they're getting complete dual messages. On one hand, you have to be like this snowflake who's like simping for women, and you're supposed to sit there and take it because you're a toxic man. And on the other hand, you've got men sitting there with 5 women sitting there abusing them and slapping them and doing all kinds of stuff. And it's like, what is normal? There is no normalcy at this point. What is it? And so this is just one example. I could talk about the woman's perspective. I could go things that are not even about sex, things about lookism and things about all sorts of topics. I'm just using this as a very visceral example of why pure libertarianism, you could stick with your principle with it, but when I switch my doctor mode on and I see what's happening to society, I do get concerned. Now, do I want a law for everything? And I'm talking to turning to a leftist? No. But I just want to point out to an audience that I know I'm probably outnumbered. Most of you are diehard libertarian. I don't care, no laws, no rules. But I think that there could be a place for some of these things when society is changing quicker than no human being in the history of the goddamn planet has had the changes as quickly as this. Almost every human being in the history of this planet grew up in the same location that their parents and their grandparents and their great-great-great-great-great-great-grandparents. They sang the same hymns. They ate the same foods. They drank the same water. And I know you think that doesn't matter, but it's a huge difference of how much humanity has changed. And you just go back to the libertarian principle about it. And I'm not trying to say you're wrong, but these two, it's possible, Ernie, that two things can be true and still be in conflict at the same time. I think that's what I'm trying to get to. I'm not trying to say I'm right about whatever. I'm acknowledging that there's a problem that I don't have an answer for, but just saying, well, I'm just going to stick into the libertarian principle, and that keeps me safe and wrap myself in the blanket of pure libertarianism, which is I think, a folly. It's a folly because of the transition of humanity that is historic in all of humankind. And for you not to at least make, I don't say an exception, but at least acknowledge that maybe an exception might be apropos, you won't even acknowledge that. And that, to me, is the danger. Go ahead, tell me I'm wrong, but you're wrong. It's okay.
You're wrong.
I love you.
The most effective thing, and I've heard people say this before. I think Tucker, Stossel, whatever. It's a libertarian thing. It comes up. The most effective thing is, fear of missing out, being part of the tribe, having, acceptance, all that kind of stuff. And the most effective at forbidding certain behavior is taboos. What is not socially acceptable. What they've done, they, them, those, through books, movies, indoctrination with freaking AI influencers or whatever, has been to eliminate taboos. Yeah, it's fine. 11-year-olds, you transition them, lop off their wiener and freaking make them a girl. Yeah, whatever. You're going to jail if you don't do that. You're going to have your kids taken away from you if you don't let them transition because their teacher told them at 9. You're going to do. These taboos are being stripped away. This is what's causing the problems. The emphasis on being a family person, being productive, being diligent, being reliable and dependable, being. These are the things that are taken away. It's the identity politics, and I need, and I am entitled to, and I want, and I need to get, and you got to give me. And he has more of it, and it needs to be mine. These are all the stuff that you're talking about is just part of the mechanism of eliminating humanity and being human. So you go, all right, but what about these things? They're a danger. AI, girlfriend, they're a danger. The foods that they're growing, they're danger, 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 everywhere, danger. Oh my God, we got to be afraid. I'm not afraid. No fear, no fear, no fear. And the reason is because I know that humanity will always keep marching on. Why? Because they will recognize an existential threat. Sooner or later, people go, now that sucks. We're abandoning that. We're going to be a Mennonite community. We're going to be, whatever, Amish, or we're going over here and doing that, or even Islam's building their own city in Georgia kind of crap, whatever the hell they want to do. What am I going to do? That's a danger, man. You go, ooh, we got to pass a law. Laws are not what is going to solve this.
Yeah, but Ernie, I don't want to bring the cheap shot in, and I know you have an answer, and I know libertarians do.
Yes, I do, if you let me.
No, I know you do. But just
you'll let me.
Just for a reference, what is the libertarian viewpoint of child pornography? Right? I'm sure this is always brought up. I know it's kind of a cheap shot, but this is a perfect example of where pure libertarians go, whatever you want to do. But it's like, who's got the shiny badge to tell you otherwise? So this is where it begins to slide in. Go ahead.
You don't want to hear my answer.
Of course I do. Go ahead.
During the campaign for Congress in 96, 98, I was in, whatever, I had a libertarian primary. There was a prominent officer who was running against me. And this came up. What happened was there was a book, Healing Our World by Mary Ruwart. Dr. Mary Ruwart, big Ron Paul person, great. She was on the Libertarian National Committee. She was considered for FDA head. This, she got it going on. Well, we were just talking about her this morning. We're going to have her on the show probably in a week or two. In the book Healing Our World, the point that she was making is by making child pornography illegal is why it's so profitable, just like the drug war. Doesn't mean you should do whatever. They violated a child's right. They abused them, throw them in jail, throw away the key. That was not the point. The point that she was saying, the pornography, the evidence of the crime, that's not something you can legislate because now, it's AI. Well, what happened was they went after her. Well, the point that she was making, and she made very clearly, was that you're creating profit for it to happen more. You're abusing more children. You're killing more children by making it profitable for they than those. She goes, that's a mistake. You need to go after the real crime. Possession of evidence of the crime is not a crime. In libertarian fight, there's possession of anything it's not violating someone else's rights. You didn't steal it from somebody. You didn't take it. You didn't, lie about it. You whatever. All the fundamentals of what a crime is. So possession of heroin, a nuclear bomb, child pornography, that's not the crime. That may be evidence of a crime, and go prosecute that. So what does the FBI and the government do? Oh, we got this guy had all this child pornography. Oh, we got this guy. Oh, he's a bad guy. But they never do what? Arrest the actual pedophile. They never go after the crime. We see all the evidence of the crime and got the guy's face. We don't care. Thus Congressman. Thus Epstein list. Thus. Perfect example of what Mary was saying.
The point is what? That's your perspective. And look, I respect it. I understand.
So you want to kill more children? You want more children abused? You want more children trafficked? You want more profit with children? Is that what you're saying? Because that's what you're saying. That's what you're saying.
That's not what I'm saying. That's the result. What I'm saying that I learned from Jean-Luc Picard, Captain Picard, in season 1, episode, I think, 12. I'm just saying. But it was a perfect line. which was, since when is justice as simple as a rule book? And my point is that, we can all have our philosophies that are our templates for life.
You're going to finish. Let me finish my story.
Or whatever else. I'm just saying that.
Say it, because I get finished.
Sometimes I think it's important to rise above just an ideology that can be used as a blueprint. But I don't think there's any blueprint, including the Bible, that talks about slavery and everything else. I'm not trying to bash the Bible, but for those that want to go by every word of the Bible, there's people out there that will destroy you with every word in the Bible. And so it's just that it has to, I don't think there's anything that I know of except just nature, the nature rules. But I don't think there's any one rule book that has the answer 100% of the time. Sometimes you have to use that as a guide, but transcend it and look at
transcend freedom. How about we use freedom as a guide? How about freedom as a guide? How about freedom as a guide? How about it, Frank?
What's your cost,
How about
Frank? How much does it pay?
Okay,
you?
let me finish.
All right, go.
Well, I'm allowed? God. This is how we get in a long conversation.
I'll
tell you exactly where it's going.
Go.
In 96, 98, when I was running for that in opposite, now, of course, this was brought up. Ernie supports child pornography. I go, no, I don't. I'm for saving children. I'm for going after the actual crime. They focus on the evidence of the crime and they never go any further. Why? Because they're the pedophiles. And I'm going, this is not the focus we should have. That doesn't mean that it's not bad. It should be taboo and it should be everybody know. Well, here it comes. At that time, like the 2 days before we had that debate, there was a sheriff deputy in Maricopa County here that was caught with child pornography on his computer. But it was in the beginning of Photoshop or whatever they were able to, do it. Now they can just do it with a prompt and tell AI to do it for them. And what they'd done, it was adult women that had young-looking bodies like, Thai women or Oriental or whatever, and they would put a young child's face on it. Well, this was computer-generated, pornography, art, whatever the hell they wanted to call it. And that is what they found on the deputy sheriff's computer. So then it became a big thing. Was it even evidence of an actual crime? Was the possession of digital graphic, sexually distasteful, whatever, images, is that a crime? But it wasn't of real children. It was computer generated. So that became the issue. When of course they do the Frank thing, come to Ernie, well, what do you think of this? And I'm going, is there a crime? What's the crime? The crime was possessing images generated by a computer that represented a child, but not a real child. So I'm going, well, think about that. Man, that is definitely a slippery slope. When you get to decide anything that's computer, Mia Sophia's butt that is all on display there in her thong bikini or whatever, man, you definitely go to the jail for that in the 40s, 50s. Well, maybe not, I don't know. But the point is that you have to look at these things principally. Where's the gun in the room? Where's the coercion? Where's the fraud? Where's the force? Where is the violation of another person's rights? The possession of any material, plans, pictures, video, that's evidence of a crime. Now, if you say withholding evidence of a crime, or you should report the crime, here, Mr. Policeman, here's a video of where to go find these girls, and they're like, oh, we'll arrest you for even having it and turn it in. We don't care about the actual crime against the child, and that's extremely evident right, not later, right now. That's what's going on with the Epstein thing.
Let me ask you a question. And by the way,
because that's not the focus.
Wait. What I'm about to say, I honestly don't know if it's true. I know it's been speculated from the anti-child porn groups, and I'm just pointing out. But I'm just throwing this out. So they claim No, I look personally. Let me just say this. Personally, I don't think someone should go to jail for having artificial child pornography. So if it's AI or whatever, no one's actually been hurt. So from my libertarian principle, I just want to be clear to the audience and to Ernie, so he doesn't jump on it like, you don't get it, Frank. I get it. But let's just say the argument that they make, which is that whether it's artificial or not, that you propagate child predatory and child pornography actions of people who, and I know it's a loaded topic, why do people
and making it illegal makes it more profitable,
whatever,
and wider spread, and more damaged children.
Fine, exactly.
Don't be a child molester, Frank.
So exactly. So if even if it's fake, if it instigates more people to create the crime, now look, as a pure libertarian, it doesn't matter. It just comes down to don't do the crime. If you do the crime, then you got to do the time. Period, end of story. This is easy. Let's move on to the national debt and gold going up. I get that. But there's also, real life and how, the average person is just thrown into this morass of life. And so if suddenly child pornography, whether it's artificial or not, suddenly is shown up on YouTube and everywhere else, and it's constantly around you because, well, according to libertarians, it wasn't real. So suddenly anyone and every cartoon character could be having sex with small little girls or whatever in cartoons because it's not real. So according to Ernie Hancock, it's all legit. Well, if there is even a 10, 20, 30% increase in child abuse by doing that, I mean, I guess if you want to stay pure libertarian, oh, well, sucks to be the kid. On the other hand, some people might argue, well, what really is the benefit of having child pornography, whether it's fake or not, if it's going to translate into a 20, 30, 40% increase in true child abuse, even though it came from something fake that does not violate libertarian principles in that case. So
maybe law enforcement and government should focus on the actual crime and not the possession. If you would focus on the principle, you'd have less of it.
You have to agree that there's an argument there. You have to at least agree there's an argument.
You want what you want, and you don't care. You don't care about the additional children and women that are being abused because it's illegal. Why do you think sex trafficking is so profitable? Because it's illegal to have prostitution. It's illegal to do this. And they never go after the criminals. They never. Sound of Freedom. What was that a government thing? They're going to go at? No.
Yeah, what happened to that?
That was people that wanted to go after the crime to save the children. That's never the emphasis. It's all pretend. Those are violent people. They might shoot back. You're missing the point.
No, I'm not.
There are more.
And you're assuming.
You're assuming that if you
I'm
make
taking the left side. I'm not.
You're assuming.
Just saying, can you at least
you're
acknowledge?
assuming. I know exactly what you're saying.
No, you're
assuming.
No, you don't.
Let me tell you, and you can tell me if I'm wrong.
Oh, you are wrong. It's okay.
You're assuming that by having this stuff even available, it's on the internet, which it is, by the way. They're available to any and everybody that takes a half hour to look and want to do, and 12-year-olds, 17-year-olds want to go find. There, it's there. But what happens? What law are you going to pass? What are you going to do? But law enforcement is not going after the criminals. They're not going at, sure as hell if they're congressmen. So I'm going, this is the problem. It's not the evidence of the problem. It's the problem. And that is the problem. Everybody's focusing on the evidence. If we didn't have the drugs, we'll blow up boats and the Venezuelan boats. Now that'll cure it. That'll fix it. Really? It just makes it more expensive. It just makes it more profitable. It just makes it come from somewhere else. It just makes it, but they never actually go. At least Trump going, yeah, we're going to fix it. Maduro's going to Qatar and, Qatar, or however they call it. Yeah, or we're bombing Venezuela. Man, we're going to go get some in the name of the children. Yeah, that's it. Nobody's focused on the actual violation of rights. The evidence, the product of that, they focus on that to distract from the real problem. The people that are actually violating a human being's rights. So you're going, well, if you have Mia Sophia at 12 years old getting violated on there, well, all of a sudden you're creating a bunch of pedophiles around the planet. What are you going to do about that, Mr. Libertarian? I don't know. You're going to pass a law? What law are you going to pass? You know, it's us. Look in the mirror. It's the people. And I am not satisfied that there is a gravitational force just because somebody is beautiful. A lot of times that's a repulsion. I'm intimidated by that. I don't even go over there. I don't ask them out for dates. You get sent to HR. But the point that I'm looking at is the elevation of traits that make people beautiful, that want to have children, that are looking for supportive relations. All of these traits are going to rise because they're not emphasized anymore. It's all superficial. Who the hell wants to marry Kim Kardashian? I guess a couple of people do. And she marries the strangest, weirdest, gotta have a divorce, oh my God, because that's the kind of people that they are. So who wants to marry into that? She may be beautiful or better than, God knows what she looks like without, but I am like, I got a law degree, can't pass the bar, but, I got a law degree and I'm beautiful, pick me. Why? What I'm looking for, how's your steaks? What kind of casseroles do you make? Do you got enough money, I guess, somebody make your bed and dress you, for you or whatever? Cool. What value is there in that? Where's the value? That is what taboos on things that are distasteful, that are bad, that are unproductive, that doesn't serve society, the focus on freedom and liberty, and you cannot come up with a single circumstances that I can't go, freedom is the answer. If you are not using your monopoly of force, whatever government is, against the bad guys that are violating someone's individual rights, then what the hell good are you? And if you pass a law saying, well, we're not going to worry about that, but the evidence of them doing it, we're going to go, seriously? Why? Where's the focus on the crime? This is, that is the point that I'm making, is that we have been so conditioned to take whatever is distasteful, whatever is bad, whatever is wrong, and say, you're looking at that, you're holding it, you're trafficking it, you're whatever it, when it's great, clear video evidence of a crime, and you have facial recognition, all this kind of stuff, and they don't go after them. They'll do every now and then, they'll have a big bust, and we got these 600 guys that wouldn't, pay off their local sheriff or some shit, But never is it the government that, what happens when there was a guy being interviewed, it's Rich, country singer on Tucker Carlson. He just did a song about, we're coming after you. We're going, and he's going, how much would it take for us to cover the internet and go after these predators? Not evidence of them predatoring, predators. The ones that are actually having sex with the children. What would it cost? He goes, I don't know, $1 billion. He goes, really? What about $2 billion? I get stupid. I'm going to go to Congress. I'm talking to Trump. He goes, hey, what's up? So, country singer, cowboy hat. He did a Revelation video and so on that was powerful and that had a lot. He goes, I'm on it. I'm focused. These guys got to be scared. We're coming after the real criminals, not peddling and sold a DVD, or they got some website that's got IPFS or mega upload of what, and they're going to get rid of it anyway. We're going after the real rights violators. $2 billion. I want to take the $2 billion out of some bullshit project, some crap you got over here, we're going to go raid some video store, or we're going to all that bullshit, and put it towards going after the real criminals. I give you $2 billion and we have just volunteers with resources, Sound of Freedom stuff, and we go after them, and they must worry about us because we're everywhere. We're not ignoring them anymore. We're not going to let them get away with it. We're going to penetrate, infiltrate, go after, and kick some ass. Is that possible? Of course it is. Why don't they do it? What kind of savings in humanity and future therapy and health concerns and all kinds of criminal activity, all kinds of other stuff they do with the profits? What about that? No, we don't want to focus on that. We want to focus on computer-generated kiddie porn that, Ernie says is not the crime. Because it's not. And they're not focusing on the real crime. And to be distracted by that and to have this straw man thing going to a libertarian say, well, what about this? What about the actual crime? Don't want to talk about it. Yeah, but what if this produces more crime? Go after the criminals. Get more. Go get some. On the actual crimes. Well, porn possession of children is the crime. Says who? Who's being violated? Who is being unwillingly stolen from or given or forced on them or it's evidence of a real crime that everybody ignores. And when I have done any of this kind of stuff on the radio show, which I distasteful as hell, I don't like doing it. Whenever we talked about this kind of stuff, it always is the government is the one in the way of prosecuting the real criminals. They don't have time for it. They don't care. There's nobody on it. There's not an incentive. There's no extra, money from the federal government. There's no grants. There's no this. There's no that. Nothing. It's always the lower, 300-pound guy sitting in front of his computer in his grandma's basement jerking off to whatever. And I'm like, really? 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 So you're not going to get me on this. They don't care. It is obvious they don't care. The whole Epstein thing is, they neon flashing don't care. So Marjorie Taylor Greene, Thomas Massie, come out. No, we're getting this. These women standing behind me, they need justice. They were really abused. They. And you can't get a peep out of anybody. FBI, Kash Patel, Pam Bondi, and worried about this other bullshit.
Are you done? So look, I don't understand what it is you're arguing over. You're thinking that I'm being, again, myopic. And it's like, pick a side. And if you're not with us, then you don't understand liberty and freedom. And that's how you're seeing it. That's not what I was saying. It's not even about child pornography. I'm trying to introduce sociology and just humanity.
Yeah, you're bringing up straw men to go, but Mr. Libertarian, you're going to need some government somewhere, and where has it ever made it better, including child pornography?
All right, look, let me, for the audience's sake, for those two people that are silly enough to be listening to us after all this time, but I appreciate it, though. Thank you for listening. Let me give you just like a tangential, but a different example, okay? So I play a doctor on TV or once in a while. So many times I found myself, especially as a true, or as much as a true libertarian as I can, maybe not Ernie level, but compared to almost every doctor I know, because most doctors come from the left. So just have a conservative doctor says a lot. You should hold on to them. And libertarian doctors are very rare. So just saying that. Even though Ernie thinks I'm doing a bad job at it. But, sometimes I find myself, and it's a quandary. Let me take an example of hormones, okay? Hormones are available. Most of them are by prescription. Some hormones you can buy over the counter. Melatonin is a hormone. DHEA is a hormone. Vitamin D and vitamin A are hormones. That's why if you give vitamin A to a woman who's pregnant, it can abort the fetus and kill the baby. And yet you can buy that from a health food store. A lot of people are not aware of this, but, it's kind of under wraps. Hormones are hormones for a reason. And yes, Ernie, there's a point to all this. People think hormones are just hormones. Oh, no, testosterone. It'll be like Arnold, whatever. Everything that you eat, including vitamins, minerals, supplements, every stinking thing you eat is not a hormone. There's hormones, there's everything else. It's kind of like there's every investment in the world, and then there's gold. Okay, let's put it in those terms. So like everything you eat gets absorbed in your gut, goes through your bloodstream, and most things stay in your bloodstream. Some things actually get absorbed from your blood and go into your organs, your liver, your brain, whatever, and it absorbs into your organs through the cell receptors and goes into the cell. So like there's extracellular medicines, things like anti-inflammatories that deal with the damage in your arteries and veins and your tissue. And then there's oxidative damage or antioxidants we take to get rid of oxidative damage that's in our organs. So everything, most everything, is either extracellular, outside the organ or outside the cell, or it's inside the cell, intracellular. Everything is one or the other, except hormones. Hormones are unique because they're the only thing that you can ingest that goes into your gut, into your blood, through your liver, through all of your organs, inside your cell, goes through the cellular matrix, and goes to the place where no one else can go. It's like the king in the Forbidden City, in Camelot, or Don Corleone, who's stuck in his compound. And that is the nucleus of the cell. The nucleus has the DNA. And only the DNA, like only a hormone can get inside the nucleus. And what's inside the DNA? What's inside the nucleus is DNA. I'm sorry about that. So DNA, that makes us, it's our code. And only a hormone can get in there. That's it. That's it. Nothing else can get in there. And it messes with us. In fact, most of you, including Ernie, were crazy once. Ernie's still kind of crazy. But that was called puberty. We went through puberty and the hormones were changing us. We went from a boy or a girl into an adult. Our bodies changed. Our minds changed. Hormones are extremely biochemically active. Extremely active. So hormones, I tell my medical students, need to be respected. Respect the hormones. Other vitamins and minerals people take, whatever, but hormones screw around with who we are as human beings, as entities. Now that you understand at least a little of the profundity of hormones, how doctors and biochemists see it, and it's true, it's real, right? Now let's talk about the two hats I wear. Should hormones be allowed to be sold at health food stores? Because melatonin you can buy at the health food store. Vitamin D you can buy. God knows I got patients buying vitamin D all the time. And I have ferocious ambiguity. I probably have to be on some sort of schizoid medication, being on Freedom's Phoenix with Ernest as one of my best friends in life, and I probably should put a gun to my head because it's a conflict. For my libertarian side, I say, of course, you buy whatever you want. It's your body, hormones. Hell, you should be able to buy it at damn 7-Eleven.
Just don't lie about it.
If melatonin makes you feel good and you get to go to sleep, all power to you. And buyer beware. And if you're taking a hormone that can abort your fetus, oh well, that's your problem. Right? Because it's found at the store. Some people like it. Someone wants to sell it. And if you made the mess up, that's on you. Sucks to be you. You should have been listening to Freedom's Phoenix. You were just too stupid. You
don't mislabel the label.
So
don't lie about it.
So anyway, so that is that when I put on my libertarian cap, and guys, I mean this sincerely. I really am. I am a little, I think I'm becoming schizoid. But I truly believe in my, and I tell patients this. I tell my medical school class, oh yeah, my medical school class, they all knew I was I was like the only libertarian professor in the entire medical school class. So believe it or not, you'd be proud of me. I know you won't admit it. But I would bring this up. I said, look, every patient should have access. It shouldn't be the establishment. It shouldn't be a system telling us what's available or not, what's allowable or not, because that's a slippery slope that, as libertarians, we already get that. Anyway, I can go all day on that. I'm all support of that. Fine. But then when I switch hats to my doctor hat, and I know Ernie has a hard time with this one, but I took an oath. I still remember. It was 2001 of all years, and I took the oath. My mom, who's here today, she was there when I gave my speech. We took our Hippocratic oath not to do any damage or harm to our patients. And it's a severe, it's a serious oath. And there's a lot of medical ethics conversations we've had in class before and after medical school on this. It still comes up, especially now in the world of COVID, you know, and the pseudo vaccine. That's a whole other conversation. But when I look at a hormone, knowing what I know about hormones, do I think a hormone should be simply available at 7-Eleven for your kid to take? And the answer is no. Because as a doctor who spent, you know, too much damn money in, you know, medical school loans, which I'm still paying off, that's a whole other conversation, you know, overrated as doctor, you know, degrees are, and doctors being co-opted by the establishment and go all day. But there is a lot. I mean, we didn't just waste our time. There's a lot of information, just like Ernie understands so much, and most of you in your specialties. But being a doctor, it takes a lot. You have to, between math and chemistry and organic chemistry and physics and biology and just seeing thousands of patients, and it's the science and the art of medicine. There's so much behind it, and ultimately you're trying to help human beings. And it's not always about what the drug is or what the research is. Sometimes it's who the person is. When I try to help a patient understand whether they should take on prostate cancer that has a 35.5% chance of killing them, do I just look at their PSA number? I could, if I'm just going to go buy the book. This is what the book says. But sometimes it's the human being. You know, did they have people in their family who died of cancer in front of them?
So what are you saying? You're smart enough to tell me what is and isn't legal?
Is their wife on board or not? Do they have children? I have many 72-year-olds.
So where's the law come in on this?
I have plenty of 72-year-olds who wound up getting remarried to their 48-year-old Ukrainian supermodel girlfriend, and half those guys have cyber trucks, just saying. And all of a sudden, they've got like a 4-year-old at home. Well, you know, it changes the dynamic of how far they want to push dying of a prostate cancer when they have a 4-year-old at home versus they want to walk their granddaughter down the aisle. And I know you might say, where are you going, Frank? You're wasting my
where are you going, Frank?
Yeah, exactly. I knew that was coming. It's because this is what the difference of just pure science versus the art of medicine and looking at the person. And sometimes
the art of governing, the art of making law, the art of telling me what I can and can't do. That art.
So what I'm saying is and as I get older and I either getting wiser or more compromised, according to Ernie, is that I feel that two things can both be true at the same time. And I think it becomes negligent to just be an ideologue in one view. And I'm not trying to play the liberal that goes, everything can be true at the same time, and, you know, woman can be a man and man can be woman, and everything is all relative. I'm not trying to go down that path. And for those of you that already thought of that, thank you. I acknowledge that. I just want to be clear. And I think that relativism is one of the tricks of the left and downfalls of society. But at the same time, I don't think there's ever an ideologue, even being a good diehard Christian or a Catholic. I mean, that's what confession's about. You know, you can still mess up and still give confession. Things are not absolute. And so as a doctor, going to the hormones real quick, yes, as a doctor, I understand why hormones are regulated. And people should not have access to hormones because you don't even understand what hormones do to you. All guys know is, yeah, it gives me a hard-on. And I love it, man. I'm like Popeye with his spinach. Yeah. You know, I don't care what the side effects are. I'll deal with it. Okay. That's the libertarian side. But as a doctor who understands not only what I know as a doctor.
So you want a government to pass a law?
Not only what I know as a doctor, but what you know as a patient, and also what you don't know as a patient, and also what you think you know but don't really know as a patient, not being judgmental. But that's what doctors have to wrestle with. And it does come in conflict with a strict libertarian point of view, which I also come from. So now you understand when I'm saying I'm conflicted and schizoid, it's a little bit true. And it's hard to make both sides happy, and you can't. And this is where you get sociology, anthropology. I'm just saying, I guess what I'm saying is life is not as simple as a rule book as Jean-Luc Picard said, and it's absolutely true. And so I just think there's just, that's during normal life. But when you're throwing through generational and humanity shifting changes that we don't even understand, and Sam Altman, for the 10th time today, is sitting there looking at his bottom line, how much money he's making, and all he knows is, abundance, abundance. Don't look at the shiny object. We're all going to be rich and abundance. You know, and that's the answer. And I got libertarians going, oh, free market, oh, do whatever you want. Like, everyone's battling down in mindsets of philosophies that may have held true, steadfast, when life and society was consistent. But if you don't think we're going through a transformation of humanity, and to at least sit back and say, you know, it doesn't mean the libertarian principles get shoved down the river, but at the same time, maybe there are some pauses and people to sit back and go, we don't even understand what the effects are on us. And just saying it's pure libertarianism doesn't always mean that might be the proper outlook, either long-term or even short-term. But at least
I'm not looking for a proper outlook. I'm looking for freedom. I'm looking for the freedom of every human individual to enforce their own proper outlook. And that is going to come down to basic fundamental things. Am I happy? Do I have choices?
That's
Am I have options? Am I going to have a family? And what kind of person do I want to have the family with? How many, brain cells do they got? I mean, you know what? I don't care. You're never, ever, ever going to get me convinced that somehow I need to be limited on my choices to do whatever it is that I perceive to be the right thing or best, my best interest, or supported. That's why you get a jury of your peers. You know, peers are, you know what? That was kind of shitty what you did, which is why you need fully informed jury to nullify the law. Yeah, that law wasn't fairly applied, and I don't like it anyway, and not guilty. There's all these safeguards that they keep taking out. They're not doing it. And one of the biggest things is they don't prosecute real crime. And there's a double standard. They keep going on about, this, white privilege. White privilege, my ass. You're not what they want privilege. Or what they want privilege. Yeah, well, I kowtow to the man. I do whatever what do I need to do? How high? And how many forms I got to fill out? Well, you get rewarded. Well, if you're kind of, nah, I'm not planning to do my own thing. Nope, in jail or not, and they let out. So then they go the other way. You got the pendulum going the other way. No one is going to cause consternation, which is their chaos is their goal. You get these Soros-funded, district attorneys and county attorneys and so on, and judges letting out all the criminals. Why? To cause mayhem. Why? To reset whatever the hell it is that they want to do. They're not prosecuting real crime. Why? Because we don't insist on it.
So,
we're not looking at it. We got distracted.
Do you think? And look, like you're a smart guy, and I'm not trying to pander to you. I'm just we look at the technology. We've seen and predicted a lot of the technology before a lot of people did. Everything from the internet and video through the internet.
There's a principle.
We can go all day. So but don't you think, just as a human being, that technology?
Just not what you think.
You're wrong. You're wrong. How are you and I friends after all this? I have no idea. I don't know how it's possible. So, but don't you think that humanity, with all the technology that you, and I know because I'm your buddy, I know you get it. I know you see the profundity of the changes in the technology, whether it's 3D printing and the Ghost Gunner and what that changes. And also, we can go all day. I mean, I know you get it. You really are smart and you get it. So, but can't you at least acknowledge that humanity's going through a transformative moment in all of human history? And doesn't that in any way at least give pause and say, I'm not going to tank my libertarian principles like Frank is a sellout? Well, that's fine. I don't care what you want to say about me. But couldn't you at least say, I get the libertarian principles, but we are at least at a unique transition time of humanity, and just at least put the pause button on a moment and just look at society for what is, as objective, not necessarily through the libertarian lens or the leftist lens or the AI, I'm making tons of money with NVIDIA lens or whatever. Like, can you at least, do you acknowledge the privileged or sacrosanct moment that we are living through as humanity? Or do you just see it as, I don't give a crap, skip to the end, I'm a libertarian, freedom's the answer, what's the question, next question? I mean, is that all you're going to tell me? Or can you acknowledge that we're in a unique time?
We're not.
We're not. Oh, jeez. All right.
You know, add in technology, the printing press, the telephone, the telegraph, the, pagers, cell phones, computers, it's all just technological advancements of the same freaking thing.
You are so wrong. You are so... This is the equivalent of the fire, when fire was invented, and the agricultural revolution. I mean, this is one of those revolutions in all of humanity. And in time, it will be looked at this 100 years from the Marconi device to AI. I know for us, it's been generations, and we see this as this long transition. But from humanity's standpoint, 100 years is a blip. And we went from not even having electricity to all of a sudden AI, taking over our jobs and everything. That's within 100 years. And I think a lot of most people don't even grasp that because we live in such small lifespans. But no, I see how you see it. I completely disagree. And I'm a little surprised, honestly.
I'm looking for a solution.
Technology.
I'm not acknowledge what? That, a little less freedom works? To curtail options of people to not prosecute real crime and go after bullshit stuff? To emphasize one thing over another, even though you got little children's rights being violated, but you're focusing on, adults, that didn't actually do it, just possess the evidence. I mean, it's just the focus of what's effective and what is supported by principles and freedom and objects, just those most vulnerable, the children. Do we have I got a website, thetruthshallsetthemfree.com. And we're working with Stuart Rhodes of Oath Keepers. He's restarting it, but he's doing it decentralized this time. It's not going to be national database of all the different groups and chapters. You guys do your thing. We're not going down that road again. The man, came after us, and we're not playing that game anymore. So I'm going, all right. Well, they wanted to we're going to Washington. We're going to be doing a big thing, forced transparency. We need disclosure, transparency of everything from child porn, freaking Epstein list, and UFO, whatever. Going to Washington. I'm going, all right, I'm in. We had a long talk with our friends, and so on in Texas at Ron Paul's 90th birthday party. So we were sitting there at one of the houses we were all staying at. We just, up till late, going on changing the planet. He's all about full disclosure. Pam Bondi's not doing it. Kash Patel's not doing it. Trump's not doing it. Then when they forced the discharge petition by signing, to get the bill out and voted on, and then it passes and goes, release the files. Will they? Probably not. They haven't not in lightning speed to do it. So what does Trump do? Marjorie Taylor Greene's a traitor. I mean, that's all you need to say right there for releasing the Epstein files and representing these accused women.
Agreed.
You're a traitor? That's
Yeah,
a
agreed.
perfect fucking example of what I'm talking about. So I'm going, okay, this is how we roll. This is what we're focused on. This is what I'm going to say. This is the position that I'm taking. No. What is it that's the solution? What are the solutions? Proper role of government. Don't violate someone's individual rights. And, oh, my God, protect them. Prosecute those that do it. Not even on the list. Not even on the list. We're going after people that have evidence of the crime. You report something, you whistleblow, you go to jail. You go, this COVID thing's bullshit, jail. You shouldn't take discharged. I'm a military guy, I'm not going to take that, you're out. That our society is so fucked up, but it's by an attitude. It's by a crafted decision. I'm going to do an experiment with you. This is how, how we've been controlled and conditioned, this immersion thing. We haven't seen television commercials hardly that, for like ever. I mean, you still get commercials,
Right.
quickie 15, 30 seconds, but it's not the campaigns kind of, well, there are, but, not like we were when we were kids.
Right.
What's the next line to what I'm going to say? You ready?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Go ahead. Can't wait.
Plop, plop, fizz, fizz.
What a relief it is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now, this
Sorry
is
to
what,
say that. Yeah. Go ahead.
this is the kind of programming that we got. Now,
Right.
that's an Alka-Seltzer commercial for the young people who don't know what the hell we're talking about. But this is how much we are indoctrinated with ideas, morals, taboos, tradition, what's allowed, what's not, what should be emphasized, what he saw on MSNBC and Jim Cramer on CNBC telling us what we should buy and not buy, kind of whatever's going on. And I will never abandon the concept of the only reason you have a government is defense of my individual rights. And if you go biblical, you have an obligation to defend those that are most defenseless. So when Stuart Rhodes wants to go do this thing, which now they're released because they knew the pressure was a coming. Well, we were in it too. I'm going, all right. The truth shall set them free.com. It'd be separate from Oath Keepers and all that, but I wanted to participate in this because I care, because I do care, But how would I most able to be able to affect children that are being abused? I want transparency. I want the bad guys prosecuted. I don't want some video store being stripped of their DVDs if it had, Jodie Foster talking, doing whatever in the movie, whatever. I don't give a shit. So the truth shall set them free. What is the graphic? It has our Freedom's Phoenix girl cutting the barbed wire, and it had people behind her. That was one of our original magazine covers. But in the background, the silhouette will be children holding hands, right? And she's cutting the barbed wire. The truth shall set them free.com, which is what? The children. Children, through transparency, through prosecution, through really going after the bad guys. That was the emphasis and what I was willing to do. Well, before I go, you want it? Bring it. Here we go. Well, then Trump, all right, we're releasing. Will they? No, we're still developing the artwork and the site because I know they're not. They're not going to release this. They're not going to do their job. They're not going to really go after them. But what do I need? Freedom. The freedom to do it, the freedom to go after them, the freedom to say, the freedom to do. Just like you're talking about Candace Owen and all the stuff that she's doing. She's not doing it. There's a law. And if she was in the UK, they would arrest her. This is going on all over the world. Freedom's the answer to all these problems. What's the question? Because freedom is just options. I got the freedom to do whatever the hell I want. I'm not in shackles. I'm not in a cage. But am I at liberty to do it? Is society, the government, is the sheriff, law enforcement, DOJ, are they going to allow me to do it? Well, when the DOJ is trying to force me and subpoena me to go to Washington for the J6 stuff, and I'm going, all right, well, I'll comply with the thing. You sent me the paper. You pay my, all right, I'll go. Fifth Amendment. Well, you're not allowed. You can't. Really? Really? Well, you're going to have to explain that to me because it's not about this case anymore. It's not about our friends. It's not about Stuart Rhodes. It's not about Ed Vallejo. It's not about anybody else. It's about me and my rights and all journalists that I don't got to tell you shit. And if you think I do, well, you have to explain it to me and have me think upon my sins in a cell. How far do I take it, Frank? All the fucking way. Because you are not going to have some straw man, some thing that you create out of the ether that's going to give me some kind of justification for not going after the real criminals. It's so root and branch of what they have conned us in, so we know to say, oh, what a relief it is. They say something, we know it, yep, oh, what a relief it is. Pop visit, oh, what a relief it is. It's just by rote. It's by programming. Because they say it's the important thing and it's done and this is how it is. And I'm going, we are so conditioned to avoid the real crimes, the real criminals, the real people. And whenever it starts to get close, they hide behind bullshit. Well, Marjorie Taylor Greene was not putting up with it, and Thomas Massie. For Trump to come out and say traitor to exposing the pedophiles that these women will identify, it's going to come out. But they knew they were going to be targeted and killed. The primary one that was going against Prince Andrew, which has been defrocked or whatever of all his royal titles now and kicked out of castles and stuff. What happened to her? She's killed. You think these women don't know it? So don't think I don't care. Don't think I'm avoiding it. Don't think I'm not getting involved. But I'm being effective. I'm being where I know it really matters, where they don't want me. And it's not at going after who possesses some image or whatever, computer generated or not, under the straw man. Well, the future and the children having it'll, in society. Well, you want to stop all this crap? Go after the real criminals. Why is that not the focus? Well, libertarians should know that we need to go. No, that violates the principle of possession is not a crime. It's evidence of a crime. Now, when I go to you and say, where'd you get that? You might have justification. You better cooperate with the investigation or whatever, or not. If it's not criminal, I mean, you can start making arguments there. Where'd you buy it? Who got it? Let's go to that guy. All right, where'd you get it from? All right, who produced it? Do they ever do that? I'm sure they probably do, to the extent that they can control the people, that they can get them to do whatever. Do some flash arrest and look how much heroin we seized or how many Venezuelan boats we blew up. Is it sincere? No, it's not.
All right,
they don't give a shit about the kids.
We have to start winding this down, but look, let me ask you a question. Maybe it just cuts to the chase, because I sometimes don't even think you understand what I'm talking about, with all due respect. It's like let me just put it in a different way. Imagine there's a drug, and it's completely... It's like
certain fentanyl death.
There's a drug, and it gives you a nice big high, and it will definitely kill you, and it's highly addictive and whatever. And let's just say you could go into the future, and that when all of humanity takes this drug, it's going to wipe out humanity, because no one's going to want to work, no one's going to want to procreate. You're just going to sit there in your stupor, be completely high, and die. But it doesn't matter because it feels so good. Whatever, it's your choice.
mRNA vaccine.
And so the point is this drug? It's like, all right, from the libertarian standpoint, you know what? You do whatever you want to do. You want to go and kill yourself and nuke yourself? No big deal. On the other hand, you also know this is a fact, okay? Because you've gone to the future with Doctor Who and his little telephone booth, and you know that if everyone gets to use it, humanity's dead. So the question simply is, do you, as the libertarian, go, you know what? Humanity deserves to effing die because they're so goddamn stupid they got to choose, but at least they died with freedom. Freedom's the answer. What's the question? You died, you son of bitches. That's all good, good. Is that your answer? Or do you sit back and you go, you know what? Even though freedom is good, but, people didn't quite grasp what that freedom was going to lead to, and all society's dead. And look, I'm not even picking a side. I'm just throwing it for this audience to hear Ernest Hancock very quickly explain, black or white, what your solution is. And I got to start getting going after this. But go ahead. Because that's all this is. This is not trying to argue about principles.
No, you are. Frank's going to keep bringing up aliens from Alpha and dimensional, whatever the hell he can do.
All this is acknowledging that sometimes issues are more complicated, and they are, in my opinion, and especially in a time today where technology is changing quicker than human beings can even change. And to think that there's no changes or nothing to even give pause to is shocking to me, to be honest. So I'm just going to make this down to a very down and dirty black and white. Go ahead and let me know, because I'm expecting you to say if humanity all dies because it's so addictive, but they're too stupid, then they deserve it, and we're all going to die together. And oh, well, then the cockroaches take over the earth. So just tell me, just say it, Ernie, and then we're done.
Individual liberty self-responsibility. When you want to take action on something like what you're talking about, you have to take responsibility for your action. I'll give you an example. Tom Clancy wrote the book Debt of Honor and Executive Order or Executive Decisions or something like that, where Ryan, which was, a lot of them were played by Alex Baldwin or Harrison Ford. But in this particular book, it was what you're talking about. It was a sequel to one of them. Anyway, he winds up being president. It was by mistake, happenstance. He agreed to be VP for a little bit while they, shopped or whatever. And then, they crashed a 747 in the State of the Union, not to give anybody ideas, State of the Union address, and killed everybody. And all of a sudden, he's president now. Right after that, there was a pandemic. They went into great detail in the book about how, I think it was Islamic, whatever, Iran, somebody created. Tom Clancy's always got, terrorist bad guys and, America. Well, what happened was, it was that scenario. They put into aerosol cans. They went to conferences all over the country, paid their $300 to go to the symposium of CEO of whatever the hell, something, and they went behind the curtain, released the can, aerosol, and everybody gets infected with this, oh my God, deadly, you're going to die virus. Within a week or two, it spread across the country. It's going to everybody. People are traveling, doing, so they did what Trump did. Trump, like, I forgot all about this. This is exactly what he did. Well, closing down travel, not traveling, from China to San Francisco, shut it down. Well, Clancy was the same kind of question. Well, what if you knew that this was going, well, how many rights would you violate to, whatever? So he made an executive order that shut down transportation of the entire country because they knew, like they were trying to tell everybody with COVID, that we have to shut down travel. We can't have Thanksgiving. You can't sing. You can't be outside. You can't have more than 3 people. You got to be 6 feet apart. All this bullshit that they came up with because they made us afraid. Whether it was true or not, certain or not. But Clancy wrote Ryan, the ex-CIA, when he's president. So he makes an executive order shutting down everything. Well, the whole reason for it was, that's a long story, but he shuts it down and resigned. After that, he goes, all right, that was a violation of everyone's rights. We shouldn't have done it. It probably would have did better, whatever. I thought I was doing the right thing and everything, and I knew that Tom Clancy's writing this, and I knew that when I did that, that was a violation that was outside my power as president. It's not what you're supposed to be doing, so I'm taking personal responsibility for doing that and resigning. When you have the power, you're Spider-Man. With great power comes great responsibility. If you are in that situation to where you think you are justified in killing somebody, doing something, taking on, advocating, whatever it is, you as an individual have to take responsibility for your actions and what you're advocating. If you're not willing to do that, the only other option is to delegate authority to somebody else to do it for you. That's where we have the problem. Everybody is always somebody on it. You got it. Wouldn't you believe? What if this circumstance, if I believed that I would be acting, I couldn't live with myself, that there was going to be way more damage done by me in allowing something where, like almost 100% of the time, the real solution is freedom. Leave people alone. They'll figure it out on their own. More lives will be saved. Less will die. Less will be abused. Less will be succumb to whatever bullshit Fauci thing that they had. That freedom's the answer. What's the question? I knew immediately what we were going to do because we had already done 2 vaccine education summits before. I knew what was coming. I knew what they were doing. While they're doing their session 2.0 whatever the hell, it was the end of 19 when we bought the bus. It wasn't for months until this thing, did the lockdown. So what am I willing to do to counteract exactly what you're talking about? with peace, with options, with freedom, with advocacy. But if I'm going to violate rights, if I'm going to go out and do, I have to be willing to take the responsibility myself. And for me to go, well, don't you think that we all should force people or advocate for whatever, fill in the blank? No, I do not. I will not. Individuals have to protect themselves, have to make their own decisions, have to decide if they're going to homeschool or not, if they're going to grow their own food or not, if they're going to go out on the land or not, if they're going to get their own energy or not. You insulate yourself from these problems. I'm above the grid because I cannot count on government, or like you're saying, the change in perception of humanity
and
I feel
Ernie,
comfortable.
and that includes the information people get nowadays from the internet, which is probably AI and could be completely made up just as much as Mia Sophia is, which you also think is not a problem. And there should not be any regulation on what's real or not. So if you just start to, I don't know if you're seeing what I'm saying.
I got one regulation.
If you start to compound,
I got a regulation. You want my regulation? I got a regulation.
Liberty. If you compound one fallacy to another, yes, you have somebody acting on their own agency, their own liberty. But, junk in, junk out. And I'm just saying, at what point does any of that matter? In the old days, what you saw is what you saw. If it was raining outside, it was raining. I mean, you could see it. But now you don't even know if it's raining anymore because of the technology and the mind.
You're gonna have to go outside
and everything. And I'm just saying, it's so different from today's point of view. That's all. I mean, I know you're going to say it doesn't matter, but I think it does matter about what is the information people are utilizing to make the decisions that they're now making. That's my point.
You're never going to get me away from more freedom. You come up with whatever straw man, Alpha Centauri alien doing, taking multidimensional, whatever the hell, and I'm always going, well, if I had more options, more freedom, more ability to whatever, humanity would be better off, as opposed to the restrictions. We just did the show this morning with Liberty International, with Yasik, part of the Arizona Project Kid thing, that now he's president of Liberty International. And we're talking about around the world, this very thing, this conversation. Around the world, what are the perceptions? Why are they doing? What is it that their culture is different? He goes down to Argentina and hanging out with Malay, and they're like, woo, man, the young is going back. How long is this going to last? This what? It's a focus on what? I am definitely of the opinion that the most responsible thing anyone can do is to educate themselves, know what is and is not credible, raise your own children, grow your own food, or at least know how. And this is self-sufficiency from the influences of they, them, those is so effective in a lot of things. So they always want to have, it's the children. I remember in the 90s, a friend of mine, hardcore anarchist, he had 2 young daughters, but, Greg, and he goes, first thing you do is kill all the children. And I'm like, what? He goes, yeah, it's always tyranny is all for the children. Or if we killed all the children, do we got tyranny anymore? Is it over? Are we done? Is it not about the children anymore? The point that he was making is that it's not about the children. If we killed all the children, it'll be about, it's for the, the cats or something. I mean, whatever. He goes, it's never what they say. It's for the climate. It's for this. It's for that. It's all bullshit. So whatever it is that we are focused on, it's obviously not for the children because they don't give a shit about the children. And when the people do, they go after you. Hey, man, you have to vaccinate. I remember there's a state legislature later in New Hampshire. He was in a battle for his, I think, 6 children that he had because he refused to vaccinate them and he gave them ivermectin. Child abuser, take your children. This is, what mountain are you willing to die on for that one? How many rounds come out of that gun on that one? What does that mean? This is so fundamental, and the reason I get so adamant about that, and we have this discussion, is because I know what you're trying to do. There's got to be some circumstance that you set your libertarianism aside, and for the greater good, whatever the hell that means, you would advocate for a regulation, a law, a moratorium on something. No, because what comes with that is a whole bunch of other shit. Well, we had to do it this time. Well, we're going to shut down this time. We're going to lock down this time. Well, we had a really good reason. You know, as the Red Scare, as climate change, the Russians are coming. We got to have a war. The economy's bad. We got to war ourselves out of the dump. It's so obvious to me, and you're just doing the same thing MSNBC does, Rachel Maddow, as she's at Cheney's funeral sitting next to Fauci. Seriously? You know, I'm going, who are these people? I have no respect for the opinions of any of these people because they're not there to protect, defend the rights of the individual, what made us Americans. They're not. That is not it. That's what we're up against. And I'm not going to disarm myself, people I love, the American people, with the capacity to make their own decisions. But you have harmful chemicals, did they lie? Did the FDA say red dye number 483 or whatever, it's okay, it's good for you? Well, that kind of went away. You know, is that good? Anybody prosecuted? Did they knowingly lie? Did Pfizer know? Did Moderna know? Did mRNA vaccines, they know that it was killing people? They just now, the CDC came out, yeah, it killed 10. Yeah. So, that even admit that. So the thing is that where's the prosecution? Where's the real promise that the government is there for, by, of people? No. The exceptions prove the rule. So I'm not going to disarm people of their freedom to resist, their freedom to go after them, their freedom to choose, their options. Because what do you need? Truth, transparency. Don't lie. Don't put on the label that it's not AI animation, that it's not going to hurt you, that we didn't put on we say we list all the ingredients and they kind of leave one out. Fraud. Prosecute, force, and fraud. There's a whole shit ton of fraud. So when you're talking about a lot of these things, well, a lot of times they're just lying. So I am not for liars. And I'm not for limiting a father, a grandfather, an uncle, a brother, a sister, a mom, of anything that would give them the options to choose for themselves. Because that is the solution to a whole shit ton of problems that we are not benefiting from because we have the mindset that we're delegating authority to someone else to do it, or we need to get a permission slip from the crown before we do anything.
Okay, so just to be clear, what Ernie's saying is if a new medication or food or something came out that was highly addictive, it would wipe out the human race in 5 or 10 years. Ernie's like, well, if the people choose it, then that's the way it goes. So that's fine. I just want to be clear very quick, and that's fine. And I know you mean that. And that's, I'm just pointing out that there's a difference of opinion. And I think there's other people, the diehard leftists, that would say, hey, we should be controlling everything, not just if it destroys humanity in 5 years, but, if the person gets a hangnail, then we need to be able to control that. And that's on the other side.
Why do you think fentanyl is out there?
Wait.
Why?
Let me talk. That's clearly not where I am. I'm just pointing out that, there's possibly, I know it's hard for you to understand, but maybe a middle ground between, regulating every single multivitamin because I might give you a hangnail versus here's a drug that's highly addictive that wipes out all of humanity until we have cockroaches left in 5 years. And a diehard libertarian says, oh, well. So you get the diehard libertarian, death of humanity in 5 years, and the leftist that says hangnails in like 50 years. And somewhere in between, God forbid,
is sell out Dr. Tambori, who says, you know what, maybe there's something in between, possibly. And that's all I'm pointing out. Not just about the death of all of humanity, but the fact that we're living through things that are so quick that nobody, not Sam Altman, not Fox News, CNN, and I hope, audience, you can forgive me on this, not even Ernest Hancock actually understands where all of this is going. And believe it or not even me, not even brilliant Dr. Tambori. I'm admitting I don't know. I know what I know is that I don't know enough, and I know enough with history and the short, small amount we've seen in our own lifetimes of how the computer has changed things and how lifestyles have changed, how COVID, suddenly people working at home, and now people are losing their jobs because of remote work, and about how the economy's changing and how we're going to have blockchain technology that's going to change how banking is. And we have so many things that are changing, and I can just keep going. And all of this is happening at the same time. And when you understand humanity, and I know this sounds boring, and Ernie gets bored. He goes, well, that's your point. But I don't think people really, really concentrate on how all of our ancestors, all of them, lived a life that was less than 1% different than what their family, their parents, grandparents, great-great-great-great-great-grandparents lived. We all lived almost, just similes of the others. And yet we live in a world today, since, our great-grandparents, with telecommunication and movies and radio, and we're living in a world that keeps accelerating in our expectations and what our view of reality truly is. And I don't want to get too meta into this. We'll save that for a different show. But to think that that has no consequence to humanity is honestly beyond foolish. And
of course it has consequences.
And the libertarian view is, of course, a mindset, and I respect it. If you're going to pick a rule set, it's like Dungeons and Dragons. You pick a rule set to follow. If you're going to use the 20-sided dice or something, if you're going to pick a rule set, I do agree, believe it or not, with Ernest Hancock, that the libertarian rule set is probably the purest and most cleansely, that's a word. It's the purest rule set to pick, because it doesn't bring in your personal opinions. It doesn't bring in your religious philosophy. It doesn't even bring in your culture in some ways, although I would argue that American freedom is really a culture, and Ernie and I will debate that one, and we'll start screaming, so let's skip that for a minute. But just the fact that all of that said, I think there's some fundamentals, but I think things are changing quicker than humanity can adapt. And there's not one rule set that I know that by itself, pre-made, preloaded, can answer all of the questions in real time. And when I say real time, I mean, over the generation or so during this transition that we're all going through. I don't think there is one. And that includes the libertarian Bible for Ernie. It does include, to me, it also does not include completely the Mormon Bible, or the Judeo-Christian Bible, the Jews, the Christians, the Muslims, the Satanists, and even, dare I say, the Jedi, because the Jedi is considered a world religion now. I think I'm going to join it.
See, we never got to our Star Wars thing.
No, I know. But what I'm saying is I look, I don't have the answer.
Because Frank had to get Ernie to say that I want a regulation or a law. Ernie, and it's not going to happen. You can take the hours and hours you want. It ain't going to happen.
No, that's fine. I know it's not going to happen. You're not going to change your mind. What I'm saying is, unlike you, I don't believe that I have the answer to everything. Just so the audience knows,
Freedom.
Ernest Hancock has the answer to every goddamn thing out there.
Freedom.
And there it is. And Ernie's got the answer because Ernie's perfect. And I don't know why our country and the world has the problems it has. We should put Ernie in charge. We should put Ernie in charge, where Ernie's going to go, I don't want to be in charge. I'm just going to go golfing, even though I've got the answer to everything.
Special agent, not in charge.
even though I got the answer to everything. But unlike Ernie, I'm not as perfect as Ernie. I don't have the answer to everything. I just have the pretense to knowledge and I think the humility enough to realize that we're going through such a transition of humanity that doubling and tripling down on any one philosophy, whether it's the Bill of Rights or the Bible or the Kojiki, which is the Shito Bible from Japan. Everyone thinks they have the answer, and it worked for generations when the world that they lived in did not change. But the world is changing every day in accelerated rates, and all these cultures are interblending and interchanging because of the internet and airplanes and the rest. And so to me, with all due respect to my best buddy Ernest, anyone that thinks that their little code book has the answer to everything, just follow the rules and we got the answer right here, I think is dangerous.
Rules?
And I think is the pretense to knowledge. And all I'm saying is I don't have all the answers. I'm glad Ernest does. So I'm glad I'm friends with Ernest. So there we go. So why don't you, I'll give you, because I'm such a nice guy. I'm going to give you the last word. And then let's end with Luke Skywalker. Okay, let's do that. Go ahead.
To have the answer first means you need to know what the hell the question is. My thing is not to have the answer for everyone, is the freedom to pursue an answer, the freedom to expect an answer, the freedom to make your own decisions for your own life. Whenever someone creates any scenario, what do you think this Session 201 thing, COVID crap, is all about? It was all a scenario gaming. It was all about having a game to determine what they could get away with. It was only because a few people go, no, I don't care what your reason is. Yeah, but you're a grandma killer. And? You know, I don't believe you and don't care. You're not forcing me to what? Yeah, but for grandma. There's always these kinds of arguments over and over. And usually it's around war. Usually it's around spies. Usually it's around infiltration of, you know, the degradation of culture with the Marxists, blah, blah, blah. It's always something. It's always they, them, those. There's always something. The answer, when you say Ernie knows the answer, damn Skippy, I don't know. I know what's not the answer is control, regulation, permission slips. You have to, you can't. I know that because it never works. If a society goes tits up, they're out, they're done, the empire crashes, it's because it needed to, because it had to, because it was inevitable that it was. This is what I'm trying to save, is that the concept and the idea, and why this show is Declare Your Independence, because it made it very clear the purpose of any rulemaking body or monopoly of force was to make sure that individuals had the freedom to do whatever the hell they wanted, as long as it didn't violate the life, liberty, property, pursuit of happiness of another human being. When it now their inaction, that's not, no, you have to pay taxes. You can't be inactive. You can't be outside. You're gonna have to do something. You know what? You want me to join your country, your community, whatever? What do I have to do? What can I do? That tells me everything. Or you're going to have to abide by whatever rule we make. What if I say the rule is bullshit? Well, that's what juries are for. Jury nullification. I don't like that. That was misapplied. Nope. We here in Arizona, we went through this in the 90s. Yes. It goes from the Attorney General, request, Supreme Court is all, official sounding and what they were going to do. And they came because we were hammering on it so much. This was their response. Yeah, while we recognize the right of the people to nullify what they perceive to be unjust laws, they have that power, we are under no obligation to inform them or even allow to use it as a defense. You're not going to do it. Now, you got the power to do it. That's constitutional. But we're not challenging that. We're just not going to tell you. And we're going to make sure you have this idea. Well, you got to obey the law. All of these social taboos and infrastructure and education and propaganda and everything to eliminate people administering justice as it was intended from the beginning in this country, which is what Fully Informed Jury Act is all about. I've been through it. I understand it. And I know the vectors and the splinters in the mind that they put in to deviate you so that you always say, oh, what a relief it is to whatever they say. Plop, plop, fizz, fizz. Government's going to, do something for you. Oh, what a relief it is. I mean, they got you programmed. So this is the point that I'm making. I will not subject myself or advocacy or the show or me or my family towards following their program. And the program is never for the children or for the less fortunate or for the minority or for whatever. They just keep coming to climate. I mean, they come up with all kinds of, but next it's going to be the aliens are coming. We got this Atlas 3I, whatever. We're going to need to talk about that someday too. Okay, here we go. Well, when it lands in my backyard, then I'll worry about it. Until then, they can suck it. So this is why I take the positions that I do, because from the beginning of the Trump report, the hardcore libertarian, don't freaking care, this is what it needs to be, all those straw men go away. All of the claims about COVID, all of the promises of vaccines, all of the bullshit that I've been immersed in.
So Ernie, let me ask you this. And I'm not trying to be absurd. I'm really not. I just want to be clear with what your argument is.
I'm trying. I don't know how unclear I am.
I know. I'm just so confused. So imagine, and Ernie's got a beautiful land, and
here comes another imagine.
Little John Lennon here. So all right. So you've got your place, and Ernie's got a beautiful place, and I can't wait to see his dream come true with this. It's a lot of work, and anyway, not to pander, but it's pretty cool.
Yeah, Phaedra helped on the tractor.
Ernie's in the middle of nowhere, and he's far enough away, not too many people with shiny badges and clipboards. So all of a sudden, a lefty shows up, and he just or whatever. I'm just trying to point out, someone shows up, and they decide to set off some kind of chemical bomb that basically contaminates for 20 miles around them. All of the land is contaminated with radioactive dust. The water is contaminated, and it makes everything around it completely useless. So your land is basically, you may as well just sell it, for 2 cents.
Chemtrails.
Right. Yeah. There we go. So, I just want to be clear that from your point of view, well, some guy showed up, he lit off some chemical bomb, contaminated everything just for the hell of it, because he just felt like it. He was bored, decided he was doing a chemistry experiment, and ruined 20, 30, I don't know, it depends how far you want to go with this example, 20, 30 miles, including Bob Anderson. Hi, Bob. And everyone's land and water and everything's all contaminated for the rest of your lives.
I get it. Go.
So you get the idea. So I just want to know, and how do you see that? Do you see that as, oh, well, I guess he outsmarted us. I guess we're screwed. Oh, well. Or do you feel there's any forget just even libertarian philosophy, but just, what is your mindset with that? Are you really that that just complete what you think is a proud libertarian stance, that someone can just do that to everyone 30 miles around, of people he has no effect on, no money to buy the property, but yet he still affected and destroyed everyone's property around them? But it was done on his property. He lit the bomb or contamination on his property. End of story. Frank, what's your next question? I'm bored. You're so dim-witted. You don't quite get it. So what's your response? Go ahead.
So somebody did something to damage my property?
Yeah, just it's like the ultimate environmentalism. Somebody
that's not
on
a
their
crime?
property, on their
That's not a crime?
lit something that
How
was
is that not a crime?
It contaminated
Crime.
the air, your water, your land.
Damage my property, crime. Now
What's
what? He damaged my property. Crime. You know, this is what was going on.
Yeah, but it's like sound pollution. If someone wants to sit there and have a rock band, a jackalope, you know, they're allowed to do it, right? If somebody wants to contaminate the water, it doesn't matter. I said earlier that the founding fathers probably would have changed the Bill of Rights if they understood about wide-scale contamination. And you were like doubting me on that point. So I'm bringing it up again.
You think they didn't experience sewage in the streets of Paris? You think London wasn't awash in shit?
Yeah, but it's their property.
What are you saying?
Their property. They did what they wanted on their property. They made it loud, obnoxious. They put chemicals in the water, but it's their property.
All right.
Their property. So go ahead, Mr. Libertarian. Let's go for it.
Wow, that was so simple. That's where you're going?
There we go. Simple. Good. I can't wait. Let's hear it.
If somebody does some action that diminishes the real value of my property, damages my property, scratched my car, you know, chemical dumped on my land, of course I got recourse. Certainly tort and civilly, but that's a criminal action also. That's an assault on my property. That's a damage. That's all kinds of, I'm sure there's 50 gazillion laws.
What are you talking about? But they did on their property. Can't he do what he wants on his property? He can.
Yeah, as long as it doesn't affect me, what do I care?
Yeah, but wait. What are you talking about? When somebody wants to turn their rap music up 10 times louder, and
all right.
You've always said it's their land. They can do what they want.
The answer to that
here we go.
We've gone through it before. I'll give you an example. Up on the northern rim, north of the Grand Canyon, there was a couple that had the government coming after them for not having permit. And they're like the only one in the middle of nothing. Well, Vince Aprenowicz, a good friend of mine, he used to write a column nationally syndicated called The Libertarian. And then, you know, he became popular, and they didn't like that none too much. But he was Las Vegas Review-Journal, one of the editors there, and he wrote a bunch of books. He's a good friend. Known for a long time, since the early 90s. He used to live in Arizona, and he moved up there. Well, these people, their closest paper is the Las Vegas Review-Journal. So, even though they're in Arizona. So, they were, you know, complaining to any and everybody that listened, any newspaper, the man's coming after me, whatever. So he calls me. He says, Ernie, man, we got some people in Arizona. They're getting a raw deal. The man's coming after them. You know, you should talk to him. You know, see what you can do. So I go, not a problem. Have him come on the show. Well, tell me what happened. How did this go? How did this? Well, a lot of people, there is a lot of precedent in law as you go through natural law, this kind of stuff, is the quiet, peaceful enjoyment of your property. So that's kind of a concept. You know, the quiet, peaceful enjoyment of your property. So if you got loud noises and rock band, so you have something. Then they got noise ordinances and decibel levels.
Noise
and all this other crap.
Ordinances? Are you kidding me? From a libertarian? Noise ordinances?
I didn't say I got it, but, you know, I can see the quiet enjoyment of your property. If you're a taking from the government, from anybody, is taking away my enjoyment of my property. Now, smells, you know, that you got like hog farms and so on. That's where there are restrictions on that. A lot of places in the county, you can't have hogs. Why? Because of the smell.
The smell?
Then you go
AOC? Is that what you're doing now?
Then they go
similar.
Then they go sites. You know, photons. Are you protected from unseemly yards? Are you protected from photons hitting the back of your retina and you find offensive? You got to go make them clean up their yard and lawn Nazis and mow the HOA of whatever the hell. You know, where's the line on that? So you have smells, you have sound, you have sight, and I guess if they were throwing stuff at you, touch, you know, and what's the other one? Taste. I guess you can probably taste smells in the air, whatever. So if it is offensive to the senses, which has been a thing, okay? So I go, all right, you know, there's that. I just want to know, you know, what's going on. You're out in the middle of nothing. Who are you bothering? Why would anybody come up there? I mean, they were isolated. People that don't know, they call it Northern Strip. the strip of land in Arizona south of, was it Colorado or Utah? Utah. And you have that strip of land north of the Grand Canyon. They call it the Northern Strip. It is the most isolated. You don't see no lights from space, nothing of nothing, okay? Now, I've gone up there before covering some Mormon enclave. It's a long story. But it is isolated. Well, this couple that had this cabin, once I drilled down into it, what I found out is that they called the county complaining because they were on an elevated little bit of slope looking down over this beautiful valley. But there was one guy out there that has some tractor trailer rigs in, kind of like a scrap yard or whatever he's got. All I see is freedom. I mean, for me, I'm going, man, cool. Freedom to whatever, he's free to whatever, don't care. But they were offended by those photons. They go, woo, man, it's busted up my view of this pristine valley and whatever, and somebody ought to do something. They were on the county's ass so much, they go out there, and he wasn't in violation of anything. Nothing they had some regulation for, but they go up to them, and they go, oh, I see you didn't get a permit for that, and you got this, and your septic, that. Here's a bunch of citations because you're wanting the rule of law. And they wanted my help. And I'm going, you were trying to use the force of government on someone else, and it backfired, and I'm supposed to help you? I mean, in a nice way, but I'm like, no, you're not freedom-oriented, just want to be left alone. You were trying to use the force of government on somebody else. So do I have a right out here? How big a building? How high has it got to be? A building I'm putting up is 22 feet at the peak. What color is my shipping containers? Who am I violating?
Your next door neighbor wants to do, it's Burning Man 2.0, and he invites everybody out for 2 weeks, and he's going to sit there and do nonstop, like blatant rap music, or even worse, Tangerine Dream, which is my music, nonstop. So are you cool with it? You're like, hey, well, I guess sucks to be me. I just
don't be a bad. I give you a perfect example.
Yes or no? Are you cool with that?
Friends, I'm going to give you a perfect example.
Yes or no?
Well, what am I supposed to do about it? Tell the man to come out here?
Okay, all right.
I'm going to call the man? I'm a man caller?
So I imagine this for 3 weeks. How about 20?
Am I a man caller?
How about every week of the year
am I a man caller?
Rave. He decides to have a rave at his house, and it's nonstop. Boom, 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 boom. Like all year long, 24 hours a day. Are you cool with that? Because after all, you're a diehard libertarian. You're that libertarian.
I think I could be creative in my solutions, and I'll give you
an
example.
I agree.
If you allow.
That I respect.
Our friend that lives up in Washington, they were growing hemp. They were growing CBD oil, whatever the hell. Jordan was helping using their land, and they're doing whatever. So they do this, and it was like spring or something. They have one neighbor that was, I think, north of them there. That one neighbor that abuts one of their farm fields where they were growing it. Well, they're right there. Well, they had a big allergy reaction to it. They were like, man, don't do this anymore. Oh my God, we can't even stand it. The pollen, whatever it was causing, or they didn't like the smell or something, So, like a good neighbor, you don't want to be offensive to his neighbor. He's got next door neighbor, and he goes, look, this stage of the process will be over in 10 days. Want a cruise? We'll just send you on your way. You can we'll watch the play. It's all good. We don't want you to be, we'll just send you on a cruise. Peace out. No, that really wasn't it. They just didn't like the smell. I mean, you go on a cruise. Well, they didn't like the fact that they were growing hemp. You go on the cruise and we'll harvest it. So there's always a solution. You have to be a good neighbor. Don't be a dick. Make accommodations when you can.
Yeah, but what if your neighbor doesn't agree?
I'm going to call the governor? I got to call the county? Make them stop whatever? That's not going to happen. When I moved out here, I talked to my one neighbor, and I go, rule one, we don't call the man. You work with me. I mean, if you're good with that, I'll buy the property. If you're not, I'm not going to come fight you. I'm his new best friend. Why? Because I got a tractor, and he was using a little lawn
So
mower,
if Ernie
riding
happened
lawnmower
to
to try to do the road.
If Ernie happened to be Jewish, and all of your neighbors are Jewish, it'd probably be a lot easier. If you're a Christian and all of your neighbors are, I don't know, Muslim or, atheists, it might be a little different. You see how this turns into all...
I don't see nothing.
It's
You're
called
trying really hard, though.
culture. It's
You're
called
trying
culture.
really hard.
This is the culture issue. This is the point. And so I'm just pointing out that if somebody decides they want rap music 24/7, the Ernie that I remember would say, "Oh well, that's fine, Jackalope."
Another
you can have it all
example.
day.
When
You
we
wanna
lived
sit there
up
and
in
do
North
whatever you
Phoenix,
want,
we
you're
lived up in North
screwed.
Phoenix.
Energy.
We had parties there, and we tried to keep it down. After 10:30 or something, we'd stop. But we had 2-acre property, so it wasn't too loud to too many people. But across the alley and down the corner, probably about 200 yards away from us, we were one street south of Greenway there, and which is a busy place, but we weren't right on the street. We were a little bit back, and there was homes, then an alley, and then us. Down about 3 houses down the alley and on the main street was a Korean Christian church. They had loud parties, and it was, they did a lot, man, it was loud, and they're preaching in Korean. I mean, and they had music and this, that, whatever, and I kind of, it wasn't too bad and didn't really bother us. I don't care, and a lot of neighbors didn't care. They didn't care. But what did they do? Right after Thanksgiving is Christmas season, they had their parishioners would go around the neighborhood, anyone within, hearing distance, and they gave them gifts. They had, different food stuff. And they would apologize for any noise that they made, and they just wanted to be nice, and you're welcome to come and whatever. Rule 1, don't be a dick. We were very appreciative of it. I didn't care. I'm like, I can hear it, but I don't care. So this is.
But Ernie, haven't you learned in life that even though you and I disagree on certain things, and I mean this respectfully and truthfully, Ernie and I don't always agree on everything.
We're 5 hours
but
into the second part of today. I didn't get done today.
Stop talking so much, Ernie. But I mean, doesn't it like we?
I'm
we
always
might
asked what I think.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't you think? Yes, I think.
Doesn't I mean we disagree, we agree, whatever. But I mean, there comes a point though where some people just truly think differently, and this is why the culture issue is an issue. Because when you're all thinking in the same general, parameter, you can make the argument, hey, look, having rap music till like 3 a.m. or whatever it is not my thing. But if someone's culture is different and they say, look, I'm sorry, but having rap music 3 and 4 in the morning is part of my religion. Sorry, it's not yours, but it's mine. I get to do what I want.
You go further in Southwest Phoenix, you get a lot of Mexican mariachi music.
And then Ernest Hancock with his famous bumper sticker, I'm that libertarian, gets to sit there with very high-priced earplugs, I assume, and with Donna, to sit there and try and push it out. And look, I give Ernest and Donna, I don't want to drag Donna into this, but I mean, I will give Ernest full credit because there's one thing about Ernest Hancock, he's committed to the cause, and I will never, ever doubt his integrity with it, ever. And I mean that sincerely. But, but I'm just saying, but is that a model that works with most people and how we're trying to navigate this? This is why we've spent so much time
as opposed
on
to what model?
As being an issue.
Make America great again?
Culture is just as important. What's that, Ernie? Go ahead.
As opposed to what model? Let's pick a model. At least Marjorie Taylor Greene goes, look, at this MAGA, it was America first. It's not America first. It's Israel first, or this thing, or that thing, or whatever. So that's what you'll keep the promise. Don't be a dick. Do the deal. But, it was amazing that she worked so hard for him. Defended him.
Yeah, but Ernie,
tell everybody how much she loves him.
But just get to pure libertarianism. And look, and I swear to you, Ernie, I know this. I want to be really clear to the audience. This is not a gotcha. Trust me. A Piers Morgan or some guy that's trying to play gotcha to a libertarian.
Frank's trying.
They
5 hours of trying.
Oh, I love you, man. I just mean, like, you saw the BS that the establishment media did to Ron Paul. You know, when Ron Paul's running for president, they would never give him a shot. They would put him on the end, literally on the end of the presidential, debates, all the off the side. They wouldn't ask him any questions. And when they finally gave him his one token question, what was the question? So, Dr. Paul, since you're all about freedom, are you in favor of meth and cocaine being like legal at children's pizza
Frank
parties?
Kimberly questions. I get it.
Yeah, I mean, it's complete BS, and it was completely unfair and trying to destroy him. I'm not in any way trying to do that, but it is legitimate.
Doesn't sound any different.
Oh, really? Wow! Thank you, my friend. It's the same thing. No, of course not. I'm not trying to play gotcha in any way. I mean, in my world, that is the
I
optimal
understand.
world.
You want me to recognize you. You want me to say that under certain circumstances, whatever the hell those are, that you have to have protection of people that are imminent going to die in danger.
Ernie, great point. I'm not saying that you have to, and I appreciate what you just said. You're in agreement. I'm just saying that should it at least be open-minded that there are considerations. That's all I'm saying. I'm trying to get diehard.
And you must take responsibility for that decision.
I'm trying to get diehard libertarians like you, and I know you don't believe this, Ernie. And I hate to say this because I don't want anyone to think I'm pandering to Ernest Hancock. But I want to be really clear.
Part 2, 5 hours.
I hate to admit this, but I actually respect Ernie and Donna and most of this audience. I really do. Like there's a part of me, I hate to admit this, that I get angry at myself because I want to be. I know Ernie won't believe this. In my soul, I wish I could just be a purist and just check my brain, the rest of it out, and just go, look, liberty, like freedom's the answer. What's the question?
I can save you, brother.
Whatever. And I don't mean this to put down my friend
Ernie.
Ernie's
school of cool, and I'll fix you, man.
There's a part of me I wish I could do that. I really do. I swear to you, I take a lie detector test. Which I know is kind of cliche, but I mean, I truly believe that. It's the highest ideal. It's why Ernest is one of my greatest friends, and I just like to just see him kind of like the wild horses running out into the wilderness and the buffalo. And I think Ernest is like the buffalo running out into the plains, just doing its thing, like there's a beauty watching the buffalo in its natural environment. That's how I see Ernie. Just like this beautiful natural buffalo doing its thing in the wilderness and acting the way freedom should be in a freedom, created nation. And some of it might sound like I'm being pandering or joking. I'm not. I mean, a little bit's a little tongue in cheek. But I mean it sincerely. I would not waste my time dealing with somebody that I don't respect about it. But at the same time,
I know Frank plugged in his phone.
From this background of sociology and anthropology and just humanity, and there's a beauty in who we are as human beings. And we're creating a moment in history of humanity where these things are all coming together. And that's why, to be fair, I think why Ernie and I have somewhat interesting, I don't know, we just argue.
So we're never going to get to Star Wars.
Yeah, we never got to the real thing, Star Wars. But that's all, Ernest. I just feel like I know you as a dude. When the cameras are off, you're Ernie's actually a smarter guy when the cameras are off. I just hate to tell you people, Ernie's really a smart guy. But I just feel like that when we get
I'm just dumb on this. Yeah.
I just feel like we're at a point where we're just to acknowledge that sometimes taking a break and saying, we all of us, no matter where we come from, need to just take a break from our ideology and this constant warfare of you guys are wrong and you're trying to shove us into this mindset using this kind of propaganda and how AIPAC is using us, and like all that's true, but sometimes if we just get rid of all of that and just look at each other as human beings and going, look, forget all the AIPAC and whatever else, just look at, we got goddamn computers that are talking to us, and they're fooling people to get married to them, for God's sake. And it's happening right in front of us and our children and everything. And there's something about that just, maybe we should just, each of us, put down our defensive monologues and our protocols and our ideologies that keep us safe and protected from each other, that, many times, and I believe the libertarian viewpoint is probably the proper way overall, but I understand that we're dealing with a new reality. And I'm not saying that we throw out libertarian views. I just don't know what the new reality is going to turn into. It's just, I just don't want to make that assumption. And I just want to at least throw out, can we have the conversation without it always retorting and resorting back to, you're a sellout, you're off the reservation because you're not X. Just like whether it's about AIPAC or about libertarian values or whatever. Like, we're in a
it has
different
nothing
world.
to do with libertarian. It's it's human freedom. This is, what if I assume your goal is less harm to individuals, less harm and pressure and stress on children, less exploitation of men and women, especially women probably, less bad, more good. I have absolutely confidence that Frank is of that opinion. That's without question.
Fair enough.
It's all what is the perspective of how to attain that. And I've used this example before in philosophy 101, Arizona State University, the first written paper, and I was done. I'm done. I was in English. They're teaching me ebonics and all this. I'm going, what the shit? I went to a good high school. It was a public high school, but it was a good high school. I was respectful, and respected my teachers and all that, my friends and so on. They were much better than me. If it wasn't for my friends, I'd be totally worthless. But so I'm going, okay. I want to have a good relationship with people. I want to know the truth of things. I want to be, for the children. I want, a good life for myself. Every time I'd see a falling star, I'd wish for Donna. I mean, as I described, I got a wish. I want a Donna. Well, I got a Donna because I focused on that. I didn't, her in particular, but I mean, someone exactly like her. And it was an intent. It was a focus on that. That's what I wanted. Well, as I go through my life and I see what is and isn't important, what, I think I wanted to attain, I wanted to have, and I could see that what was in my way was always some institution, some government, somebody else that had a plan for me, that what I could and couldn't do. So I focused on, just the truth. I wanted to know the truth. Quit lying to me. I'm so sick of the crap. When I go to college and I think, all right, man, I'm an adult. We're gonna get it going. And the assignment was advocate for deontology or utilitarianism. And all it basically was, I keep bringing this up because it's a really good turning point for me. It was the most benefit for the most people, kind of the Spock, from each according to their needs, or from each according their ability, and the most advantage for the most people, and whatever. And I never really felt that was the answer, because way to describe, well, there's these demagogues, you're always principles, and of course they were attacking Christians, and they were bringing up the same, you're in a lecture room of, 500 people, these enormous lecture halls, and there was two girls that I sat next to, and of course I'm the question asker, and they were supportive. They liked, my question to them, but I really wanted to know. I went, yeah, but what about? Well, what they were trying to get you to do was what Frank's doing. But what about the most people? You have, this is going to happen, kill all these people. Would you violate the rights of this one individual to save a gazillion people, whatever? Wouldn't you do that? Kind of thing. And I thought about it, and I'm going, and it really didn't take me very long to come up with the theme of my paper. And the point that I was made, I gave a scenario, it's a long story, but I came up with the idea that I go, look, at the time, they were doing this Israelis don't negotiate with terrorists crap was going on then. And so that was kind of, in my head. But, of course, later you find out they do, they did. So my concept was this. If you want the most benefit to the most people, you want to have the highest freedom, prosperity, options, whatever, standard of living for the most people, the protection of individual rights not to be sacrificed for the collective is the most benefit for the most people. Oh, hell, I thought I was clever. I'm going, yeah, which is exactly what the American experiment thing was. That was the whole point. We're going to have a society that protects the rights of the individual and don't give a shit how many people don't like it or what it does or the straw man arguments against the children or the climate or whatever the hell is. We are here to protect the rights of the individual. That's the purpose. So I go, that is the most benefit for the most people. It brings them out of poverty. It creates a higher standard of living. You live longer. You have more longevity, more man years on the planet in this jurisdiction of country boundaries were better. That was exactly the result. It created the most prosperous, industrial, highest standard of living, workers, middle class, enormous amounts of wealth, benefit, longevity, happiness, one parent at home, all that. Now, and the further we deviated from that, the worse it got. So I made the argument that, yep, I'm for rural utilitarian, the benefit of the most people, and principal support is how you get there. D, hell no, you can't. And I found out the professor didn't even grade it. It was some graduate student, teacher assistant or whatever got, and I go, what, did I spell something wrong? Did I put my name in the wrong corner? What, a D, really? That was a really thought out and good example argument up. Nope, that's it. Because it violated what they were espousing. And they were doing it where? In the psychology class. This is why Ayn Rand went at the universities, the youth, and Hollywood with screenplays for movies and so on. She understood that's where the battle was being fought. When I did that, and I just did the research on my own, I locked myself into the mindset that the support of individual rights is a pro-living, pro-life advocacy. It's better for all children. It's better for an entire culture, society, country. So when somebody tries to get me to deviate from that, yeah, but what if? I'm hearing the professor and them, the same crap. But what if? And out of, 500 students in this big giant lecture hall, how many of them took the position that I did? A few? Me? One? I have no idea. But I knew that wasn't the place for me. I went into business, and I was done with college. It really soured me. I got the Ebonics in English. I got affirmative action. I couldn't get any assistance, and I got you're too white, boy, and I got you're not allowed to advocate for individual rights. So I'm just going, I am in the wrong freaking place. So I joined a meritocracy, which was business ownership, running, pizza restaurants. So I'm going, this is why I'm the way I am. It's not because I don't care about the children. It's not because I don't care about whatever threat there is out there, the aliens coming to whatever. So you're drafted into the defense of whatever the hell. You can come up with all kinds of stuff. But this society and this country is not worth saving if, when under pressure, your individual rights are evaporated or sacrificed to make America great again. The art of the deal. When Trump did the, ban on bump stocks and all this other bullshit, for political, what I'm going to force me into, you got to get this and do that, and you can't, and lockdowns and travel restrictions and all. I'm going, he doesn't believe that freedom's the answer. And when you don't believe that, this is exactly the kind of shit that happens. That's why. Because I know the road that takes you to where you don't want to go. And it is that. It's always some excuse. And when I first got started in philosophical, politic and advocacy and so on, late 80s, early 90s, it was the children, for the children. The children. Then it, went to, climate change or some other crap in animal rights or whatever. You ever notice that people for animal rights don't give a shit about human rights? I mean, all this stuff was glaringly obvious to me. So Frank is nothing new. I've had these discussions a gazillion, not 5 hours, but it's been, callers.
Well, at least you agreed that if somebody decides on their own property to light stuff, chemicals to destroy the related, surrounding properties, that you're against that. At least we're making progress, Mr. Libertarian. That's good to know. I appreciate that. Well, that's progress.
In the 60s, this is the libertarian solution. It was tort. You had all these big companies polluting and violating people's property rights. They were damaging them. They were causing cancer. Hell, Motorola was doing it here in Phoenix, but by where you live.
Yeah, but it's right their property. They can do what they want. If they can make as much noise as they want.
They were putting chemicals into the ground that was tainting the water supply, and it became a Superfund site. And by the time it went to, so what do libertarians? Civilly sue them. It's a damage. Get money from them. Rape them for everything. Go get some. Well, what happened?
So what someone can do on their own property can affect other people downstream.
Of course.
Wow. Okay. Well, then once you acknowledge that, which before I don't think you've said that, then
of course I have. Well, I'm giving this example. Motorola did it. It was a Superfund site. I know because John Buttrick's law firm was representing Motorola. So he knew what was going on. What they were doing is they went out and they had all these, commercials on TV of Motorola employees wearing, green shirts, picking lettuce for the homeless or some crap like that. I go, what the hell is that about? He goes, it's for the jury pool. When they pick the jury, they got to have warm, fuzzy feelings. We love Motorola. Well, what they did is it got to where they have a standard. The EPA said this much, whatever chemical it was, is pollution. And they're way over that. And it's a Superfund. It's going to be gazillions of dollars. And people got all these cancer cluster, lawsuits. We're going to get some. And then right before they go to trial, the EPA changed the standard to be above what the number was that they were doing. Oh, it's not pollution anymore. It's not a Superfund site anymore. We're done here. It's over. So they settled. What kind of government is that?
Ernie, is that if something that one person can do can affect you, even though it's not on your land, and it's not, and they bought their own stuff,
does it damage my quiet enjoyment of my property?
Whatever. Okay, fine. Then good. I'm glad you said that. You acknowledged it to the world. So now all I'm saying is once you got to that level, then you start to get to other questions, such as, no, that's exactly what we were talking about before. About the issues about sexuality or about other issues. And look, I'm not trying to convince you or the audience to become some leftist. I'm really not myself. I'm just acknowledging that there are components of just humanity, sociology, anthropology, not to keep bringing that up, that do bring in the humanity of where we're at. And things are happening so quick, and people are changing, and societies are changing, that when we sit there, when Ernest was finally able to admit that if someone's burning something in their backyard that's affecting my property, I have a right now. Okay, well, then things start to get messy. Once you acknowledge that is it just some pollution in the air? How about something in the water? How about something in the land? How about something in the culture? How about a meme? I mean, it starts to get messy, and I'm not trying to say
Nixon creates the EPA after libertarians are going after these companies, and they didn't want it. They wanted to have legal pollution. So the EPA comes in with a number that doesn't matter how it damages. It doesn't matter if it gave your kid cancer. It doesn't matter. We don't care about the children. We care about what we care about and who gives us a bunch of lobby money. So we're going to have the EPA set this standard. Oh, they went over it? Well, we changed it and move it up.
It's not political as well. I'm just pointing out that you start to open up the gate to it, and it's messy.
All right, here it is. We talk about the quiet enjoyment. Here it is on the internet. Here we go. Quiet enjoyment is the right to use a property without substantial disturbance from the landlord or other parties. The right is commonly found in leases and protects tenants' ability to have peace, privacy, and the exclusive use of their rented space. Disturbances can include excessive noise, pest infestations, or improper entry by the landlord. Then it's also known as, the dealing with your neighbor, lawinfo.com, right to implied warranty of covenant of quiet. This is a principle that's been around for a long time. When you talk about, well, what if, this has already been, this is part of the philosophy of leave me aloneism. You are infringing on the quiet, peaceful use of my property. That's why a lot of times they'll have, you got to be in certain zones to have smelly, stinky, whatever the hell it is, cattle. So when you talk about loud music, well, it's a neighbor thing. It's kind of, rule one, don't be a dick. That's what I'm talking about. If they damage me, now photons, that
but
looks unseemly over there.
Damage is relative. That's what I learned from libertarians.
Which is what juries are for.
All right. Well, this is where you start to get free speech zones. So I look. I'm not. I'm on your side, Ernie, and for the audience, I'm just trying to make a point, though, that it's not as simplistic or black or white as you often like to make it.
But the simplistic is the most effective, long-term, better sustainability of a society and culture that you want. That is the answer to what you want.
It's the best model. I agree with you.
Right. When you go on about culture this and culture that,
model.
I go, culture of freedom, the culture be free. I don't give a crap how many more holidays I get or different beers I get to do or how many stroganoff or, chop suey or whatever I get to eat or tacos. I don't care. The culture is that of freedom, of don't be a dick, of, be a good neighbor, of, and mandates and lockdowns and restrictions and requirements and not, you can, you have to, you can't, This is what I'm advocating for, and you're not going to get me to deviate from that. We can get from child porn to alien, chemtrails to whatever. It's always going to be
but
who's really protecting the children, who's protecting the future.
You already deviated. And I'm not trying to be a wise guy.
All right, Hal. I deviated. How did I deviate?
You admitted that if somebody's burning a bunch of stuff on their property, it's not their property, that you can sit there and say, well, what you're doing is affecting me. And so
you got to prove it did.
There we go. So you deviated. Well,
how did I deviate?
I'm proud of you.
You damaged my property. You're violating my rights.
It reminds me of the alcohol.
A lot of times it's the government doing it.
It's like a 12-step program. Ernie's making progress here. I'm happy.
You're so full of shit. Your ears stink. claiming it's like Trump. No matter what happens, claim victory. You know, we're winning. They're sick. Frank Timbury's so sick of winning. He's tired of winning. You know what I sent Frank? I sent him a picture, and it had like bunch of versions of Trump napping or his eyes closed. Probably most of it just his eyes closed. And it had 4 pictures of him with his eyes closed, like he was napping or something in a chair. And probably just blinking. But and the slogan was tired of winning.
Tired of winning.
Actually,
Ernie, at this point, I am tired of winning. I wish Trump would go to sleep with Joe Biden, to be honest. But look, I really enjoyed the show. I'm going to be laughing too much.
God, I don't even know if it'll process 5.5 hours. The other one will be all freaking night.
5.5 hours to finally prove the.
Well, hold on. We promised everybody the Star Wars thing, so we'll do that next week.
I agree. Let's just end. The one thing we can agree with is Star Wars.
We'll start off with it next week because this is a good point that we were going to make.
All right.
And Frank spent hours trying to get me to something. I don't know what the shit, man. This is how we have
awesome.
all these.
It's awesome, though. It really is awesome. Let me check it out. We can talk about it if you want. It's really simple.
No, because I want to. One, I gotta get. It's starting to get dark out here, and I was hoping that
it's gonna get dark.
Okay. And the reason we went off is because I got a battery thing I'm dealing with, and so I need to because I've been doing some work on it. But I want to go ahead and have that start off next week because I keep promising everyone would just start it off, and that'll send us on a lot better conversation than this shit. You're going to get the same answers from me all the freaking time.
Hey, wait. I want to throw this out to the audience. Any of you people listening who are still so foolish to listen to Ernie and Frank, are you?
What kind of
God bless
do you have?
you. God bless you. But wait. We have a code word. Let's just make the code word tangerine. I won't say tangerine dream. Tangerine. So if you happen to write to Ernest, if you like our show, if you have any thoughts about it, if you're pro Ernie, pro Frank, it doesn't matter, whatever. We would love to hear from you if you've listened this long. That's your hidden code word. So just put in the email.
Because it came at the end of the show.
At the end of the show.
But
that
Tangerine,
you listen. Frank was right. Tangerine, Ernie was right. Tangerine, you guys both suck. Doesn't matter.
Right. Tangerine, we don't give a shit.
Yeah, we don't exactly. Just put Tangerine in there so we have an idea how many of you suckers are out there still listening to us. But seriously, we greatly appreciate it. Thank you for listening and tuning in. And, this is a process.
And I'm
for all of
sorry
us.
it went so long.
No, I know. I'm sorry. I apologize to all of you listening.
It's all Frank.
And Donna. Donna's the one, too. Donna's the one like, hey, Ernie, where are you?
No, she's out gardening. She's out building the ditch for the foundation.
She's
for
doing
her
real
chicken
work,
coop.
unlike you, slacker.
She goes, I know you're in there talking so you don't have to help. I mean, that's why you're doing it. Frank.
Anyway, well, thank you, audience. Thank you, Ernie. Thank you, Donna. And we'll talk to you next week. So we'll keep in touch. All right, guys?
Oh, peace. Say hey to Savannah and Phaedra for me. Bye.